Section 11 of The Well of Loneliness by Radclyffe Hall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. Angela did not return in a week. She had decided to remain another fortnight in Scotland. She was staying now with the Peacocks, it seemed, and would not get back until after her birthday. Stephen looked at the beautiful ring as it gleamed in its little white velvet box, and her disappointment and chagrin were childish. But Violet Antrim, who had also been staying with the Peacocks, had arrived home full of importance. She walked in on Stephen one afternoon to announce her engagement to young Alec Peacock. She was so much engaged and so haughty about it that Stephen, whose nerves were already on edge, was very soon literally itching to slap her. Violet was now able to look down on Stephen from the height of her newly gained knowledge of men. Knowing Alec, she felt that she knew the whole species. "It's a terrible pity you dress as you do, my dear," she remarked, with the manner of 60. "A young girl's so much more attractive when she's soft. Don't you think you could soften your clothes just a little? I mean, you do want to get married, don't you? No woman's complete until she's married. After all, no woman can really stand alone. She always needs a man to protect her." Stephen said, "I'm all right, getting on nicely, thank you." "Oh no, but you can't be," Violet insisted. "I was talking to Alec and Roger about you, and Roger was saying it's an awful mistake for women to get false ideas into their heads. He thinks you've got rather a bee in your bonnet. He told Alec that you'd be quite a womanly woman if you'd only stop trying to ape what you're not." Presently she said, staring rather hard, "That Mrs. Crosby, do you really like her? Of course I know you're friends and all that, but why are you friends? You've got nothing in common. She's what Roger calls a thorough man's woman. I think myself she's a bit of a climber. Do you want to be used as a scaling ladder for storming the fortifications of the county? The Peacocks have known old Crosby for years. He's a wonderful shot, for an ironmonger. But they don't care for her very much, I believe. Alex says she's man-mad, whatever that means. Anyhow, she seems desperately keen about Roger." Stephen said, "I'd rather we didn't discuss Mrs. Crosby, because you see she's my friend." And her voice was as icy cold as her hands. "Oh, of course, if you're feeling like that about it," laughed Violet. "No, but honest, she is keen on Roger." When Violet had gone, Stephen sprang to her feet, but her sense of direction seemed to have left her, for she struck her head a pretty sharp blow against the side of a heavy bookcase. She stood swaying with her hands pressed against her temples. Angela and Roger Antrim. Those two? But it couldn't be. Violet had been purposely lying. She loved to torment. She was like her brother, a bully, a devil who loved to torment. It couldn't be. Violet had been lying. She steadied herself and, leaving the room and the house, went and fetched her car from the stables. She drove to the telegraph office at Upton. "Come back. I must see you at once," she wired, taking great care to prepay the reply, lest Angela should find an excuse for not answering. The clerk counted the words with her stump of a pencil, then she looked at Stephen rather strangely. The next morning came Angela's frigid answer. "Coming home Monday fortnight, not one day sooner. Please, no more wires. Ralph very much upset." Stephen tore the thing into 100 fragments and then hurled it away. She was suddenly shaking all over with uncontrollable anger. Right up to the moment of Angela's return, that hot anger supported Stephen. It was like a flame that leapt through her veins, a flame that consumed and yet stimulated, so that she purposely fanned the fire from a sense of self-preservation. Then came the actual day of arrival. Angela must be in London by now. She would certainly have travelled by the night express. She would catch the 12:47 to Malvern and then motor to Upton. It was nearly 12. It was afternoon. At 3:17, Angela's train would arrive at Great Malvern. It had arrived now. In about 20 minutes, she would drive past the very gates of Morton. 4:30. Angela must have got home. She was probably having tea in the parlour, in the little oak parlour with its piping bullfinch, whose cage always stood near the casement window. A long time ago, a lifetime ago, Stephen had blundered into that parlour, and Tony had barked, and the bullfinch had piped a sentimental old German tune. But that was surely a lifetime ago. 5:00. Violet Antrim had obviously lied. She had lied on purpose to torment Stephen. Angela and Roger? It couldn't be. Violet had lied because she liked to torment. 5:15. What was Angela doing now? She was near, just a few miles away. Perhaps she was ill, and she had not written. Yes, that must be it. Of course, Angela was ill. The persistent aching hunger of the eyes. Anger. What was it? A folly, a delusion, a weakness that crumbled before that hunger. And Angela was only a few miles away. She went up to her room and unlocked a drawer from which she took the little white case. Then she slipped the case into her jacket pocket. She found Angela helping her maid to unpack. They appeared to be all but snowed under by masses of soft, inadequate garments. The bedroom smelt strongly of Angela's scent, which was heavy, yet slightly pungent. She glanced up from a tumbled heap of silk stockings. "Hello, Stephen." Her greeting was casually friendly. Stephen said, "Well, how are you after all these weeks? Did you have a good journey down from Scotland?" The maid said, "Shall I wash your new crepe de chine nightgowns, ma'am, or ought they to go to the cleaners?" Then somehow they all fell silent. To break this suggestive and awkward silence, Stephen inquired politely after Ralph. "He's in London on business for a couple of days. He's all right, thanks," Angela answered briefly, and she turned once more to sorting her stockings. Stephen studied her. Angela was not looking well. Her mouth had a childish droop at the corners. There were quite new shadows, too, under her eyes, and these shadows accentuated her pallor. And as though that earnest gaze made her nervous, she suddenly bundled the stockings together with a little sound of impatience. "Come on, let's go down to my room." And turning to her maid, "I'd rather you wash the new nightgowns, please." They went down the wide oak stairs without speaking and into the little oak-panelled parlour. Stephen closed the door. Then they faced each other. "Well, Angela?" "Well, Stephen?" And after a pause, "What on earth made you send that absurd telegram? Ralph got hold of the thing and began to ask questions. You are such an almighty fool sometimes. You knew perfectly well that I couldn't come back. Why will you behave as though you were 6? Have you no common sense? What's it all about? Your methods are not only infantile, they're dangerous." Then taking Angela firmly by the shoulders, Stephen turned her so that she faced the light. She put her question with youthful crudeness. "Do you find Roger Antrim physically attractive? Do you find that he attracts you that way more than I do?" She waited calmly, it seemed, for her answer. And because of that distinctly ominous calm, Angela was scared, so she blustered a little. "Of course I don't. I resent such questions. I won't allow them, even from you, Stephen. God knows where you get your fantastic ideas. Have you been discussing me with that girl Violet? If you have, I think it's simply outrageous. She's quite the most evil-minded prig in the county. It was not very gentlemanly of you, my dear, to discuss my affairs with our neighbours, was it?" "I refuse to discuss you with Violet Antrim," Stephen told her, still speaking quite calmly. But she clung to her point. Was it all a mistake? Is there no one between us except your husband, Angela? Look at me. I will have the truth. For answer, Angela kissed her. Stephen's strong but unhappy arms went round her, and suddenly stretching out her hand, she switched off the little lamp on the table, so that the room was lit only by firelight. They could not see each other's faces very clearly any more, because there was only firelight. And Stephen spoke such words as a lover will speak when his heart is burdened to breaking, when his doubts must bow down and be swept away before the unruly flood of his passion. There, in that shadowy firelit room, she spoke such words as lovers have spoken ever since the divine, sweet madness of God flung the thought of love into creation. But Angela suddenly pushed her away. Don't! I can't bear it. It's too much, Stephen. It hurts me. I can't bear this thing for you. It's so wrong. I'm not worth it. Anyhow, it's all wrong, Stephen. It's making me... Can't you understand? It's too much. She could not. She dared not explain. If you were a man... She stopped abruptly and burst into uncontrollable weeping. And somehow this weeping was different from any that had gone before, so that Stephen trembled. There was something frightened and desolate about it. It was like the sobbing of a terrified child. The girl forgot her own desolation in her pity, and the need that she felt to comfort. More strongly than ever before, she felt the need to protect this woman and to comfort. She said, grown suddenly passionless and gentle, "Tell me. Try to tell me what's wrong, beloved. Don't be afraid of making me angry. We love each other, and that's all that matters. Try to tell me what's wrong, and then let me help you. Only don't cry like this. I can't endure it." But Angela hid her face in her hands. No, it's nothing. I'm only so tired. It's been a fearful strain these last months. I'm just a weak, human creature, Stephen. Sometimes I think we've been worse than mad. I must have been mad to have allowed you to love me like this. One day you'll despise and hate me. It's my fault. But I was so terribly lonely that I let you come into my life, and now... Oh, I can't explain. You wouldn't understand. How could you understand, Stephen? And so strangely complex is poor human nature that Angela really believed in her feelings. At that moment of sudden fear and remorse, remembering those guilty weeks in Scotland, she believed that she felt compassion and regret for this creature who loved her, and whose ardent loving had paved the way for another. In her weakness, she could not part from the girl, not yet. There was something so strong about her. She seemed to combine the strength of a man with the gentler and more subtle strength of a woman. And thinking of the crude young animal Roger, with his brusque, rather brutal appeal to the senses, she was filled with a kind of regretful shame, and she hated herself for what she had done, and for what she well knew she would do again, because of that urge to passion. Feeling humble, she groped for the girl's kind hand. Then she tried to speak lightly. "Would you always forgive this very miserable sinner, Stephen?" Stephen said, not apprehending her meaning. "If our love is a sin, then heaven must be full of such tender and selfless sinning as ours." They sat down close together. They were weary unto death, and Angela whispered, "Put your arms around me again, but gently, because I'm so tired. You're a kind lover, Stephen. Sometimes I think you're almost too kind." And Stephen answered, "It's not kindness that makes me unwilling to force you. I can't conceive of that sort of love." Angela Crosby was silent. But now she was longing for the subtle easement of confession, so dear to the soul of woman. Her self-pity was augmented by her sense of wrongdoing. She was thoroughly unstrung, almost ill with self-pity, so that lacking the courage to confess the present, she let her thoughts dwell on the past. Stephen had always forborne to question, and therefore that past had never been discussed. But now Angela felt a great need to discuss it. She did not analyse her feelings. She only knew that she longed intensely to humble herself, to plead for compassion, to wring from the queer, strong, sensitive being who loved her some hope of ultimate forgiveness. At that moment, as she lay there in Stephen's arms, the girl assumed an enormous importance. It was strange, but the very fact of betrayal appeared to have strengthened her will to hold her, and Angela stirred, so that Stephen said softly, "Lie still, I thought you were fast asleep." And Angela answered, "No, I'm not asleep, dearest. I've been thinking. There are some things I ought to tell you. You've never asked me about my past life. Why haven't you, Stephen?" "Because," said Stephen, "I knew that someday you'd tell me." Then Angela began at the very beginning. She described a colonial home in Virginia, a grave, grey house with a columned entrance and a garden that looked down on deep running water. And that water had rather a beautiful name. It was called the Potomac River. Up the side of the house grew magnolia blossoms, and many old trees gave their shade to its garden. In summer, the fireflies lit lamps on those trees, shifting lamps that moved swiftly among the branches, and the hot summer darkness was splashed with lightning, and the hot summer air was heavy with sweetness. She described her mother, who had died when Angela was 12, a pathetic, inadequate creature, the descendant of women who had owned many slaves to minister to their most trivial requirements. "She could hardly put on her own stockings and shoes," smiled Angela, as she pictured that mother. She described her father, George Benjamin Maxwell, a charming but quite incorrigible spendthrift. She said, "He lived in past glory, Stephen, because he was a Maxwell of Virginia. He wouldn't admit that the Civil War had deprived us all of the right to spend money. God knows there was little enough of it left. The war practically ruined the old Southern gentry. My grandma could remember those days quite well. She scraped lint from her sheets for our wounded soldiers. If Grandma had lived, my life might have been different, but she died a couple of months after Mother." She described the eventual cataclysm, when the home had been sold up with everything in it, and she and her father had set out for New York. She just 17, and he broken and ailing, to rebuild his dissipated fortune. And because she was now painting a picture of real life, untinged by imagination, her words lived, and her voice grew intensely bitter. "Hell! It was hell! We went under so quickly. There were days when I hadn't enough to eat. Oh, Stephen, the filth, the unspeakable squalor, the heat and the cold and the hunger and the squalor. God, how I hate that great hideous city. It's a monster. It crushes you down and it devours. Even now I couldn't go back to New York without feeling a kind of unreasoning terror, Stephen. That damnable city broke my nerve. Father got calmly out of it all by dying one day, and that was so like him. He'd had about enough, so he just lay down and died. But I couldn't do that because I was young, and I didn't want to die either. I hadn't the least idea what I could do, but I knew that I was supposed to be pretty, and that good-looking girls had a chance on the stage. So I started out to look for a job. My God, shall I ever forget it?" And now she described the long, angular streets, miles and miles of streets, miles and miles of faces, all strange and unfriendly, faces like masks. Then the intimate faces of would-be employers, too intimate, when they peered into her own, faces that had suddenly thrown off their masks. "Stephen, are you listening? I put up a fight, I swear it. I swear I put up a fight. I was only 19 when I got my first job. 19's not so awfully old, is it, Stephen?" Stephen said, "Go on," and her voice sounded husky. "Oh, my dear, it's so dreadfully hard to tell you. The pay was rotten, not enough to live on. I used to think that they did it on purpose. Lots of the girls used to think that way too. They never gave us quite enough to live on. You see, I hadn't a vestige of talent. I could only dress up and try to look pretty. I never got a real speaking part. I just danced. Not well, but I'd got a good figure." She paused and tried to look up through the gloom, but Stephen's face was hidden in shadow. "Well then, darling, Stephen, I want to feel your arms. Hold me closer. Well then, there was a man who wanted me, not as you want me, Stephen, to protect and care for me. God, no, not that way. And I was so poor and so tired and so frightened. Why, sometimes my shoes would let in the slush because they were old and I hadn't the money to buy myself new ones. Try to think of that, darling. And I'd cry when I washed my hands in the winter because they'd be bleeding from broken chilblains. Well, I couldn't stay the course any longer. That's all." The little gilt clock on the desk ticked loudly. Tick, 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 tick. An astonishing voice to come from so small and fragile a body. Somewhere, out in the garden, a dog barked. Tony, chasing imaginary rabbits through the darkness. "Stephen?" "Yes, my dear." "Have you understood me?" "Yes. Oh, yes, I've understood you. Go on." "Well, then, after a while he turned round and left me, and I just had to drag along as I had done, and I sort of crocked up. Couldn't sleep at night, couldn't smile and look happy when I went on to dance. That was how Ralph found me. He saw me dance and came round to the back, the way some men do. I remember thinking that Ralph didn't look like that sort of man. He looked, well, just like Ralph, not a bit like that sort of man. Then he started sending me flowers. Never presents or anything like that, just flowers with his card. And we had lunch together a good few times, and he talked about that other man who left me. He said he'd like to go out with a horsewhip. Imagine Ralph trying to horsewhip a man. They knew each other quite well, I discovered. You see, they were both in the hardware business. Ralph was out after some big contract for his firm. That was why he happened to be in New York. And one day he asked me to marry him, Stephen. I suppose he was really in love with me then. Anyhow, I thought it was wonderful of him. I thought he was very broad-minded and noble. Good God, he's had his pound of flesh since. It gave him the hold over me that he wanted. We were married before we sailed for Europe. I wasn't in love, but what could I do? I'd nowhere to turn and my health was crocking. Lots of our girls ended up in the hospital wards. I didn't want to end up that way. Well, so you see why I've got to be careful how I act. He's terribly and awfully suspicious. He thinks that because I took a lover when I was literally down and out, I'm likely to do the same thing now. He doesn't trust me. It's natural enough, but sometimes he throws it all up in my face, and when he does that, my God, how I hate him. But, oh, Stephen, I could never go through it all again. I haven't got an ounce of fight left in me. That's why, although Ralph's no cinch as a husband, I'd be scared to death if he really turned nasty. He knows that, I think. So he's not afraid to bully. He's bullied me many a time over you, but of course, you're a woman, so he couldn't divorce me. I expect that's really what makes him so angry. All the same, when you asked me to leave him for you, I hadn't the courage to face that either. I couldn't have faced the public scandal that Ralph would have made. He'd have hounded us down to the ends of the earth. He'd have branded us, Stephen. I know him. He's revengeful. He'd stop at nothing. That weak sort of man is often that way. It's as though what Ralph lacks in virility, he tries to make up for by being revengeful. My dear, I couldn't go under again. I couldn't be one of those apologetic people who must always exist just under the surface, only coming up for a moment like fish. I've been through that particular hell. I won't laugh, and yet I'm always afraid. Every time that Ralph looks at me, I feel frightened because he knows that I hate him most when he tries to make love. She broke off abruptly, and now she was crying a little to herself, letting the tears trickle down unheeded. One of them splashed onto Stephen's coat sleeve and lay there, a small dark blot on the cloth, while the patient arms never faltered. Stephen, say something. Say you don't hate me. A log crashed, sending up a bright spurt of flame, and Stephen stared down into Angela's face. It was marred by weeping. It looked almost ugly, splotched and reddened as it was by her weeping. And because of that pitiful, blemished face, with the pitiful weakness that lay behind it, the unworthiness even, Stephen loved her so deeply at that moment that she found no adequate words. Say something. Speak to me, Stephen. Then Stephen gently released her arm, and she found the little white box in her pocket. Look, Angela, I got you this for your birthday. Ralph can't bully you about it. It's a birthday present. Stephen, my dear. Yes, I want you to wear it always, so that you'll remember how much I love you. I think you forgot that just now when you talked about hating. Angela, give me your hand, the hand that used to bleed in the winter. So the pearl that was pure as her mother's diamonds were pure, Stephen slipped onto Angela's finger. Then she sat very still, while Angela gazed at the pearl, wide-eyed because of its beauty. Presently she lifted her wondering face, and now her lips were quite close to Stephen's, but Stephen kissed her instead on the forehead. You must rest, she said. You're simply worn out. Can't you sleep if I keep you safe in my arms? For at moments, such is the blindness and folly, yet withal the redeeming glory of love. Chapter 24. Ralph said very little about the ring. What could he say? A present given to his wife by the daughter of a neighbour. An unusually costly present, of course. Still, after all, what could he say? He took refuge in sulky silence, but Stephen would see him, staring at the pearl, which Angela wore on her right-hand third finger, and his weak little eyes would look redder than usual, perhaps with anger. One could never quite tell from his eyes whether he was tearful or angry. And because of those eyes with their constant menace, Stephen must play her conciliatory role, and this she must do, in spite of his rudeness, for now he was openly rude and hostile, and he bullied. It was almost as though he took pleasure in bullying his wife when Stephen was present. Her presence seemed to arouse in the man everything that was ill-bred, petty, and cruel. He would make thinly veiled allusions to the past, glancing sideways at Stephen the while he did so, and one day, when she flushed to the roots of her hair with rage to see Angela humble and fearful, he laughed loudly. "I'm just a plain tradesman, you know, and if you don't like my ways, then you'd better not come here." Catching Angela's eye, Stephen tried to laugh too. A soul-sickening business. She would feel degraded. She would feel herself gradually losing all sense of pride, of common decency even, so that when she returned in the evening to Morton, she would not want to look the old house in the eyes. She would not want to face those pictures of Gordon's that hung in its hall, and must turn away, lest they, by their very silence, rebuke this descendant of theirs, who was so unworthy. Yet sometimes it seemed to her that she loved more intensely, because she had lost so much. There was nothing left now but Angela Crosby. Watching this deadly decay that threatened all that was fine in her erstwhile pupil, Puddle must sometimes groan loudly in spirit. She must even argue with God about it. Yes, she must actually argue with God like Job, and remembering his words in affliction, she must speak those words on behalf of Stephen. "Thine hands have made me, and fashioned me together round about, yet thou dost destroy me." For now, in addition to everything else, she had learnt of the advent of Roger Antrim. Not that Stephen had confided in her, far from it, but gossip has a way of travelling quickly. Roger spent most of his leisure at the Grange. She had heard that he was always going over from Worcester. So now Puddle, who had not been much given to prayer in the past, must argue with God, like Job, and perhaps, since God probably listens to the heart rather than to the lips, he forgave her. Stupid with misery and growing more inept every day, Stephen found herself no match for Roger. He was calm, self-assured, insolent and triumphant, and his love of tormenting had not waned with his manhood. Roger was no fool. He put two and two together, and his masculine instinct deeply resented this creature who might challenge his right of possession. Moreover, that masculine instinct was outraged. He would stare at Stephen as though she were a horse whom he strongly suspected of congenital unsoundness, and then he would let his eyes rest on Angela's face. They would be the eyes of a lover, possessive, demanding, insistent eyes, if Ralph did not happen to be present. And into Angela's eyes there would come an expression that Stephen had seen many times. A mist would slowly cloud over their blueness. They would dim as though they were hiding something. Then Stephen would be seized with a violent trembling, so that she could not stand any more but must sit with her hands clasped tightly together, lest those trembling hands betray her to Roger. But Roger would have seen already, and would smile, his slow, understanding, masterful smile. Sometimes he and Stephen would look at each other covertly, and their youthful faces would be marred by a very abominable thing. The instinctive repulsion of two human bodies, the one for the other, which neither could help, not now that those bodies were stirred by a woman. Then into this vortex of secret emotion would come Ralph. He would stare from Stephen to Roger, and then at his wife, and his eyes would be red. One never knew whether from tears or from anger. They would form a grotesque triangle for a moment, those three who must share a common desire. But after a little the two male creatures, who hated each other, would be shamefully united in their bond of their deeper hatred of Stephen. And divining this, she in her turn would hate. It could not go on without some sort of convulsion, and that Christmas was a time of recriminations. Angela's infatuation was growing, and she did not always hide this from Stephen. Letters would arrive in Roger's handwriting, and Stephen, half crazy with jealousy by now, would demand to see them. She would be refused, and a scene would ensue. "That man's your lover. Have I gone starving only for this? That you should give yourself to Roger Antrim? Show me that letter." "How dare you suggest that Roger's my lover?" "But if he were, it's no business of yours." "Will you show me that letter?" "I will not." "It's from Roger." "You're intolerable. You can think what you please." "What am I to think?" Then, because of her longing, "Angela, for God's sake, don't treat me like this. I can't bear it. When you loved me, it was easier to bear. I endured it for your sake, but now... Listen, listen." Stark, naked confessions dragged from lips that grew white the while they confessed. "Angela, listen." And now the terrible nerves of the invert, those nerves that are always lying in wait, gripped Stephen. They ran like live wires through her body, causing a constant and ruthless torment, so that the sudden closing of a door or the barking of Tony would fall like a blow on her shrinking flesh. At night, in her bed, she must cover her ears from the ticking of the clock, which would sound like thunder in the darkness. Angela had taken to going up to London on some pretext or another. She must see her dentist. She must fit a new dress. "Well then, let me come with you." "Good heavens, why? I'm only going to the dentist." "All right, I'll come too." "You'll do nothing of the kind." Then Stephen would know why Angela was going. All that day she would be haunted by insufferable pictures. Whatever she did, wherever she went, she would see them together, Angela and Roger. She would think, "I'm going mad. I can see them as clearly as though they were here before me in the room." And then she would cover her eyes with her hands, but this would only strengthen the pictures. Like some earthbound spirit, she would haunt the Grange on the pretext of taking Tony for a walk, and there, as likely as not, would be Ralph, wandering about in his bare rose garden. He would glance up and see her perhaps, and then, most profound shame of all, they would both look guilty, for each would know the loneliness of the other, and that loneliness would draw them together for the moment. They would be almost friends in their hearts. "Angela's gone up to London, Stephen." "Yes, I know. She's gone up to fit her new dress." Their eyes would drop. Then Ralph might say sharply, "If you're after the dog, he's in the kitchen." And turning his back, he might make a pretence of examining his standard rose trees. Calling Tony, Stephen would walk into Upton, then along the mist-swept bank of the river. She would stand very still, staring down at the water. But the impulse would pass, and whistling the dog, she would turn and go hurrying back to Upton. Then one afternoon, Roger came with his car to take Angela for a drive through the hills. The new year was slipping into the spring, and the air smelt of sap and much diligent growing. A warm February had succeeded the winter. Many birds would be astir on those hills, where lovers might sit unashamed, where Stephen had sat, holding Angela clasped in her arms, while she eagerly took and gave kisses. And remembering these things, Stephen turned and left them, unable just then to endure any longer. Going home, she made her way to the lakes, and there she quite suddenly started weeping. Her whole body seemed to dissolve itself in weeping, and she flung herself down on the kind earth of Morton, shedding tears as of blood. There was no one to witness those tears, except the white swan called Peter. Terrible, heartbreaking months. She grew gaunt with her unappeased love for Angela Crosby. And now she would sometimes turn in despair to the thought of her useless and unspent money. Thoughts would come that were altogether unworthy, but nevertheless those thoughts would persist. Roger was not rich. She was rich already, and some day she would be even richer. She went up to London and chose new clothes at a West End tailor's. The man in Malvern who had made for her father was getting old, and she would have her suits made in London in future. She ordered herself a rakish red car, a long-bodied 60-horsepower Métallogique. It was one of the fastest cars of its year, and it certainly cost her a great deal of money. She bought 12 pairs of gloves, some heavy silk stockings, a square sapphire scarf pin, and a new umbrella. Nor could she resist the lure of pyjamas made of white crepe de chine, which she spotted in Bond Street. The pyjamas led to a man's dressing gown of brocade, an amazingly ornate garment. Then she had her nails manicured, but not polished. And from that shop she carried away toilet water and a box of soap that smelt of carnations and some cuticle cream for the care of her nails. And last, but not least, she bought a gold bag with a clasp set in diamonds for Angela. All told, she had spent a considerable sum, and this gave her a fleeting satisfaction. But on her way back, in the train to Malvern, she gazed out of the window with renewed desolation. Money could not buy the one thing she needed in life. It could not buy Angela's love. That night she stared at herself in the glass, and even as she did so she hated her body, with its muscular shoulders, its small compact breasts, and its slender flanks of an athlete. All her life she must drag this body of hers like a monstrous fetter imposed on her spirit, this strangely ardent yet sterile body that must worship yet never be worshipped in return by the creature of its adoration. She longed to maim it, for it made her feel cruel. It was so white, so strong, and so self-sufficient, yet withal so poor and unhappy a thing that her eyes filled with tears and her hate turned to pity. She began to grieve over it, touching her breasts with pitiful fingers, stroking her shoulders, letting her hands slip along her straight thighs. Oh, poor and most desolate body! Then she, for whom Puddle was actually praying at that moment, must now pray also, but blindly, finding few words that seemed worthy of prayer, few words that seemed to encompass her meaning, for she did not know the meaning of herself. But she loved, and loving groped for the God who had fashioned her, even unto this bitter loving. End of section 11. Read by Hazel Moon Stornoway, 17th of May, 2025. Section 12 of The Well of Loneliness by Radclyffe Hall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. Stephen's troubles had begun to be aggravated by Violet, who was always driving over to Morton, ostensibly to talk about Alec, in reality to collect information as to what might be happening at the Grange. She would stay for hours, very skillfully pumping while she dropped unwelcome hints anent Roger. "Father's going to cut down his allowance," she declared, "if he doesn't stop hanging about that woman. Oh, I'm sorry, I always forget. She's your friend." Then looking at Stephen with inquisitive eyes. "But I can't understand that friendship of yours. For one thing, how can you put up with Crosby?" And Stephen knew that yet once again county gossip was rife about her. Violet was going to be married in September. They would then live in London, for Alec was a barrister. Their house, it seemed, was already bespoken. A perfect duck of a house in Belgravia, where Violet intended to entertain largely on the strength of a bountiful parent peacock. She was in the highest possible fettle these days, invested with an enormous importance in her own eyes, as also in those of her neighbours. Oh yes, the whole world smiled broadly on Violet and her Alec. "Such a charming young couple," said the world, and at once proceeded to shower them with presents. Apostle teaspoons arrived in their dozens, so did coffee pots, cream jugs, and large fish slices, to say nothing of a heavy silver bowl from the Hunt, and a massive salver from the grateful Scottish tenants. On the wedding day, not a few eyes would be wet at the sight of so youthful a man and maiden joined together in an honourable estate instituted of God in the time of man's innocency. For such ancient traditions, in spite of the fact that man's innocency could not even survive one bite of an apple shared with a woman, are none the less apt to be deeply moving. There they would kneel, the young newly-wed, ardent yet sanctified by a blessing, so that all, or at least nearly all, they would do, must be considered both natural and pleasing to a God in the image of man created. And the fact that this God, in a thoughtless moment, had created in his turn those pitiful thousands who must stand forever outside his blessing, would in no way disturb the large congregation, or their white surpliced pastor, or the couple who knelt on the gold-braided, red velvet cushions. And afterwards there would be plentiful champagne to warm the cooling blood of the elders, and much shaking of hands and congratulating, and many kind smiles for the bride and her bridegroom. Some might even murmur a fleeting prayer in their hearts as the two departed. God bless them. So now Stephen must actually learn at first hand how straight can run the path of true love, in direct contradiction to the time-honoured proverb. Must realise more clearly than ever that love is only permissible to those who are cut in every respect to life's pattern. Must feel like some ill-conditioned pariah, hiding her sores under lies and pretences. And after those visits of Violet Antrim's, her spirits would be at a very low ebb, for she had not yet gained that steel-bright courage, which can only be forged in the furnace of affliction, and which takes many weary years in the forging. The splendid new motor arrived from London, to the great delight and excitement of Burton. The new suits were completed and worn by their owner, and Angela's costly gold bag was received with apparent delight, which seemed rather surprising, considering her erstwhile ban upon presents. Yet, could Stephen have known it, this was not so surprising after all, for the bag infuriated Ralph, thereby distracting his facile attention for the moment from something that was far more dangerous. Filled with an ever-increasing need to believe, Stephen listened to Angela Crosby. "You know there's nothing between me and Roger. If you don't, then you above all people ought to." And her blue childlike eyes would look up at Stephen, who could never resist the appeal of their blueness. And as though to bear out the truth of her words, Roger now came to the Grange much less often, and when he did come he was quietly friendly, not at all lover-like if Stephen was present, so that gradually her need to believe had begun to allay her worst fears. Yet she knew with the true instinct of the lover that Angela was secretly unhappy. She might try to appear light-hearted and flippant, but her smiles and her jests could not deceive Stephen. "You're miserable. What is it?" And Angela would answer, "Ralph's been vile to me again." But she would not add that Ralph was daily becoming more suspicious and more intolerant of Roger Antrim, so that now her deadly fear of her husband was always at war with her passion. Sometimes it seemed to the girl that Angela used her as a whip wherewith to lash Ralph. She would lead Stephen on to show signs of affection which would never have been permitted in the past. Ralph's little red eyes would look deeply resentful, and getting up he would slouch from the room. They would hear the front door being closed, and would know that he had gone for a walk with Tony. Yet when they were alone and in comparative safety, there would be something crude, almost cruel in their kisses. A restless, dissatisfied, hungry thing. Their lips would seem bent on scourging their bodies. Neither would find deliverance, nor ease from the ache that was in them, for each would be kissing with a well-nigh intolerable sense of loss, with a passionate knowledge of separation. After a little they would sit with bent heads, not speaking because of what might not be spoken, not daring to look each other in the eyes, nor to touch each other, lest they should cry out against this preposterous love-making. Completely confounded, Stephen racked her brains for anything that might give them both a respite. She suggested that Angela should see her fence with a celebrated London fencing master whom she had bribed to come down to Morton. She tried to arouse an interest in the car, the splendid new car that had cost so much money. She tried to find out if Angela had an ungratified wish that money could fulfill. "Only tell me what I can do," she pleaded. But apparently there was nothing. Angela came several times to Morton and dutifully attended the fencing lessons. But they did not go well, for Stephen would glimpse her staring abstractly out of the window. Then the sly, agile foil with its blunt-tipped nose would slip in under Stephen's guard and shame her. They would sometimes go far afield in the car, and one night they stopped at an inn and had dinner, Angela ringing up her husband with the old and now threadbare excuse of a breakdown. They dined in a quiet little room by themselves. The scents of the garden came in through the window, warm, significant scents, for now it was May, and many flowers multiplied in that garden. Never before had they done such a thing as this. Never had they dined all alone at a wayside inn, miles away from their homes, just they two. And Stephen stretched out her hand and covered Angela's, where it rested very white and still on the table. And Stephen's eyes held an urgent question, for now it was May, and the blood of youth leaps and strains with the sap in early summer. The air seemed breathless, since neither would speak, afraid of disturbing the thick, sweet silence. But Angela shook her head, very slowly. Then they could not eat, for each was filled with the same and yet with a separate longing. So after a while they must get up and go, both conscious of a sense of painful frustration. They drove back on a road that was paved with moonlight, and presently Angela fell fast asleep, like an unhappy child. She had taken her hat off, and her head lay limply against Stephen's shoulder. Seeing her thus, so helpless, in sleep, Stephen felt strangely moved, and she drove very slowly, fearful of waking the woman who slept like a child, with her fair head against her shoulder. The car climbed the steep hill from Ledbury town, and presently there lay the wide Wye Valley, whose beauty had saddened a queer little girl long before she had learnt the pain of all beauty. And now the valley was bathed in whiteness, while here and there gleamed a roof or a window, but whitely, as though all the good valley folk had extinguished their lamps and retired to their couches. Far away, like dark clouds coming up out of Wales, rose range upon range of the old black mountains, with the tip of Gedrefawr peering over the others, and the ridge of Pencerrig Calch sharp against the skyline. A little wind ruffled the bracken on the hillsides, and Angela's hair blew across her closed eyes, so that she stirred and sighed in her sleep. Stephen bent down and began to soothe her. Then, from out of that still and unearthly night, there crept upon Stephen an unearthly longing. A longing that was not any more of the body, but rather of the weary and homesick spirit that endured the chains of that body. And when she must drive past the gates of Morton, the longing within her seemed beyond all bearing, for she wanted to lift the sleeping woman in her arms and carry her in through those gates, and carry her in through the heavy white door, and carry her up the wide shallow staircase, and lay her down on her own bed, still sleeping but safe in the good care of Morton. Angela suddenly opened her eyes. "Where am I?" she muttered, stupid with sleep. Then, after a moment, her eyes filled with tears, and there she sat, all huddled up, crying. Stephen said gently, "It's all right, don't cry." But Angela went on crying. Chapter 26. Like a river that has gradually risen to flood, until it sweeps everything before it, so now events rose and gathered in strength towards their inevitable conclusion. At the end of May, Ralph must go to his mother, who was said to be dying at her house in Brighton. With all his faults, he had been a good son, and the redness of his eyes was indeed from real tears as he kissed his wife goodbye at the station, on his way to his dying mother. The next morning he wired that his mother was dead, but that he could not get home for a couple of weeks. As it happened, he gave the actual day and hour of his return, so that Angela knew it. The relief of his unexpectedly long absence went to Stephen's head. She grew much more exacting, suggesting all sorts of intimate plans. Supposing they went for a few days to London? Supposing they motored to Simmons' yacht and stayed at the little hotel by the river? They might even push on to Abergavenny, and from there motor up and explore the Black Mountains. Why not? It was glorious weather. Angela, please come away with me, darling, just for a few days. We've never done it, and I've longed to so often. You can't refuse. There's nothing on earth to prevent your coming. But Angela would not make up her mind. She seemed suddenly anxious about her husband. Poor devil. He was awfully fond of his mother. I oughtn't to go. It would look so heartless with the old woman dead, and Ralph so unhappy. Stephen said bitterly, What about me? Do you think I'm never unhappy? So the time slipped by in heartaches and quarrels, for Stephen's taut nerves were like spurs to her temper, and she stormed or reproached in her dire disappointment. You pretend that you love me, and yet you won't come. And I've waited so long. Oh, my God, how I've waited. But you're utterly cruel. And I ask for so little, just to have you with me for a few days and nights, just to sleep with you in my arms, just to feel you beside me when I wake up in the morning. I want to open my eyes and see your face, as though we belonged to each other. Angela, I swear I wouldn't torment you. We'd be just as we are now, if that's what you're afraid of. You must know, after all these months, that you can trust me. But Angela set her lips and refused. No, Stephen. I'm sorry, but I'd rather not come. Then Stephen would feel that life was past bearing, and sometimes she must ride rather wildly for miles, now on Raftery, now on Sir Philip's young chestnut. All alone she would ride in the early mornings, getting up from a sleepless night unrefreshed, yet terribly alive because of those nerves that tortured her luckless body. She would get back to Morton still unable to rest, and a little later would order the motor and drive herself across to the Grange, where Angela would usually be dreading her coming. Her reception would be cold. I'm fairly busy, Stephen. I must pay off all these bills before Ralph gets home. Or, I've got a foul headache, so don't scold me this morning. I think if you did, that I just couldn't bear it. Stephen would flinch, as though struck in the face. She might even turn round and go back to Morton. Came the last precious day, before Ralph's return, and that day they did spend quite peaceably together, for Angela seemed bent upon soothing. She went out of her way to be gentle to Stephen, and Stephen, quick as always to respond, was very gentle in her turn. But after they had dined in the little herb garden, taking advantage of the hot, still weather, Angela developed one of her headaches. Oh, my Stephen. Oh, darling. My head's too awful. It must be the thunder. It's been coming on all day. What a perfectly damnable thing to happen on our last evening, too. But I know this kind well. I'll just have to give in and go to my bed. I'll take a cachet and then try to sleep, so don't ring me up when you get back to Morton. Come tomorrow. Come early. I'm so miserable, darling, when I think that this is our last peaceful evening. I know, but are you all right to be left? Yes, of course. All I need is to get some sleep. You won't worry, will you? Promise, my Stephen. Stephen hesitated. Quite suddenly Angela was looking very ill, and her hands were like ice. Swear you'll telephone to me if you can't get to sleep, then I'll come back at once. Yes, but don't do that, will you? Unless I ring up. I should hear you, of course, and that would wake me and start my head throbbing. Then, as though impelled, in spite of herself, by the girl's strange attraction, she lifted her face. Kiss me. Oh, God, Stephen. I love you so much, whispered Stephen. It was past 10 o'clock when she got back to Morton. Has Angela Crosby rung up? She inquired of Puddle, who appeared to have been waiting in the hall. No, she hasn't, snapped Puddle, who was getting to the stage when she hated the mere name of Angela Crosby. Then she added, You look like nothing on earth. In your place, I'd go to bed at once, Stephen. You go to bed, Puddle, if you're tired. Where's Mother? In her bath. For heaven's sake, do come to bed. I can't bear to see you looking as you do these days. I'm all right. No, you're not. You're all wrong. Go and look at your face. I don't very much want to. It doesn't attract me, smiled Stephen. So Puddle went angrily up to her room, leaving Stephen to sit with a book in the hall near the telephone bell, in case Angela should ring. And there, like the faithful creature she was, she must sit on all through the night, patiently waiting. But when the first tinges of dawn greyed the window and the panes of the semicircular fanlight, she left her chair stiffly to pace up and down, filled with a longing to be near this woman, if only to stand and keep watch in her garden. Snatching up a coat, she went out to her car. She left the motor at the gates of the Grange and walked up the drive, taking care to tread softly. The air had an indefinable smell of dew and of very newly born morning. The tall, ornate Tudor chimneys of the house stood out gauntly against a brightening sky, and as Stephen crept into the small herb garden, one tentative bird had already begun singing, but his voice was still rather husky from sleep. She stood there and shivered in her heavy coat. The long night of vigil had devitalised her. She was sometimes like this now. She would shiver at the least provocation, the least sign of fatigue, for her splendid physical strength was giving, worn out by its own insistence. She dragged the coat more closely around her and stared at the house, which was reddening with sunrise. Her heart beat anxiously, fearfully even, as though in some painful anticipation of she knew not what. Every window was dark, except one or two that were fired by the sunrise. How long she stood there, she never knew. It might have been moments, it might have been a lifetime, and then suddenly there was something that moved. The little oak door that led into that garden. It moved cautiously, opening inch by inch, until at last it was standing wide open, and Stephen saw a man and a woman who turned to clasp as though neither of them could endure to be parted from the arms of the other, and as they clung there together and kissed, they swayed unsteadily, drunk with loving. Then, as sometimes happens in moments of great anguish, Stephen could only remember the grotesque. She could only remember a plump-bosomed housemaid in the arms of a coarsely amorous footman, and she laughed like a creature demented, laughed and laughed until she must gasp for breath and spit blood from her tongue, which had somehow got bitten in her efforts to stop her hysterical laughing. And some of the blood remained on her chin, jerked there by that agonised laughter. Pale as death, Roger Antrim stared out into the garden, and his tiny moustache looked quite black, like an ink stain smeared above his tremulous mouth by some careless schoolboy finger. And now Angela's voice came to Stephen, but faintly. She was saying something. What was she saying? It sounded absurdly, as though it were a prayer. Christ! Then sharply, razor-sharp, it sounded as it cut through the air. You! Stephen? The laughter died abruptly away as Stephen turned and walked out of the garden and down the short drive that led to the gates of the Grange, where the motor was waiting. Her face was a mask, quite without expression. She moved stiffly, yet with a curious precision, and she swung up the handle and started the powerful engine without any apparent effort. She drove at great speed, but with accurate judgment, for now her mind felt as clear as spring water, and yet there were strange little gaps in her mind. She had not the least idea where she was going. Every road for miles around Upton was familiar, yet she had not the least idea where she was going. Nor did she know how long she drove, nor when she stopped to procure fresh petrol. The sun rose high and hot in the heavens. It beat down on her without warming her coldness, for always she had the sense of a dead thing that lay close against her heart and oppressed it. A corpse. She was carrying a corpse about with her. Was it the corpse of her love for Angela? If so, that love was more terrible dead. Oh, far more terrible dead than living. The first stars were shining, but as yet very faintly, when she found herself driving through the gates of Morton, heard Puddle's voice calling, "Wait a minute! Stop! Stephen!" Saw Puddle barring her way in the drive, a tiny yet dauntless figure. She pulled up with a jerk. "What's the matter? What is it? Where have you been?" I don't know, Puddle." But Puddle had clambered in beside her. "Listen, Stephen," and now she was talking very fast. "Listen, Stephen, is it Angela Crosby? It is. I can see the thing in your face. My God, what's that woman done to you, Stephen?" Then Stephen, in spite of the corpse against her heart, or perhaps because of it, defended the woman. "She's done nothing at all. It was all my fault, but you wouldn't understand. I got very angry, and then I laughed and couldn't stop laughing." "Steady, go steady. She was telling too much." "No, it wasn't that exactly. Oh, you know my vile temper. It always goes off at half-cock for nothing. Well, then I just drove round and round the country until I cooled down. I'm sorry, Puddle. I ought to have rung up. Of course you've been anxious." Puddle gripped her arm. "Stephen, listen. It's your mother. She thinks that you started quite early for Worcester. I lied. I've been nearly distracted, child. If you hadn't come soon, I'd have had to tell her that I didn't know where you were. You must never, never go off without a word like this again. But I do understand. Oh, I do indeed, Stephen." But Stephen shook her head. "No, my dear, you couldn't. And I'd rather not tell you, Puddle." "Some day you must tell me," said Puddle, because I do understand, Stephen." That night, the weight against Stephen's heart, with its icy coldness, melted, and it flowed out in such a torrent of grief that she could not stand up against that torrent, so that, drowning though she was, she found pen and paper, and she wrote to Angela Crosby. What a letter! All the pent-up passion of months, all the terrible rending, destructive frustrations must burst from her heart. "Love me. Only love me the way I love you. Angela, for God's sake, try to love me a little. Don't throw me away, because if you do, I'm utterly finished. You know how I love you, with my soul and my body. If it's wrong, grotesque, unholy, have pity. I'll be humble. Oh, my darling, I am humble now. I'm just a poor, heartbroken freak of a creature who loves you and needs you much more than its life, because life's worse than death, 10 times worse without you. I'm some awful mistake, God's mistake. I don't know if there are any more like me. I pray not, for their sakes, because it's pure hell. But oh, my dear, whatever I am, I just love you and love you. I thought it was dead, but it wasn't. It's alive, so terribly alive, tonight in my bedroom." And so it went on, for page after page. But never a word about Roger Antrim, and what she had seen that morning in the garden. Some fine instinct of utterly selfless protection towards this woman had managed to survive all the anguish and all the madness of that day. The letter was a terrible indictment against Stephen, a complete vindication of Angela Crosby. Angela went to her husband's study, and she stood before him utterly shaken, utterly appalled at what she would do, yet utterly and ruthlessly determined to do it, from a primitive instinct of self-preservation. In her ears, she could still hear that terrible laughter, that uncanny, hysterical, agonized laughter. Stephen was mad, and God only knew what she might do or say in a moment of madness. And then... But she dared not look into the future. Cringing in spirit and trembling in body, she forgot the girl's faithful and loyal devotion, her will to forgive, her desire to protect, so clearly set forth in that pitiful letter. She said, "Ralph, I want to ask your advice. I'm in an awful mess. It's Stephen Gordon. You think I've been carrying on with Roger. Good Lord, if you only knew what I've endured these last few months. I have seen a great deal of Roger, I admit. Quite innocently, of course. Still, all the same, I've seen him. I thought it would show her that I'm not. For one moment, her voice seemed about to fail her, and she went on quite firmly. That I'm not a pervert. That I'm not that sort of degenerate creature." He sprang up. "What?" he bellowed. "Yes, I know, it's too awful. I ought to have asked your advice about it, but I really did like the girl just at first, and after that, well, I set out to reform her. Oh, I know I've been crazy, worse than crazy if you like. It was hopeless, right from the very beginning. If I'd only known more about that sort of thing, I'd have come to you at once, but I'd never met it. She was our neighbour, too, which made it more awkward. And not only that, her position in the county. Oh, Ralph, you must help me. I'm completely bewildered. How on earth does one answer this sort of thing? It's quite mad. I believe the girl's half mad herself." And she handed him Stephen's letter. He read it slowly, and as he did so his weak little eyes grew literally scarlet, puffy and scarlet, all over their lids. And when he had finished reading that letter, he turned and spat on the ground. Then Ralph's language became a thing to forget. Every filthy invective learnt in the slums of his youth, and later on in the workshops, he hurled against Stephen and all her kind. He called down the wrath of the Lord upon them. He deplored the non-existence of the stake, and racked his brains for indecent tortures. And finally, "I'll answer this letter. Yes, by God I will. You leave her to me. I know how I'm going to answer this letter." Angela asked him, and now her voice shook. "Ralph, what will you do to her? To Stephen?" He laughed loudly. "I'll hound her out of the county before I've done, and with luck out of England. The same as I'd hound you out if I thought there'd ever been anything between you two women. It's damn lucky for you that she wrote this letter. Damn lucky. Otherwise I might have my suspicions. You've got off this time, but don't try your reforming again. You're not cut out to be a reformer. If there's any of that Lamb of God stuff wanted, I'll see to it myself, and don't you forget it." He slipped the letter into his pocket. "I'll see to it myself next time, with an axe." Angela turned and went out of the study with bowed head. She was saved through this great betrayal, yet most strangely bitter she found her salvation, and most shameful the price she had paid for her safety. So, greatly daring, she went to her desk and with trembling fingers took a sheet of paper. Then she wrote, in her large, rather childish handwriting, "Stephen, when you know what I've done, forgive me." Chapter 27. 2 days later, Anna Gordon sent for her daughter. Stephen found her sitting quite still in that vast drawing-room of hers, which, as always, smelt faintly of orris root, beeswax, and violets. Her thin white hands were folded in her lap, closely folded over a couple of letters. and it seemed to Stephen that all of a sudden she saw in her mother a very old woman. A very old woman with terrible eyes, pitiless, hard and deeply accusing, so that she could but shrink from their gaze, since they were the eyes of her mother. Anna said, "Lock the door, then come and stand here." In absolute silence, Stephen obeyed her. Thus it was that those two confronted each other. Flesh of flesh, blood of blood. They confronted each other across the wide gulf set between them. Then Anna handed her daughter a letter. "Read this," she said briefly, and Stephen read. "Dear Lady Anna, with deep repugnance I take up my pen, for certain things won't bear thinking about, much less being written. But I feel that I owe you some explanation of my reasons for having come to the decision that I cannot permit your daughter to enter my house again, or my wife to visit Morton. I enclose a copy of your daughter's letter to my wife, which I feel is sufficiently clear to make it unnecessary for me to write further, except to add that my wife is returning the 2 costly presents given her by Miss Gordon. I remain, yours very truly, Ralph Crosby." Stephen stood, as though turned to stone for a moment. Not so much as a muscle twitched. Then she handed the letter back to her mother without speaking, and in silence Anna received it. "Stephen, when you know what I've done, forgive me." The childish scrawl seemed suddenly on fire. It seemed to scorch Stephen's fingers as she touched it in her pocket. So this was what Angela had done. In a blinding flash, the girl saw it all. The miserable weakness, the fear of betrayal, the terror of Ralph, and of what he would do should he learn of that guilty night with Roger. Oh, but Angela might have spared her this last wound to her loyal and faithful devotion, this last insult to all that was best and most sacred in her love. Angela had feared betrayal at the hands of the creature who loved her. But now her mother was speaking again. "And this. Read this and tell me if you wrote it or if that man's lying." And Stephen must read her own misery, jibing at her from those pages in Ralph Crosby's stiff and clerical handwriting. She looked up. "Yes, mother, I wrote it." Then Anna began to speak very slowly, as though nothing of what she would say must be lost, and that slow, quiet voice was more dreadful than anger. "All your life I felt very strangely towards you," she was saying. "I felt a kind of physical repulsion, a desire not to touch or to be touched by you. A terrible thing for a mother to feel. It has often made me deeply unhappy. I've often felt that I was being unjust, unnatural. But now I know that my instinct was right. It is you who are unnatural, not I." "Mother, stop!" "It is you who are unnatural, not I, and this thing that you are is a sin against creation. Above all is this thing a sin against your father, who bred you, the father whom you dare to resemble. You dare to look like your father, and your face is a living insult to his memory, Stephen. I shall never be able to look at you now without thinking of the deadly insult of your face and your body to the memory of the father who bred you. I can only thank God that your father died before he was asked to endure this great shame. As for you, I would rather see you dead at my feet than standing before me with this thing upon you, this unspeakable outrage that you call love, in that letter which you don't deny having written. In that letter you say things that may only be said between man and woman, and coming from you they are vile and filthy words of corruption, against nature, against God who created nature. My gorge rises. You have made me feel physically sick." "Mother, you don't know what you're saying. You're my mother." "Yes, I am your mother. But for all that, you seem to me like a scourge. I ask myself, what have I ever done to be dragged down into the depths by my daughter? And your father, what had he ever done? And you have presumed to use the word love in connection with this, with these lusts of your body, these unnatural cravings of your unbalanced mind and undisciplined body. You have used that word. I have loved. Do you hear? I have loved your father, and your father loved me. That was love. Then, suddenly, Stephen knew that unless she could, indeed, drop dead at the feet of this woman in whose womb she had quickened, there was one thing that she dared not let pass unchallenged, and that was this terrible slur upon her love, and all that was in her rose up to refute it, to protect her love from such unbearable soiling. It was part of herself, and unless she could save it, she could not save herself any more. She must stand or fall by the courage of that love to proclaim its right to toleration. She held up her hand, commanding silence, commanding that slow, quiet voice to cease speaking, and she said, "As my father loved you, I loved. As a man loves a woman, that was how I loved, protectively, like my father. I wanted to give all I had in me to give. It made me feel terribly strong and gentle. It was good, good, good. I'd have laid down my life 1,000 times over for Angela Crosby. If I could have, I'd have married her and brought her home. I wanted to bring her home here to Morton. If I loved her the way a man loves a woman, it's because I can't feel that I am a woman. All my life I've never felt like a woman, and you know it. You say you've always disliked me, that you've always felt a strange physical repulsion. I don't know what I am. No one's ever told me that I'm different, and yet I know that I'm different. That's why I suppose you felt as you have done, and for that I forgive you. Though whatever it was you and my father who made this body. But what I will never forgive is your daring to try and make me ashamed of my love. I'm not ashamed of it. There's no shame in me." And now she was stammering a little wildly. "Good and fine it was," she stammered. "The best part of myself. I gave all and I asked nothing in return. I just went on hopelessly loving." She broke off. She was shaking from head to foot, and Anna's cold voice fell like icy water on that angry and sorely tormented spirit. "You have spoken, Stephen. I don't think there's much more that needs to be said between us, except this. We two cannot live together at Morton. Not now, because I might grow to hate you. Yes, although you're my child, I might grow to hate you. The same roof mustn't shelter us both any more. One of us must go. Which of us shall it be?" And she looked at Stephen and waited. Morton. They could not both live at Morton. Something seemed to catch hold of the girl's heart and twist it. She stared at her mother, aghast for a moment, while Anna stared back. She was waiting for her answer. But quite suddenly, Stephen found her manhood, and she said, "I understand. I'll leave Morton." Then Anna made her daughter sit down beside her, while she talked of how this thing might be accomplished, in a way that would cause the least possible scandal. "For the sake of your father's honourable name, I must ask you to help me, Stephen." It was better, she said, that Stephen should take Puddle with her, if Puddle would consent to go. They might live in London, or somewhere abroad, on the pretext that Stephen wished to study. From time to time, Stephen would come back to Morton and visit her mother, and during those visits they two would take care to be seen together, for appearance's sake, for the sake of her father. She could take from Morton whatever she needed, the horses, and anything else she wished. Certain of the rent rolls would be paid over to her, should her own income prove insufficient. All things must be done in a way that was seemly. No undue haste, no suspicion of a breach between mother and daughter. "For the sake of your father, I ask this of you, not for your sake or mine, but for his. Do you consent to this, Stephen?" And Stephen answered, "Yes, I consent." Then Anna said, "I'd like you to leave me now. I feel tired and I want to be alone for a little. but presently I shall send for Puddle to discuss her living with you in the future." So Stephen got up, and she went away, leaving Anna Gordon alone. As though drawn there by some strong natal instinct, Stephen went straight to her father's study, and she sat in the old armchair that had survived him. Then she buried her face in her hands. All the loneliness that had gone before was as nothing to this new loneliness of spirit. An immense desolation swept down upon her, an immense need to cry out and claim understanding for herself, an immense need to find an answer to the riddle of her unwanted being. All around her were grey and crumbling ruins, and under those ruins her love lay bleeding, shamefully wounded by Angela Crosby, shamefully soiled and defiled by her mother. A piteous, suffering, defenceless thing. It lay bleeding under the ruins. She felt blind when she tried to look into the future, stupefied when she tried to look back on the past. She must go. She was going away from Morton. From Morton. I'm going away from Morton. The words thudded drearily in her brain. I'm going away from Morton. The grave, comely house would not know her any more, nor the garden where she had heard the cuckoo with the dawning understanding of a child, nor the lakes where she had kissed Angela Crosby for the first time, full on the lips as a lover. The good, sweet-smelling meadows with their placid cattle. She was going to leave them. And the hills that protected poor unhappy lovers, the merciful hills, and the lanes with their sleepy dog roses at evening, and the little old township of Upton-on-Severn, with its battle-scarred church and its yellowish river. That was where she had first seen Angela Crosby. The spring would come sweeping across Castle Morton, bringing strong, clean winds to the open common. The spring would come sweeping across the whole valley, from the Cotswold Hills right up to the Malverns, bringing daffodils by their hundreds and thousands, bringing bluebells to the beechwood down by the lakes, bringing cygnets for Peter the swan to protect, bringing sunshine to warm the old bricks of the house. But she would not be there any more in the spring. In summer, the roses would not be her roses, nor the luminous carpet of leaves in the autumn, nor the beautiful winter forms of the beech trees. And on evenings in winter, these lakes are quite frozen, and the ice looks like slabs of gold in the sunset, when you and I come and stand here in the winter. No, not that memory. It was too much. When you and I come and stand here in the winter. Getting up, she wandered about the room, touching its kind and familiar objects, stroking the desk, examining a pen, grown rusty from long disuse as it lay there. Then she opened a little drawer in the desk and took out the key of her father's locked bookcase. Her mother had told her to take what she pleased. She would take one or two of her father's books. She had never examined this special bookcase, and she could not have told why she suddenly did so. As she slipped the key into the lock and turned it, the action seemed curiously automatic. She began to take out the volumes, slowly and with listless fingers, scarcely glancing at their titles. It gave her something to do, that was all. She thought that she was trying to distract her attention. Then she noticed that on a shelf near the bottom was a row of books standing behind the others. The next moment she had one of these in her hand and was looking at the name of the author, Krafft Ebing. She had never heard of that author before. All the same, she opened the battered old book. Then she looked more closely, for there, on its margins, were notes in her father's small scholarly hand, and she saw that her own name appeared in those notes. She began to read, sitting down rather abruptly. For a long time she read, then went back to the bookcase and got out another of those volumes, and another. The sun was now setting behind the hills. The garden was growing dusky with shadows. In the study there was little light left to read by, so that she must take her book to the window and must bend her face closer over the page, but still she read on and on in the dusk. Then suddenly she had got to her feet and was talking aloud. She was talking to her father. "You knew! All the time you knew this thing, but because of your pity you wouldn't tell me? Oh, Father! And there are so many of us, thousands of miserable, unwanted people who have no right to love, no right to compassion because they're maimed, hideously maimed and ugly. God's cruel. He let us get flawed in the making." And then, before she knew what she was doing, she had found her father's old, well-worn Bible. There she stood, demanding a sign from heaven. Nothing less than a sign from heaven she demanded. The Bible fell open near the beginning. She read, "And the Lord set a mark upon Cain." Then Stephen hurled the Bible away, and she sank down completely hopeless and beaten, rocking her body backwards and forwards with a kind of abrupt yet methodical rhythm. "And the Lord set a mark upon Cain, upon Cain." She was rocking now in rhythm to those words. "And the Lord set a mark upon Cain, upon Cain, upon Cain, and the Lord set a mark upon Cain." That was how Puddle came in and found her. And Puddle said, "Where you go, I go, Stephen. All that you're suffering at this moment, I've suffered. It was when I was very young like you, but I still remember." Stephen looked up with bewildered eyes. "Would you go with Cain, whom God marked?" she said slowly, for she had not understood Puddle's meaning. So she asked her once more, "Would you go with Cain?" Puddle put an arm around Stephen's bowed shoulders and she said, "You've got work to do. Come and do it. Why, just because you are what you are, you may actually find that you've got an advantage. You may write with a curious double insight, write both men and women from a personal knowledge. Nothing's completely misplaced or wasted. I'm sure of that. And we're all part of nature. Some day the world will recognise this. But meanwhile, there's plenty of work that's waiting. For the sake of all the others who are like you, but less strong and less gifted perhaps, many of them, it's up to you to have the courage to make good. And I'm here to help you do it, Stephen." End of section 12. Read by Hazel Moon Stornoway. 20th of May, 2025. Section 13 of The Well of Loneliness by Radclyffe Hall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Chapter 28. A pale glint of sunshine, devoid of all warmth, lay over the wide expanse of the river, touching the funnel of a passing tug that tore at the water like a clumsy harrow. But a field of water is not for the sowing, and the river closed back in the wake of the tug, deftly obliterating all traces of its noisy and foolish passing. The trees along the Chelsea embankment bent and creaked in a sharp March wind. The wind was urging the sap in their branches to flow with a more determined purpose, but the skin of their bodies was blackened and soot-clogged, so that when touched it left soot on the fingers, and knowing this, they were always disheartened, and therefore a little slow to respond to the urge of the wind. They were city trees, which are always somewhat disheartened. Away to the right, against a toneless sky, stood the tall factory chimneys, beloved of young artists, especially those whose skill is not great, for few can go wrong over factory chimneys. While across the stream, Battersea Park still looked misty, as though barely convalescent from fog. In her large, long, rather low-ceilinged study, whose casement windows looked over the river, sat Stephen, with her feet stretched out to the fire and her hands thrust into her jacket pockets. Her eyelids drooped. She was all but asleep, although it was early afternoon. She had worked through the night, a deplorable habit, and one of which Puddle quite rightly disapproved. but when the spirit of work was on her, it was useless to argue with Stephen. Puddle looked up from her embroidery frame and pushed her spectacles under her forehead, the better to see the drowsy Stephen, for Puddle's eyes had grown very long-sighted, so that the room looked blurred through her glasses. She thought, "Yes, she's changed a good deal in these 2 years." Then she sighed, half in sadness and half in contentment. "All the same, she is making good," thought Puddle, remembering with a quick thrill of pride that the long-limbed creature who lounged by the fire had suddenly sprung into something like fame thanks to a fine first novel. Stephen yawned, and readjusting her spectacles, Puddle resumed her wool work. It was true that the 2 long years of exile had left their traces on Stephen's face. It had grown much thinner and more determined. Some might have said that the face had hardened, for the mouth was less ardent and much less gentle, and the lips now drooped at the corners. The strong, rather massive line of the jaw looked aggressive these days by reason of its thinness. Faint furrows had come between the thick brows, and faint shadows showed at times under the eyes. The eyes themselves were the eyes of a writer, always a little tired in expression. Her complexion was paler than it had been in the past. It had lost the look of wind and sunshine, the open-air look, and the fingers of the hand that slowly emerged from her jacket pocket were heavily stained with nicotine. She was now a voracious smoker. Her hair was quite short. In a mood of defiance, she had suddenly walked off to the barber's one morning and had made him crop it close like a man's. And mightily did this fashion become her, for now the fine shape of her head was unmarred by the stiff, clumpy plait in the nape of her neck. Released from the torment imposed upon it, the thick auburn hair could breathe and wave freely, and Stephen had grown fond and proud of her hair. 100 strokes must it have with the brush every night until it looked burnished. Sir Philip had also been proud of his hair in the days of his youthful manhood. Stephen's life in London had been one long endeavour, for work to her had become a narcotic. Puddle it was who had found the flat with the casement windows that looked on the river, and Puddle it was who now kept the accounts, paid the rent, settled bills, and managed the servants. All these details Stephen calmly ignored, and the faithful Puddle allowed her to do so. Like an ageing and anxious Vestal Virgin, she tended the holy fire of inspiration, feeding the flame with suitable food, good grilled meat, light puddings, and much fresh fruit, varied by little painstaking surprises from Jackson's or Fortnum and Mason. For Stephen's appetite was not what it had been in the vigorous days of Morton. Now there were times when she could not eat, or if she must eat she did so protesting, fidgeting to go back to her desk. At such times Puddle would steal into the study with a tin of Brand's essence. She had even been known to feed the recalcitrant author piecemeal, until Stephen must laugh and gobble up the jelly for the sake of getting on with her writing. Only one duty, apart from her work, had Stephen never for a moment neglected, and that was the care and the welfare of Raftery. The cob had been sold, and her father's chestnut she had given away to Colonel Antrim, who had sworn not to let the horse out of his hands for the sake of his lifelong friend Sir Philip. But Raftery she had brought up to London. She herself had found and rented his stable, with comfortable rooms above for Jim, the groom she had taken from Morton. Every morning she rode, very early in the park, which seemed a futile and dreary business. But now only thus could the horse and his owner contrive to be together for a little. Sometimes she fancied that Raftery sighed as she cantered him round and round the Row, and then she would stoop down and speak to him softly. "My Raftery, I know. It's not Castle Morton or the hills or the big green Severn Valley, but I love you." And because he had understood her, he would throw up his head and begin to prance sideways, pretending that he still felt very youthful, pretending that he was wild with delight at the prospect of cantering round the Row. But after a while, these two sorry exiles would droop and move forward without much spirit. Each, in a separate way, would divine the ache in the other, the ache that was Morton, so that Stephen would cease to urge the beast forward, and Raftery would cease to pretend to Stephen. But when, twice a year, at her mother's request, Stephen must go back to visit her home, then Raftery went too, and his joy was immense when he felt the good springy turf beneath him, when he sighted the red brick stables of Morton, when he rolled in the straw of his large airy loose box. The years would seem to slip from his shoulders. He grew sleeker. He would look like a 5-year-old. Yet to Stephen these visits of theirs were anguish because of her love for Morton. She would feel like a stranger within the gates, an unwanted stranger, there only on sufferance. It would seem to her that the old house withdrew itself from her love very gravely and sadly, that its windows no longer beckoned, invited, "Come home, come home, come inside quickly, Stephen." And she would not dare to proffer her love, which would burden her heart to breaking. She must now pay many calls with her mother, must attend all the formal social functions. This for the sake of appearances, lest the neighbours should guess the breach between them. She must keep up the fiction that she found in a city the stimulus necessary to her work, she who was filled with a hungry longing for the green of the hills, for the air of wide spaces, for the mornings and the noontides and the evenings of Morton. All these things she must do for the sake of her father, ay, and for the sake of Morton. On her first visit home, Anna had said very quietly one day, "There's something, Stephen, that I think I ought to tell you, perhaps, though it's painful to me to reopen the subject. There has been no scandal. That man held his tongue. You'll be glad to know this because of your father. And, Stephen, the Crosbys have sold the Grange and gone to America, I believe." She had stopped abruptly, not looking at Stephen, who had nodded, unable to answer. So now there were quite different folk at the Grange, folk very much more to the taste of the county. Admiral Carson and his apple-cheeked wife, who, childless herself, adored mothers' meetings. Stephen must sometimes go to the Grange with Anna, who liked the Carsons. Very grave and aloof had Stephen become, too reserved, too self-assured, thought her neighbours. They supposed that success had gone to her head, for no one was now allowed to divine the terrible shyness that made social intercourse such a miserable torment. Life had already taught Stephen one thing, and that was that never must human beings be allowed to suspect that a creature fears them. The fear of the one is a spur to the many, for the primitive hunting instinct dies hard. It is better to face a hostile world than to turn one's back for a moment. But at least she was spared meeting Roger Antrim, and for this she was most profoundly thankful. Roger had gone with his regiment to Malta, so that they two did not see each other. Violet was married and living in London, in the perfect duck of a house in Belgravia. From time to time she would blow in on Stephen, but not often, because she was very much married, with one baby already and another on the way. She was somewhat subdued and much less maternal than she had been when first she met Alec. If Anna was proud of her daughter's achievement, she said nothing, beyond the very few words that must of necessity be spoken. "I'm so glad your book has succeeded, Stephen." "Thank you, Mother." Then, as always, these two fell silent. Those long and eloquent silences of theirs were now of almost daily occurrence when they found themselves together. Nor could they look each other in the eyes any more. Their eyes were forever shifting, and sometimes Anna's pale cheeks would flush very slightly when she was alone with Stephen, perhaps at her thoughts. And Stephen would think, it's because she can't help remembering. For the most part, however, they shunned all contact by common consent, except when in public. And this studied avoidance tore at their nerves. They were now well nigh obsessed by each other, forever secretly laying their plans in order to avoid a meeting. Thus it was that these obligatory visits to Morton were a pretty bad strain on Stephen. She would get back to London unable to sleep, unable to eat, unable to write, and with such a despairing and sickening heartache for the grave old house the moment she had left it, that Puddle would have to be very severe in order to pull her together. "I'm ashamed of you, Stephen. What's happened to your courage? You don't deserve your phenomenal success if you go on like this. God help the new book. I suppose you're going to be a one-book author." Scowling darkly, Stephen would go to her desk. She had no wish to be a one-book author. Yet as everything comes, as grist to the mill of those who are destined from birth to be writers, poverty or riches, good or evil, gladness or sorrow, all grist to the mill. So the pain of Morton burning down to the spirit in Stephen had kindled a bright hot flame, and all that she had written by its light, seeing exceedingly clearly. As though in a kind of self-preservation, her mind had turned to quite simple people, humble people, sprung from the soil, from the same kind soil that had nurtured Morton. None of her own strange emotions had touched them, and yet they were part of her own emotions, a part of her longing for simplicity and peace, a part of her curious craving for the normal. And although at this time Stephen did not know it, their happiness had sprung from her moments of joy, their sorrows from the sorrow she had known and still knew, their frustrations from her own bitter emptiness, their fulfilments from her longing to be fulfilled. These people had drawn life and strength from their Creator. Like infants, they had sucked at her breasts of inspiration and drawn from them blood, waxing wonderfully strong, demanding, compelling thereby recognition. For surely thus only are fine books written. They must somehow partake of the miracle of blood, the strange and terrible miracle of blood, the giver of life, the purifier, the great final expiation. But one thing there was that Puddle still feared, and this was the girl's desire for isolation. To her it appeared like a weakness in Stephen. She divined the bruised humility of spirit that now underlay this desire for isolation, and she did her best to frustrate it. It was Puddle who had forced the embarrassed Stephen to let in the press photographers, and Puddle it was who had given the details for the captions that were to appear with the pictures. "If you choose to behave like a hermit crab, I shall use my own judgment about what I say." "I don't care a tinker's darn what you say. Now leave me in peace, do, Puddle." It was Puddle who answered the telephone calls. "I'm afraid Miss Gordon will be busy working. What name did you say?" "Oh, the Literary Monthly, I see. Well, suppose you come on Wednesday." And on Wednesday morning there was old Puddle waiting to waylay the anxious young man who had been commanded to dig up some copy about the new novelist Stephen Gordon. Then Puddle had smiled at the anxious young man and had shepherded him into her own little sanctum and had given him a comfortable chair and had stirred the fire the better to warm him. And the young man had noticed her charming smile and had thought how kind was this ageing woman, and how damned hard it was to go tramping the streets in quest of erratic, unsociable authors. Puddle had said, still smiling kindly, "I'd hate you to go back without your copy, but Miss Gordon's been working overtime lately. I dare not disturb her. You don't mind, do you? Now, if you could possibly make shift with me, I really do know a great deal about her. As a matter of fact, I'm her ex-governess, so I really do know quite a lot about her." Out had come notebook and copying pencil. It was easy to talk to this sympathetic woman. "Well, if you could give me some interesting details, say her taste in books and her recreations, I'd be awfully grateful. She hunts, I believe. Oh, not now. I see. Well then, she did hunt? And wasn't her father Sir Philip Gordon, who had a place down in Worcestershire and was killed by a falling tree or something? What kind of pupil did you find, Miss Gordon? I'll send her my notes when I've worked them up, but I really would like to see her, you know. Then, being a fairly sagacious young man, I've just read The Furrow. It's a wonderful book. Puddle talked glibly while the young man scribbled, and when at last he was just about going, she let him out onto the balcony from which he could look into Stephen's study. There she is at her desk. What more could you ask? She said triumphantly, pointing to Stephen, whose hair was literally standing on end, as is sometimes the way with youthful authors. She even managed occasionally to make Stephen see the journalists herself. Stephen got up, stretched and went to the window. The sun had retreated behind the clouds. A kind of brown twilight hung over the embankment, for the wind had now dropped and a fog was threatening. The discouragement, common to all fine writers, was upon her. She was hating what she had written. Last night's work seemed inadequate and unworthy. She decided to put a blue pencil through it and to rewrite the chapter from start to finish. She began to give way to a species of panic. Her new book would be a ludicrous failure. She felt it. She would never again write a novel possessing the quality of The Furrow. The Furrow had been the result of shock, to which she had, strangely enough, reacted by a kind of unnatural mental vigour. But now she could not react any more. Her brain felt like overstretched elastic. It would not spring back. It was limp, unresponsive. And then there was something else that distracted, something she was longing to put into words, yet that shamed her so that it held her tongue-tied. She lit a cigarette, and when it was finished found another, and kindled it at the stump. "Stop embroidering that curtain, for God's sake, Puddle. I simply can't stand the sound of your needle. It makes a booming noise like a drum every time you prod that tightly stretched linen." Puddle looked up. "You're smoking too much." "I dare say I am. I can't write any more." "Since when?" "Ever since I began this new book." "Don't be such a fool." "But it's God's truth, I tell you. I feel flat. It's a kind of spiritual dryness. This new book is going to be a failure. Sometimes I think I'd better destroy it." She began to pace up and down the room, dull-eyed, yet tense as a tightly drawn bowstring. "This comes of working all night," Puddle murmured. "I must work when the spirit moves me," snapped Stephen. Puddle put aside her wool-work embroidery. She was not much moved by this sudden depression. She had grown quite accustomed to these literary moods. Yet she looked a little more closely at Stephen, and something that she saw in her face disturbed her. "You look tired to death. Why not lie down and rest?" "Rot! I want to work." "You're not fit to work. You look all on edge somehow. What's the matter with you?" And then very gently, "Stephen, come here and sit down by me, please. I must know what's the matter." Stephen obeyed, as though once again they two were back in the old Morton schoolroom. Then she suddenly buried her face in her hands. "I don't want to tell you." "Why must I, Puddle?" "Because," said Puddle, "I've a right to know. Your career's very dear to me, Stephen." Then suddenly Stephen could not resist the blessed relief of confiding in Puddle once more, of taking this great new trouble to the faithful and wise little grey-haired woman, whose hand had been stretched out to save in the past. Perhaps, yet again, that hand might find the strength that was needful to save her. Not looking at Puddle, she began to talk quickly. "There's something I've been wanting to tell you, Puddle. It's about my work. There's something wrong with it. I mean that my work could be much more vital. I feel it. I know it. I'm holding it back in some way. There's something I'm always missing. Even in The Furrow, I feel I missed something. I know it was fine, but it wasn't complete because I'm not complete, and I never shall be. Can't you understand? I'm not complete. She paused, unable to find the words she wanted, then blundered on again blindly. There's a great chunk of life that I've never known, and I want to know it. I ought to know it if I'm to become a really fine writer. There's the greatest thing perhaps in the world, and I've missed it. That's what's so awful, Puddle, to know that it exists everywhere, all round me, to be constantly near it, yet always held back. To feel that the poorest people in the streets, the most ignorant people, know more than I do. And I dare to take up my pen and write, knowing less than these poor men and women in the street. Why haven't I got a right to it, Puddle? Can't you understand that I'm strong and young, so that sometimes this thing that I'm missing torments me, so that I can't concentrate on my work any more? Puddle, help me. You were young yourself once. Yes, Stephen, a long time ago I was young. But can't you remember back for my sake? And now her voice sounded almost angry in her distress. It's unfair, it's unjust. Why should I live in this great isolation of spirit and body? Why should I? Why? Why have I been afflicted with a body that must never be indulged? That must always be repressed until it grows stronger, much than my spirit, because of this unnatural repression. What have I done to be so cursed? And now it's attacking my holy of holies, my work. I shall never be a great writer because of my maimed and insufferable body. She fell silent, suddenly shy and ashamed, too much ashamed to go on speaking. And there sat Puddle, as pale as death and as speechless, having no comfort to offer, no comfort, that is, that she dared to offer, while all her fine theories about making good for the sake of those others, being noble, courageous, patient, honourable, physically pure, enduring, because it was right to endure, the terrible birthright of the invert. All Puddle's fine theories lay strewn around her like the ruins of some false and flimsy temple. And she saw at that moment but one thing clearly. True genius in chains, in the chains of the flesh, a fine spirit subject to physical bondage. And as once before she had argued with God on behalf of this sorely afflicted creature, so now she inwardly cried yet again to the Maker, whose will had created Stephen. Thine hands have made me and fashioned me together round about, yet thou dost destroy me. Then into her heart crept a bitterness very hard to endure. Yet thou dost destroy me. Stephen looked up and saw her face. Never mind, she said sharply. It's all right, Puddle, forget it. But Puddle's eyes filled with tears, and seeing this, Stephen went to her desk. Sitting down, she groped for her manuscript. I'm going to turn you out now. I must work. Don't wait for me if I'm late for dinner. Very humbly, Puddle crept out of the study. Chapter 29. Soon after the New Year, 9 months later, Stephen's second novel was published. It failed to create the sensation that the first had created. There was something disappointing about it. One critic described this as a lack of grip, and his criticism on the whole was a fair one. However, the press was disposed to be kind, remembering the merits of the furrow. But the heart of the author knoweth its own sorrows, and is seldom responsive to false consolation, so that when Puddle said, "Never mind, Stephen, you can't expect every book to be the furrow, and this one is full of literary merit," Stephen replied as she turned away, "I was writing a novel, my dear, not an essay." After this they did not discuss it any more, for what was the use of fruitless discussion? Stephen knew well, and Puddle knew also, that this book fell far short of its author's powers. Then suddenly, that spring, Raftery went very lame, and everything else was forgotten. Raftery was aged. He was now 18, so that lameness in him was not easy of healing. His life in a city had tried him sorely. He had missed the light, airy stables of Morton, and the cruel hard bed that lay under the tan of the roe had jarred his legs badly. The vet shook his head and looked very grave. "He's an aged horse, you know, and of course in his youth you hunted him pretty freely. It all counts. Everyone comes to the end of their tether, Miss Gordon. Yes, at times I'm afraid it is painful." Then seeing Stephen's face, "I'm awfully sorry not to give a more cheerful diagnosis." Other experts arrived. Every good vet in London was consulted, including Professor Hobday. No cure, no cure. It was always the same, and at times they told Stephen the old horse suffered. But this she well knew. She had seen the sweat break out darkly on Raftery's shoulders. So one morning she went into Raftery's loose box, and she sent the groom Jim out of the stable, and she laid her cheek against the beast's neck, while he turned his head and began to nuzzle. Then they looked at each other very quietly and gravely, and in Raftery's eyes was a strange new expression, a kind of half-anxious, protesting wonder at this thing men call pain. "What is it, Stephen?" She answered, forcing back her hot tears. "Perhaps, for you, the beginning, Raftery." After a while she went to his manger and let the fodder slip through her fingers. But he would not eat, not even to please her. So she called the groom back and ordered some gruel. Very gently she readjusted the clothing that had slipped to one side, first the underblanket, then the smart blue rug that was braided in red and blue, the old stable colours of Morton. The groom Jim, now a thick-set, stalwart young man, stared at her with sorrowful understanding, but he did not speak. He was almost as dumb as the beasts whom his life had been passed in tending, even dumber perhaps, for his language consisted of words, having no small sounds and small movements, such as Raftery used when he spoke with Stephen, and which meant so much more than words. She said, "I'm going now to the station to order a horse box for tomorrow. I'll let you know the time we start later. And wrap him up well. Put on plenty of clothing for the journey, please. He mustn't feel cold." The man nodded. She had not told him their destination, but he knew it already. It was Morton. Then the great clumsy fellow must pretend to be busy with a truss of fresh straw for the horse's bedding, because his face had turned a deep crimson, because his coarse lips were actually trembling, and this was not really so very strange, for those who served Raftery loved him. Raftery stepped quietly into his horse box, and Jim, with great deftness, secured the halter. Then he touched his cap and hurried away to his third-class compartment, for Stephen herself would travel with Raftery on this last journey back to the fields of Morton. Sitting down on the seat reserved for a groom, she opened the little wooden window into the box, whereupon Raftery's muzzle came up and his face looked out of the window. She fondled the soft grey plush of his muzzle. Presently she took a carrot from her pocket, but the carrot was rather hard now for his teeth, so she bit off small pieces, and these she gave him in the palm of her hand. Then she watched him eat them uncomfortably, slowly, because he was old. And this seemed so strange, for old age and Raftery went very ill together. Her mind slipped back and back over the years, until it recaptured the coming of Raftery, grey-coated and slender, and his eyes as soft as an Irish morning, and his courage as bright as an Irish sunrise, and his heart as young as the wild, eternally young heart of Ireland. She remembered what they had said to each other. Raftery had said, "I will carry you bravely. I will serve you all the days of my life." She had answered, "I will care for you night and day, Raftery, all the days of your life." She remembered their first run with hounds together. She, a youngster of 12, he, a youngster of 5. Great deeds they had done on that day together. At least they had seemed like great deeds to them. She had had a kind of fire in her heart as she galloped astride of Raftery. She remembered her father, his protective back, so broad, so kind, so patiently protective, and towards the end it had stooped a little, as though out of kindness it carried a burden. Now she knew whose burden that back had been bearing, so that it stooped a little. He'd been very proud of the fine Irish horse, very proud of his small and courageous rider. "Steady, Stephen!" But his eyes had been bright like Raftery's. "Steady on, Stephen, we're coming to a stiff one." But once they were over, he had turned round and smiled, as he had done in the days when the impudent Collins had stretched his inadequate legs to their utmost to keep up with the pace of the hunters. Long ago. It all seemed a long time ago. A long road, it seemed, leading where? She wondered. Her father had gone away into its shadows, and now after him, limping a little, went Raftery. Raftery with hollows above his eyes and down his grey neck that had once been so firm. Raftery whose splendid white teeth were now yellowed and too feeble to bite up his carrot. The train jogged and swayed, so that once the horse stumbled. Springing up, she stretched out her hand to soothe him. He seemed glad of her hand. "Don't be frightened, Raftery. Did that hurt you?" Raftery, acquainted with pain on the road that led into the shadows. Presently the hills showed over on the left, but a long way off, and when they came nearer they were suddenly very near on the right, so near that she saw the white houses on them. They looked dark. A kind of still, thoughtful darkness brooded over the hills and their low white houses. It was always so in the late afternoons, for the sun moved across to the wide Wye Valley. It would set on the western side of the hills, over the wide Wye Valley. The smoke from the chimney stacks bent downwards after rising a little and formed a blue haze, for the air was heavy with spring and dampness. Leaning from the window, she could smell the spring, the time of mating, the time of fruition. When the train stopped a minute outside the station, she fancied that she heard the singing of birds. Very softly it came, but the sound was persistent. Yes, surely, that was the singing of birds. They took Raftery in an ambulance from Great Malvern in order to spare him the jar of the roads. That night he slept in his own spacious loose box, and the faithful Jim would not leave him that night. He sat up and watched while Raftery slept in so deep a bed of yellow gold straw that it all but reached to his knees when standing. A last, inarticulate tribute this to the most gallant horse, the most courteous horse that ever stepped out of a stable. But when the sun came up over Bredon, flooding the breadth of the Severn Valley, touching the slopes of the Malvern Hills that stand opposite Bredon across the valley, gilding the old red bricks of Morton and the weather vane on its quiet stables, Stephen went into her father's study, and she loaded his heavy revolver. Then they led Raftery out and into the morning. They led him with care to the big north paddock, and stood him beside the mighty hedge that had set the seal on his youthful valour. Very still he stood, with the sun on his flanks, the groom, Jim, holding the bridle. Stephen said, "I'm going to send you away, a long way away, and I've never left you, except for a little while since you came, when I was a child, and you were quite young. But I'm going to send you a long way away because of your pain, Raftery. This is death. And beyond, they say, there's no more suffering." She paused, then spoke in a voice so low that the groom could not hear her. "Forgive me, Raftery." And Raftery stood there, looking at Stephen, and his eyes were as soft as an Irish morning, yet as brave as the eyes that looked into his. Then it seemed to Stephen that he had spoken, that Raftery had said, "Since to me you are God, what have I to forgive you, Stephen?" She took a step forward and pressed the revolver high up against Raftery's smooth grey forehead. She fired, and he dropped to the ground like a stone, lying perfectly still by the mighty hedge that had set the seal on his youthful valour. But now there broke out a great crying and wailing. "Oh me! Oh me! They've been murdering Raftery! Shame! Shame, I says! On the hand what done it, and him no common horse but a Christian!" Then loud sobbing, as though some very young child had fallen down and hurt itself badly. And there, in a small, creaky wicker bath chair, sat Williams, being bumped along over the paddock by a youthful niece who had come to Morton to take care of the old and now feeble couple, for Williams had had his first stroke that Christmas, in addition to which he was almost childish. God only knew who had told him this thing. The secret had been very carefully guarded by Stephen, who, knowing his love for the horse, had taken every precaution to spare him. Yet now, here he was, with his face all twisted by the stroke and the sobs that kept on rising. He was trying to lift his half-paralysed hand, which kept dropping back onto the arm of the bath chair. He was trying to get out of the bath chair and run to where Raftery lay stretched out in the sunshine. He was trying to speak again, but his voice had grown thick, so that no one could understand him. Stephen thought that his mind had begun to wander, for now he was surely not screaming Raftery any more, but something that sounded like "Master," and again, "Oh, Master, Master." She said, "Take him home," for he did not know her. "Take him home. You'd no business to bring him here at all. It's against my orders. Who told him about it?" And the young girl answered, "It seemed he just knowed. It was like as though Raftery told him." Williams looked up with his blurred, anxious eyes. "Who be you?" he inquired. Then he suddenly smiled through his tears. "It be good to be seeing you, Master. Seems like a long while." His voice was now clear, but exceedingly small, a small, faraway thing. If a doll had spoken, its voice might have sounded very much as the old man's did at that moment. Stephen bent over him. "Williams, I'm Stephen. Don't you know me? It's Miss Stephen. You must go straight home and get back to bed. It's still rather cold on these early spring mornings. To please me, Williams, you must go straight home. Why, your hands are frozen." But Williams shook his head and began to remember. "Raftery," he mumbled. "Something's happened to Raftery." And his sobs and his tears broke out with fresh vigour, so that his niece, frightened, tried to stop him. "Now, uncle, be quiet. I do beseech ye. It's so bad for ye carrying on in this ways. What will auntie say when she sees ye all mucked up with weeping, and your poor nose all red and dirty? I'll be taking ye home, as Miss Stephen here says. Now, uncle dear, do be quiet." She lugged the bath chair round with a jolt, and trundled it, lurching, towards the cottage. All the way back down the big north paddock, Williams wept and wailed and tried to get out. But his niece put one hefty young hand on his shoulder. With the other, she guided the lurching bath chair. Stephen watched them go. Then she turned to the groom. "Bury him here," she said briefly. Before she left Morton that same afternoon, she went once more into the large, bare stables. The stables were now completely empty, for Anna had moved her carriage horses to new quarters nearer the coachman's cottage. Over one loose box was a warped oak board bearing Collins's stud book title Marcus in red and blue letters, but the paint was dulled to a ghostly grey by encroaching mildew, while a spider had spun a large purposeful web across one side of Collins's manger. A cracked, sticky wine bottle lay on the floor, no doubt used at some time for drenching Collins, who had died in a fit of violent colic a few months after Stephen herself had left Morton. On the windowsill of the farthest loose box stood a curry comb and a couple of brushes. The comb was being eaten by rust. The brushes had lost several clumps of bristles. A jam pot of hoof polish, now hard as stone, hung tenaciously to a short stick of firewood, which time had petrified into the polish. But Raftery's loose box smelt fresh and pleasant, with a curious, dry, clean smell of new straw. A deep depression towards the middle showed where his body had lain in sleep, And seeing this, Stephen stooped down and touched it for a moment. Then she whispered, "Sleep peacefully, Raftery." She could not weep, for a great desolation too deep for tears lay over her spirit, the great desolation of things that pass away in our lifetime. And then of what good, after all, are our tears, since they cannot hold back this passing away? No, not for so much as a moment. She looked round her now at the empty stables, the unwanted, uncared-for stables of Morton. So proud they had been, that they were now so humbled. Even under cobwebs and dust were they humbled. And they had the feeling of all disused places that have once teemed with life. They felt pitifully lonely. She closed her eyes so as not to see them. Then the thought came to Stephen that this was the end of her courage and patient endurance, that this was somehow the end of Morton. She must not see the place any more. She would go a long way away. Raftery had gone a long way away. She had sent him beyond all hope of recall. But she could not follow him over that merciful frontier, for her God was more stern than Raftery's. And yet she must fly from her love for Morton. Turning, she hurriedly left the stables. Anna was standing at the foot of the stairs. "Are you leaving now, Stephen?" "Yes, I'm going, Mother." "A short visit?" "Yes, I must get back to work." "I see." Then, after a long, awkward pause, "Where would you like him buried?" "In the large north paddock where he died. I've told Jim." "Very well. I'll see that they carry out your orders." She hesitated, as though suddenly shy of Stephen again, as she had been in the past. But after a moment she went on quickly. I wondered, would you like a small stone with his name and some sort of inscription on it, just to mark the place?" "If you'd care to put one. I shan't need any stone to remember." The carriage was waiting to drive her to Malvern. "Goodbye, Mother." "Goodbye. I shall put up that stone." "Thanks. It's a very kind thought of yours." Anna said, "I'm so sorry about this, Stephen." But Stephen had hurried into the brougham. The door closed, and she did not hear her mother. End of section 13. Read by Hazel Moon. Stornoway, 22nd of May, 2025. Section 14 of The Well of Loneliness by Radclyffe Hall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30. At an old-fashioned Kensington luncheon party, not very long after Raftery's death, Stephen met and renewed her acquaintance with Jonathan Brockett, the playwright. Her mother had wished her to go to this luncheon, for the Carringtons were old family friends, and Anna insisted that from time to time her daughter should accept their invitations. At their house it was that Stephen had first seen this young man, rather over a year ago. Brockett was a connection of the Carringtons. Had he not been, Stephen might never have met him, for such gatherings bored him exceedingly, and therefore it was not his habit to attend them. But on that occasion he had not been bored, for his sharp grey eyes had lit upon Stephen, and as soon as he well could, the meal being over, he had made his way to her side and had remained there. She had found him exceedingly easy to talk to, as indeed he had wished her to find him. This first meeting had led to one or two rides in the road together, since they both rode early. Brockett had joined her quite casually one morning, after which he had called and had talked to Puddle as if he had come on purpose to see her and her only. He had charming and thoughtful manners towards all elderly people. Puddle had accepted him, while disliking his clothes, which were always just a trifle too careful. Moreover, she had disapproved of his cuff-links, platinum links set with tiny emeralds. All the same, she had made him feel very welcome, for to her it had been any port in a storm just then, She would gladly have welcomed the devil himself had she thought that he might rouse Stephen. But Stephen was never able to decide whether Jonathan Brockett attracted or repelled her. Brilliant he could be at certain times, yet curiously foolish and puerile at others, and his hands were as white and soft as a woman's. She would feel a queer little sense of outrage creeping over her when she looked at his hands. For those hands of his went so ill with him somehow. He was tall, broad-shouldered, and of an extreme thinness. His clean-shaven face was slightly sardonic and almost disconcertingly clever. An inquisitive face, too. One felt that it pried into everyone's secrets, without shame or mercy. It may have been genuine liking on his part, or mere curiosity, that had made him persist in thrusting his friendship on Stephen. But whatever it had been, it had taken the form of ringing her up almost daily at one time, of worrying her to lunch or dine with him, of inviting himself to her flat in Chelsea, or what was still worse, of dropping in on her whenever the spirit moved him. His work never seemed to worry him at all, and Stephen often wondered when his fine plays got written, for Brockett very seldom if ever discussed them, and apparently very seldom wrote them. Yet they always appeared at the critical moment when their author had run short of money. Once, for the sake of peace, she had dined with him in a species of glorified cellar. He had just then discovered the queer little place down in Seven Dials, and was very proud of it. Indeed, he was making it rather the fashion among certain literary people. He had taken a great deal of trouble that evening to make Stephen feel that she belonged to these people by right of her talent, and had introduced her as Stephen Gordon, the author of The Furrow. But all the while he had secretly watched her, with his sharp and inquisitive grey eyes. She had felt very much at ease with Brockett, as they sat at their little dimly lit table. Perhaps because her instinct divined that this man would never require of her more than she could give, that the most he would ask for at any time would be friendship. Then one day he had casually disappeared, and she heard that he had gone to Paris for some months, as was often his custom when the climate of London had begun to get on his nerves. He had drifted away, like thistledown, without so much as a word of warning. He had not said goodbye, nor had he written, so that Stephen felt that she had never known him, so completely did he go out of her life during his sojourn in Paris. Later on she was to learn, when she knew him better, that these disconcerting lapses of interest, amounting as they did to a breach of good manners, were highly characteristic of the man, and must of necessity be accepted by all who accepted Jonathan Brockett. And now here he was back again in England, sitting next to Stephen at the Carringtons' luncheon, and as though they had met but a few hours ago, he took up calmly just where he had left her. "May I come in tomorrow?" "Well, I'm awfully busy." "But I want to come, please. I can talk to Puddle." "I'm afraid she'll be out." "Then I'll just sit and wait until she comes in. I'll be quiet as a mouse." "Oh no, Brockett, please don't. I should know you were there, and that would disturb me." "I see. A new book?" "Well, no. I'm trying to write some short stories. I've got a commission from The Good Housewife." "Sounds thrifty. I hope you're getting well paid." Then, after a rather long pause, "How's Raftery?" For a second she did not answer, and Brockett, with quick intuition, regretted his question. Not, he stammered. "Yes," she said slowly. "Raftery's dead. He went lame. I shot him." He was silent. Then he suddenly took her hand, and still without speaking, pressed it. Glancing up, she was surprised by the look in his eyes. So sorrowful it was, and so understanding. He had liked the old horse, for he liked all dumb creatures. But Raftery's death could mean nothing to him. Yet his sharp grey eyes had now softened with pity, because she had had to shoot Raftery. She thought, "What a curious fellow he is. At this moment, I suppose he actually feels something almost like grief. It's my grief he's getting, and tomorrow, of course, he'll forget all about it. Which was true enough. Brockett could compress quite a lot of emotion into an incredible short space of time, could squeeze a kind of emotional beef tea from all those with whom life brought him in contact, a strong brew, and one that served to sustain and revivify his inspiration. For 10 days, Stephen heard nothing more of Brockett. Then he rang up to announce that he was coming to dinner at her flat that very same evening. "You'll get awfully little to eat," warned Stephen, who was tired to death and who did not want him. "Oh, all right, I'll bring some dinner along," he said blithely, and with that he hung up the receiver. At 8:15 he arrived, late for dinner, and loaded like a pack mule with brown paper parcels. He looked cross. He had spoilt his new reindeer gloves with mayonnaise that had oozed through a box containing the lobster salad. He thrust the box into Stephen's hands. "Here, you take it. It's dripping. Can I have a wash rag?" But after a moment he forgot the new gloves. "I've raided Fortnum and Mason. Such fun. I do love eating things out of cardboard boxes. Hello, Puddle, darling. I sent you a plant. Did you get it? A nice little plant with brown bobbles. It smells good, and it's got a ridiculous name, like an old Italian dowager or something. Wait a minute. What's it called? Oh, yes, a Baronia. It's so humble to have such a pompous name. Stephen, do be careful. Don't rock the lobster about like that. I told you the thing was dripping." He dumped his parcels onto the hall table. "I'll take them along to the kitchen," smiled Puddle. "No, I will," said Brockett, collecting them again. "I'll do the whole thing. You leave it to me. I adore other people's kitchens." He was in his most foolish and tiresome mood, the mood when his white hands made odd little gestures, when his laugh was too high and his movements too small for the size of his broad-shouldered, rather gaunt body. Stephen had grown to dread him in this mood. There was something almost aggressive about it. It would seem to her that he thrust it upon her, showing off like a child at a Christmas party. She said sharply, "If you'll wait, I'll ring for the maid." But Brockett had already invaded the kitchen. She followed to find the cook looking offended. "I want lots and lots of dishes," he announced. Then, unfortunately, he happened to notice the parlourmaid's washing, just back from the laundry. "Brockett, what on earth are you doing?" He had put on the girl's ornate frilled cap and was busily tying on her small apron. He paused for a moment. "How do I look? What a perfect duck of an apron!" The parlourmaid giggled, and Stephen laughed. That was the worst of Jonathan Brockett. He could make you laugh in spite of yourself. When you most disapproved, you found yourself laughing. The food he had brought was the oddest assortment. Lobster, caramels, pâté de foie gras, olives, a tin of rich mixed biscuits, and a camembert cheese that was smelling loudly. There was also a bottle of Rose's lime juice and another of ready-made cocktails. He began to unpack the things one by one, clamouring for plates and entree dishes. In the process, he made a great mess on the table by upsetting most of the lobster salad. He swore roundly. "Damn the thing, it's too utterly bloody. It's ruined my gloves, and now look at the table." In grim silence, the cook repaired the damage. This mishap appeared to have damped his ardour, for he sighed and removed his cap and apron. "Can anyone open this bottle of olives? And the cocktails? Here, Stephen, you can tackle the cheese. It seems rather shy. It won't leave its kennel." In the end, it was Stephen and the cook who must do all the work, while Brockett sat down on the floor and gave them ridiculous orders. Brockett it was who ate most of the dinner, for Stephen was too overtired to feel hungry, while Puddle, whose digestion was not what it had been, was forced to content herself with a cutlet. But Brockett ate largely, and as he did so he praised himself and his food between mouthfuls. "Clever of me to have discovered this pâté. I'm so sorry for the geese, though, aren't you, Stephen? The awful thing is that it's simply delicious. I wish I knew the esoteric meaning of these mixed emotions." And he dug with a spoon at the side that appeared to contain the most truffles. From time to time he paused to inhale the gross little cigarettes he affected. Their tobacco was black, their paper was yellow, and they came from an unpropitious island where, as Brockett declared, the inhabitants died in shoals every year of some tropical fever. He drank a good deal of the Rose's lime juice, for this strong, rough tobacco always made him thirsty. Whisky went to his head and wine to his liver, so that on the whole he was forced to be temperate. But when he got home he would brew himself coffee, as viciously black as his tobacco. Presently he said with a sigh of repletion, "Well, you two, I've finished. Let's go into the study." As they left the table, he seized the mixed biscuits and the caramel creams, for he dearly loved sweet things. He would often go out and buy himself sweets in Bond Street for solitary consumption. In the study, he sank down onto the divan. "Puddle, dear, do you mind if I put my feet up? It's my new bootmaker. He's given me a corn on my right little toe. It's too heartbreaking. It was such a beautiful toe," he murmured. "Quite perfect. The one toe without a blemish." After this he seemed disinclined to talk. He had made himself a nest with the cushions and was smoking and nibbling rich mixed biscuits, routing about in the tin for his favourites. But his eyes kept straying across to Stephen, with a puzzled and rather anxious expression. At last she said, "What's the matter, Brockett? Is my necktie crooked?" "No, it's not your necktie. It's something else." He sat up abruptly. "As I came here to say it, I'll get the thing over." "Fire away, Brockett." "Do you think you'll hate me, if I'm frank?" "Of course not. Why should I hate you?" "Very well, then, listen." And now his voice was so grave that Puddle put down her embroidery. "You listen to me, you, Stephen Gordon. Your last book was quite inexcusably bad. It was no more like what we all expected, had a right to expect of you after the furrow, than that plant I sent Puddle is like an oak tree. I won't even compare it to that little plant, for the plant's alive, your book isn't. Oh, I don't mean to say that it's not well written. It's well written because you're just a born writer. You feel words. You've a perfect ear for balance and a very good all-round knowledge of English. But that's not enough. Not nearly enough. All that's a mere suitable dress for a body. And this time you've hung the dress on a dummy. A dummy can't stir our emotions, Stephen. I was talking to Ogilvy only last night. He gave you a good review, he told me, because he's got such a respect for your talent that he didn't want to put on the damper. He's like that. Too merciful, I always think. They've all been too merciful to you, my dear. They ought to have literally skinned you alive. That might have helped to show you your danger. My God, and you wrote a thing like The Furrow? What's happened? What's undermining your work? Because whatever it is, it's deadly. It must be some kind of horrid dry rot. Ah, no, it's too bad, and it mustn't go on. We've got to do something, quickly." He paused, and she stared at him in amazement. Until now, she had never seen this side of Brockett, the side of the man that belonged to his art, to all art, the one thing in life he respected. She said, "Do you really mean what you're saying?" "I mean every word," he told her. Then she asked him quite humbly, "What must I do to save my work?" For she realised that he had been speaking the stark, bitter truth, that indeed she had needed no one to tell her that her last book had been altogether unworthy, a poor, lifeless thing, having no health in it. He considered. "It's a difficult question, Stephen. Your own temperament is so much against you. You're so strong in some ways and yet so timid. Such a mixture. And you're terribly frightened of life. Now why? You must try to stop being frightened, to stop hiding your head. You need life. You need people. People are the food that we writers live on. Get out and devour them. Squeeze them dry, Stephen. My father once told me something like that. Not quite in those words, but something very like it. Then your father must have been a sensible man, smiled Brockett. Now, I had a perfect beast of a father. Well, Stephen, I'll give you my advice for what it's worth. You want a real change. Why not go abroad somewhere? Get right away for a bit from your England. You'll probably write it a damn sight better when you're far enough off to see the perspective. Start with Paris. It's an excellent jumping-off place. Then you might go across to Italy or Spain. Go anywhere, only do get a move on. No wonder you've atrophied here in London. I can put you wise about people in Paris. You ought to know Valerie Seymour, for instance. She's very good fun and a perfect darling. I'm sure you'd like her. Everyone does. Her parties are a kind of human bran pie. You just plunge in your fist and see what happens. You may draw a prize, or you may draw blank, but it's always worthwhile to go to her parties. Oh, but good Lord, there are so many things that stimulate one in Paris. He talked on about Paris for a little while longer. Then he got up to go. Well, goodbye, my dears, I'm off. I've given myself indigestion. And do look at Puddle. She's blind with fury. I believe she's going to refuse to shake hands. Don't be angry, Puddle. I'm very well-meaning. Yes, of course, answered Puddle, but her voice sounded cold. After he had gone, they stared at each other. Then Stephen said, What a queer revelation. Who would have thought that Brockett could get so worked up? His moods are kaleidoscopic. She was purposely forcing herself to speak lightly. But Puddle was angry, bitterly angry. Her pride was wounded to the quick for Stephen. The man's a perfect fool, she said gruffly, and I didn't agree with one word he said. I expect he's jealous of your work. They all are. They're a mean-minded lot, these writing people. And looking at her, Stephen thought sadly, She's tired. I'm wearing her out in my service. A few years ago, she'd never have tried to deceive me like this. She's losing courage. Aloud, she said, Don't be cross with Brockett. He meant to be friendly. I'm quite sure of that. My work will buck up. I've been feeling slack lately, and it's told on my writing. I suppose it was bound to. Then the merciful lie. But I'm not a bit frightened. Stephen rested her head on her hand as she sat at her desk. It was well past midnight. She was heartsick, as only a writer can be whose day has been spent in useless labour. All that she had written that day she would destroy, and now it was well past midnight. She turned, looking wearily round the study, and it came upon her with a slight sense of shock that she was seeing this room for the very first time, and that everything in it was abnormally ugly. The flat had been furnished when her mind had been too much afflicted to care in the least what she bought, and now all her possessions seemed clumsy or puerile, from the small foolish chairs to the large roll-top desk. There was nothing personal about any of them. How had she endured this room for so long? Had she really written a fine book in it? Had she sat in it evening after evening and come back to it morning after morning? Then she must have been blind indeed. What a place for any author to work in! She had taken nothing with her from Morton but the hidden books found in her father's study. These she had taken, as though in a way they were hers by some intolerable birthright. For the rest, she had shrunk from depriving the house of its ancient and honoured possessions. Morton, so quietly perfect a thing, yet the thing of all others that she must fly from, that she must forget. But she could not forget it in these surroundings. They reminded by contrast. Curious what Brockett had said that evening about putting the sea between herself and England. In view of her own half-formed plan to do so, his words had come as a kind of echo of her thoughts. It was almost as though he had peeped through a secret keyhole into her mind, had been spying upon her trouble. But what right did this curious man spy upon her? This man with the soft white hands of a woman, with the movements befitting those soft white hands, yet so ill befitting the rest of his body. By no right. And how much had the creature found out? when his eye had been pressed to that secret keyhole. Clever. Brockett was fiendishly clever. All his whims and his foibles could not disguise it. His face gave him away. A hard, clever face with sharp eyes that were glued to other people's keyholes. That was why Brockett wrote such fine plays, such cruel plays. He fed his genius on live flesh and blood. Carnivorous genius. Moloch, fed upon live flesh and blood. But she, Stephen, had tried to feed her inspiration upon herbage, the kind green herbage of Morton. For a little while such food had sufficed, but now her talent had sickened, was dying perhaps. Or had she too fed it on blood, her heart's blood, when she had written the furrow? If so, her heart would not bleed any more. Perhaps it could not. Perhaps it was dry. A dry, withered thing. For she did not feel love these days when she thought of Angela Crosby. That must mean that her heart had died within her. A gruesome companion to have. A dead heart. Angela Crosby. And yet there were times when she longed intensely to see this woman, to hear her speak, to stretch out her arms and clasp them around the woman's body. Not gently, not patiently as in the past, but roughly, brutally even. Beastly. It was beastly. She felt degraded. She had no love to offer Angela Crosby, not now. Only something that lay like a stain on the beauty of what had once been love. Even this memory was marred and defiled, by herself, even more than by Angela Crosby. Came the thought of that unforgettable scene with her mother. I would rather see you dead at my feet. Oh yes, very easy to talk about death, but not so easy to manage the dying. We two cannot live together at Morton. One of us must go. Which of us shall it be? The subtlety, the craftiness of that question, which in common decency could have but one answer. Oh well, she had gone and would go even farther. Raftery was dead. There was nothing to hold her. She was free. What a terrible thing could be freedom. Trees were free when they were uprooted by the wind. Ships were free when they were torn from their moorings. Men were free when they were cast out of their homes. Free to starve, free to perish of cold and hunger. At Morton there lived an ageing woman, with sorrowful eyes, now a little dim from gazing for so long into the distance. Only once, since her gaze had been fixed on the dead, had this woman turned it full on her daughter, and then her eyes had been changed into something accusing, ruthless, abominably cruel. Through looking upon what had seemed abominable to them, they themselves had become an abomination. Horrible! And yet how dared they accuse? What right had a mother to abominate the child that had sprung from her own secret moments of passion? She, the honoured, the fulfilled, the fruitful, the loving and loved, had despised the fruit of her love. Its fruit? No, rather its victim. She thought of her mother's protected life, that had never had to face this terrible freedom. Like a vine that clings to a warm southern wall, it had clung to her father, it still clung to Morton. In the spring had come gentle and nurturing rains. In the summer the strong and health-giving sunshine. In the winter a deep, soft covering of snow. Cold, yet protecting the delicate tendrils. All she had had. She had never gone empty of love in the days of her youthful ardour, had never known longing, shame, degradation, but rather great joy and great pride in her loving. Her love had been pure in the eyes of the world, for she had been able to indulge it with honour. Still with honour she had borne a child to her mate, but a child who, unlike her, must go unfulfilled all her days, or else live in abject dishonour. Oh, but a hard and pitiless woman this mother must be, for all her soft beauty, shamelessly finding shame in her offspring. I would rather see you dead at my feet. Too late your love gave me life. Here am I, the creature you made through your loving. By your passion you created the thing that I am. Who are you to deny me the right to love? But for you, I need never have known existence. And now there crept into Stephen's brain the worst torment of all, a doubt of her father. He had known, and knowing he had not told her. He had pitied, and pitying had not protected. He had feared, and fearing had saved only himself. Had she had a coward for a father? She sprang up and began to pace the room. Not this. She could not face this new torment. She had stained her love, the love of the lover. She dared not stain this one thing that remained, the love of the child for the father. If this light went out, the engulfing darkness would consume her, destroying her entirely. Man could not live by darkness alone. One point of light he must have for salvation. One point of light. The most perfect being of all had cried out for light in his darkness. Even he, the most perfect being of all. And then, as though in answer to prayer, to some prayer that her trembling lips had not uttered, came the memory of a patient, protective back, bowed as though bearing another's burden. Came the memory of horrible, soul-thickening pain. No, not that. Something urgent I want to say. No drugs. I know I'm dying, Evans. And again, a heroic and tortured effort. Anna, it's Stephen. Listen. Stephen suddenly held out her arms to this man, who, though dead, was still her father. But even in this blessed moment of easement, her heart hardened again at the thought of her mother. A fresh wave of bitterness flooded her soul, so that the light seemed all but extinguished. Very faintly it gleamed, like the little lantern on a buoy that is tossed by tempest. Sitting down at her desk, she found pen and paper. She wrote, Mother, I'm going abroad quite soon, but I shall not see you to say goodbye, because I don't want to come back to Morton. These visits of mine have always been painful, and now my work is beginning to suffer. That I cannot allow. I live only for my work, and so I intend to guard it in future. There can be now no question of gossip or scandal, for everyone knows that I am a writer, and as such may have occasion to travel. But in any case, I care very little these days for the gossip of neighbours. For nearly 3 years I have borne your yoke. I have tried to be patient and understanding. I have tried to think that your yoke was a just one, a just punishment, perhaps, for my being what I am, the creature whom you and my father created. But now I am going to bear it no longer. If my father had lived, he would have shown pity, whereas you showed me none, and yet you were my mother. In my hour of great need, you utterly failed me. You turned me away like some unclean thing that was unfit to live any longer at Morton. You insulted what to me seemed both natural and sacred. I went, but now I shall not come back any more to you or to Morton. Puddle will be with me because she loves me. If I'm saved at all, it is she who has saved me, and so for as long as she wishes to throw in her lot with mine, I shall let her. Only one thing more. She will send you our address from time to time, but don't write to me, Mother. I am going away in order to forget, and your letters would only remind me of Morton. She read over what she had written 3 times, finding nothing at all that she wished to add, no word of tenderness or of regret. She felt numb and then unbelievably lonely, but she wrote the address in her firm handwriting. The Lady Anna Gordon, she wrote, Morton Hall, near Upton-on-Severn. And when she wept, as she presently must do, covering her face with her large brown hands, her spirit felt unrefreshed by this weeping, for the hot, angry tears seemed to scorch her spirit. Thus was Anna Gordon baptized through her child as by fire, unto the loss of their mutual salvation. End of section 14. Read by Hazel Moon Stornoway. 24th of May, 2025. Section 15 of The Well of Loneliness by Radclyffe Hall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31. It was Jonathan Brockett who had recommended the little hotel in the Rue Saint-Roch, and when Stephen and Puddle arrived one evening that June, feeling rather tired and dejected, they found their sitting room bright with roses. Roses for Puddle, and on the table 2 boxes of Turkish cigarettes for Stephen. Brockett, they learnt, had ordered these things by writing specially from London. Barely had they been in Paris a week when Jonathan Brockett turned up in person. "Hello, my dears. I've come over to see you. Everything all right? Are you being looked after?" He sat down in the only comfortable chair and proceeded to make himself charming to Puddle. It seemed that his flat in Paris being let, he had tried to get rooms at their hotel, but had failed, so had gone instead to the Meurice. "But I'm not going to take you to lunch there," he told them. "The weather's too fine. We'll go to Versailles. Stephen, ring up and order your car. There's a darling. By the way, how is Burton getting on? Does he remember to keep to the right and to pass on the left?" His voice sounded anxious. Stephen reassured him good-humouredly. She knew that he was apt to be nervous in motors. They lunched at the Hotel des Reservoirs, Brockett taking great pains to order special dishes. The waiters were zealous. They evidently knew him. "Oui, monsieur, tout de suite, à l'instant, monsieur." Other clients were kept waiting while Brockett was served, and Stephen could see that this pleased him. All through the meal he talked about Paris with ardour, as a lover might talk of a mistress. "Stephen, I'm not going back for ages. I'm going to make you simply adore her. You'll see. I'll make you adore her so much that you'll find yourself writing like a heaven-born genius. There's nothing so stimulating as love. You've got to have an affair with Paris." Then, looking at Stephen rather intently, "I suppose you're capable of falling in love?" She shrugged her shoulders, ignoring his question, but she thought, he's putting his eye to the keyhole. His curiosity is positively childish at times, for she saw that his face had fallen. "Oh, well, if you don't want to tell me," he grumbled. "Don't be silly. There's nothing to tell," smiled Stephen. But she made a mental note to be careful. Brockett's curiosity was always most dangerous when apparently merely childish. With quick tact, he dropped the personal note. No good trying to force her to confide, he decided. She was too damn clever to give herself away, especially before the watchful old Puddle. He sent for the bill, and when it arrived, went over it item by item, frowning. "Maître d'hôtel." "Oh, oui, monsieur." "You've made a mistake. Only 1 liqueur brandy. And here's another mistake. I ordered 2 portions of potatoes, not 3. I do wish to God you'd be careful." When Brockett felt cross, he always felt mean. "Correct this at once. It's disgusting," he said rudely. Stephen sighed, and hearing her, Brockett looked up unabashed. "Well, why pay for what we've not ordered?" Then he suddenly found his temper again and left a very large tip for the waiter. There is nothing more difficult to attain to than the art of being a perfect guide. Such an art, indeed, requires a real artist, one who has a keen perception for contrasts and an eye for the large effects rather than for details. Above all, one possessed of imagination, and Brockett, when he chose, could be such a guide. Having waved the professional guides to one side, he himself took them through a part of the palace, and his mind repeopled the place for Stephen, so that she seemed to see the glory of the dancers, led by the youthful Roi Soleil, seemed to hear the rhythm of the throbbing violins, and the throb of the rhythmic dancing feet as they beat down the length of the Galerie de Glace, seemed to see those other mysterious dancers who followed step by step in the long line of mirrors. But most skilfully of all did he recreate for her the image of the luckless queen who came after, as though for some reason this unhappy woman must appeal in a personal way to Stephen. And true it was that the small humble rooms which the queen had chosen out of all that vast palace moved Stephen profoundly. So desolate they seemed, so full of unhappy thoughts and emotions that were even now only half forgotten. Brockett pointed to the simple garniture of the mantelpiece of the little salon. Then he looked at Stephen. "Madame de Lamballe gave those to the queen," he murmured softly. She nodded, only vaguely apprehending his meaning. Presently they followed him out into the gardens and stood looking across the tapis vert that stretches its quarter-mile of greenness towards a straight, lovely line of water. Brockett said, very low, so that Puddles should not hear him, "Those two would often come here at sunset. Sometimes they were rowed along the canal in the sunset. Can't you imagine it, Stephen? They must often have felt pretty miserable, poor souls, sick to death of the subterfuge and pretences. Don't you ever get tired of that sort of thing? My God, I do." But she did not answer, for now there was no mistaking his meaning. Last of all, he took them to the Temple d'Amour, where it rests amid the great silence of the years that have long lain upon the dead hearts of its lovers, and from there to the hameau, built by the queen for a whim, the tactless and foolish whim of a tactless and foolish but loving woman, by the queen who must play at being a peasant, at a time when her downtrodden peasants were starving. The cottages were badly in need of repair. A melancholy spot it looked, this hameau, in spite of the birds that sang in its trees and the golden glint of the afternoon sunshine. On the drive back to Paris, they were all very silent. Puddle was feeling too tired to talk, and Stephen was oppressed by a sense of sadness, the vast and rather beautiful sadness that may come to us when we have looked upon beauty, the sadness that aches in the heart of Versailles. Brockett was content to sit opposite Stephen on the hard little let-down seat of her motor. He might have been comfortable next to the driver, but instead he preferred to sit opposite Stephen, and he too was silent, surreptitiously watching the expression of her face in the gathering twilight. When he left them, he said with his cold little smile, "Tomorrow, before you've forgotten Versailles, I want you to come to the conciergerie. It's very enlightening. Cause and effect." At that moment, Stephen disliked him intensely. All the same, he had stirred her imagination. In the weeks that followed, Brockett showed Stephen just as much of Paris as he wished her to see, and this principally consisted of the tourist Paris. Into less simple pastures he would guide her later on, always provided that his interest lasted. For the present, however, he considered it wiser to tread delicately, like a gag. The thought of this girl had begun to obsess him to a very unusual extent. He who had prided himself on his skill in ferreting out other people's secrets was completely baffled by this youthful abnormal. That she was abnormal, he had no doubt whatever, but what he was keenly anxious to find out was just how her own abnormality struck her. He felt pretty sure that she worried about it, and he genuinely liked her. Unscrupulous he might be in his vivisection of men and women, cynical too when it came to his pleasures, himself an invert, secretly hating the world which he knew hated him in secret, and yet in his way he felt sorry for Stephen, and this amazed him, for Jonathan Brockett had long ago, as he thought, done with pity. But his pity was a very poor thing at best. It would never defend and never protect her. It would always go down before any new whim, and his whim at the moment was to keep her in Paris. All unwittingly, Stephen played into his hands, while having no illusions about him. He represented a welcome distraction, that helped her to keep her thoughts off England. And because, under Brocket's skillful guidance, she developed a fondness for the beautiful city, she felt very tolerant of him at moments, almost grateful, she felt. Grateful, too, towards Paris. And Puddle also felt grateful. The strain of the sudden complete rupture with Morton had told on the faithful little grey woman. She would scarcely have known how to counsel Stephen had the girl come to her and asked for her counsel. Sometimes she would lie awake now at nights, thinking of that ageing and unhappy mother in the great silent house. And then would come pity, the old pity that had come in the past for Anna. She would pity until she remembered Stephen. Then Puddle would try to think very calmly, to keep the brave heart that had never failed her, to keep her strong faith in Stephen's future. Only now there were days when she felt almost old, when she realised that indeed she was ageing, when Anna would write her a calm, friendly letter, but with never so much as a mention of Stephen. She would feel afraid. Yes, afraid of this woman, and at moments almost afraid of Stephen. For none might know, from those guarded letters, what emotions lay in the heart of their writer, and none might know from Stephen's set face, when she recognised the writing, what lay in her heart. She would turn away, asking no questions about Morton. Oh yes, Puddle felt old and actually frightened, both of which sensations she deeply resented. So being what she was, an indomitable fighter, she thrust out her chin and ordered a tonic. She struggled along through the labyrinths of Paris, beside the untiring Stephen and Brocket, through the galleries of the Luxembourg and the Louvre, up the Eiffel Tower, in a lift, thank heaven, down the Rue de la Paix, up the hill to Montmartre, sometimes in the car, but quite often on foot, for Brocket wished Stephen to learn her Paris, and as likely as not, ending up with rich food that disagreed badly with the tired Puddle. In the restaurants, people would stare at Stephen, and although the girl would pretend not to notice, Puddle would know that in spite of her calm, Stephen was inwardly feeling resentful, was inwardly feeling embarrassed and awkward. And then, because she was tired, Puddle too would feel awkward when she noticed those people staring. Sometimes Puddle must really give up and rest, in spite of the aggressive chin and the tonic. Then, all alone in the Paris hotel, she would suddenly grow very homesick for England. Absurd, of course, and yet there it was. She would feel the sharp tug of England. At such moments she would long for ridiculous things. A penny bun in the train at Dover, the good red faces of English porters, the old ones with little stubby side whiskers, Harrods stores, a properly upholstered armchair, bacon and eggs, the seafront at Brighton. All alone and via these ridiculous things, Puddle would feel the sharp tug of England. And one evening her weary mind must switch back to the earliest days of her friendship with Stephen. What a lifetime ago it seemed since the days when a lanky colt of a girl of 14 had been licked into shape in the schoolroom at Morton. She could hear her own words. "You've forgotten something, Stephen. The books can't walk to the bookcase, but you can, so suppose that you take them with you." And then, "Even my brain won't stand your complete lack of method." Stephen 14. That was 12 years ago. In those years she, Puddle, had grown very tired with trying to see some way out, some way of escape, of fulfilment for Stephen. And always they seemed to be toiling, they two, down an endless road that had no turning. She an ageing woman herself, unfulfilled. Stephen still young, and as yet still courageous. But the day would come when her youth would fail, and her courage, because of that endless toiling. She thought of Brocket, Jonathan Brocket, surely an unworthy companion for Stephen, a thoroughly vicious and cynical man, a dangerous one too because he was brilliant. Yet she, Puddle, was actually grateful to this man. So dire were their straits that she was grateful to Brockett. Then came the remembrance of that other man, of Martin Hallam. She had had such high hopes. He had been very simple and honest and good. Puddle felt that there was much to be said for goodness. But for such as Stephen, men like Martin Hallam could seldom exist. As friends they would fail her, while she in her turn would fail them as lover. Then what remained? Jonathan Brockett? Like to like? No, an intolerable thought. Such a thought as that was an outrage on Stephen. Stephen was honourable and courageous. She was steadfast in friendship and selfless in loving. Intolerable to think that her only companions must be men and women like Jonathan Brockett. And yet, after all, what else? What remained? Loneliness. Or worse still, far worse because it so deeply degraded the spirit, a life of perpetual subterfuge, of guarded opinions and guarded actions, of lies of omission if not of speech, of becoming an accomplice in the world's injustice by maintaining at all times a judicious silence, making and keeping the friends one respected on false pretences, because if they knew, they would turn aside, even the friends one respected. Puddle abruptly controlled her thoughts. This was no way to be helpful to Stephen. Sufficient unto the day was the evil thereof. Getting up, she went into her bedroom, where she bathed her face and tidied her hair. I look scarcely human, she thought ruefully, as she stared at her own reflection in the glass. And indeed at that moment she looked more than her age. It was not until nearly the middle of July that Brockett took Stephen to Valerie Seymour's. Valerie had been away for some time, and was even now only passing through Paris en route for her villa at Saint-Tropez. As they drove to her apartment on the Quai Voltaire, Brockett began to extol their hostess, praising her wit, her literary talent. She wrote delicate satires and charming sketches of Greek murs. The latter were very outspoken, but then Valerie's life was very outspoken. She was, said Brockett, a kind of pioneer who would probably go down to history. Most of her sketches were written in French, for among other things Valerie was bilingual. She was also quite rich. An American uncle had had the foresight to leave her his fortune. She was also quite young, being just over 30, and according to Brockett, good-looking. She lived her life in great calmness of spirit, for nothing worried and few things distressed her. She was firmly convinced that in this ugly age one should strive to the top of one's bent after beauty. But Stephen might find her a bit of a freelance. She was libre penseuse when it came to the heart. Her love affairs would fill quite 3 volumes even after they had been expurgated. Great men had loved her. Great writers had written about her. One had died, it was said, because she refused him. But Valerie was not attracted to men. Yet, as Stephen would see if she went to her parties, she had many devoted friends among men. In this respect she was almost unique, being what she was, for men did not resent her. But then, of course, all intelligent people realised that she was a creature apart, as would Stephen the moment she met her. Brockett babbled away, and as he did so his voice took on the effeminate timbre that Stephen always hated and dreaded. "Oh, my dear!" he exclaimed with a high little laugh. "I'm so excited about this meeting of yours. I've a feeling it might be momentous. What fun!" And his soft white hands grew restless, making their foolish gestures. She looked at him coldly, wondering the while how she could tolerate this young man, why indeed she chose to endure him. The first thing that struck Stephen about Valerie's flat was its large and rather splendid disorder. There was something blissfully unkempt about it, as though its mistress were too much engrossed in other affairs to control its behaviour. Nothing was quite where it ought to have been, and much was where it ought not to have been, while over the whole lay a faint layer of dust, even over the spacious salon. The odour of somebody's oriental scent was mingling with the odour of tuberoses in a 16th century chalice. On a divan, whose truly regal proportions occupied the best part of a shadowy alcove, lay a box of Fuller's peppermint creams and a lute. But the strings of the lute were broken. Valerie came forward with a smile of welcome. She was not beautiful, nor was she imposing, but her limbs were very perfectly proportioned, which gave her a fictitious look of tallness. She moved well, with the quiet and unconscious grace that sprang from those perfect proportions. Her face was humorous, placid and worldly, her eyes very kind, very blue, very lustrous. She was dressed all in white, and a large white fox-skin was clasped round her slender and shapely shoulders. For the rest, she had masses of thick fair hair, which was busily ridding itself of its hairpins. One could see at a glance that it hated restraint. Like the flat, it was in rather splendid disorder. She said, "I'm so delighted to meet you at last, Miss Gordon. Do come and sit down, and please smoke if you want to," she added quickly, glancing at Stephen's telltale fingers. Brockett said, "Positively, this is too splendid. I feel that you're going to be wonderful friends." Stephen thought, so this is Valerie Seymour. No sooner were they seated than Brockett began to ply their hostess with personal questions. The mood that had incubated in the motor was now becoming extremely aggressive, so that he fidgeted about on his chair, making his little inadequate gestures. "Darling, you're looking perfectly lovely. But do tell me, what have you done with Polinska? Have you drowned her in the Blue Grotto at Capri? I hope so, my dear. She was such a bore, and so dirty. Do tell me about Polinska. How did she behave when you got her to Capri? Did she bite anybody before you drowned her? I always felt frightened. I loathe being bitten." Valerie frowned. "I believe she's quite well." "Then you have drowned her, darling," shrilled Brockett. And now he was launched on a torrent of gossip about people of whom Stephen had never even heard. "Pat's been deserted. Have you heard that, darling? Do you think she'll take the veil, or cocaine, or something? One never quite knows what may happen next with such an emotional temperament, does one? Arabella's skipped off to the Lido with Jane Grigg. The Griggs just come into pots and pots of money, so I hope they'll be deliriously happy and silly while it lasts. I mean the money. Oh, and have you heard about Rachel Morris? They say—" He flowed on, like a brook in spring flood, while Valerie yawned and looked bored, making monosyllabic answers. And Stephen, as she sat there and smoked in silence, thought grimly, "This is all being said because of me. Brockett wants to let me see that he knows what I am, and he wants to let Valerie Seymour know too. I suppose this is making me welcome." She hardly knew whether to feel outraged or relieved that here, at least, there was no need for pretences. But after a while, she began to fancy that Valerie's eyes had become appraising. They were weighing her up, and secretly approving the result, she fancied. A slow anger possessed her. Valerie Seymour was secretly approving, not because her guest was a decent human being with a will to work, with a well-trained brain, with what might some day become a fine talent, but rather because she was seeing before her all the outward stigmata of the abnormal. Verily the wounds of one nailed to a cross. That was why Valerie sat there approving. And then, as though these bitter thoughts had reached her, Valerie suddenly smiled at Stephen. Turning her back on the chattering Brockett, she started to talk to her guest quite gravely about her work, about books in general, about life in general. And as she did so, Stephen began to understand better the charm that many had found in this woman, a charm that lay less in physical attraction than in a great courtesy and understanding, a great will to please, a great impulse towards beauty in all its forms. Yes, therein lay her charm. And as they talked on, it dawned upon Stephen that here was no mere libertine in love's garden, but rather a creature born out of her epoch, a pagan chained to an age that was Christian, one who would surely say with Pierre Louis, "Le monde moderne succombe sous un envahissement de laideur." and she thought that she discerned in those luminous eyes the pale yet ardent light of the fanatic. Presently, Valerie Seymour asked her how long she would be remaining in Paris, and Stephen answered, "I'm going to live here," feeling surprised at the words as she said them, for not until now had she made this decision. Valerie seemed pleased. "If you want a house, I know of one in the Rue Jacob. It's a tumble-down place, but it's got a fine garden. Why not go and see it? You might go tomorrow. Of course, you'll have to live on this side. The Rive Gauche is the only possible Paris." "I should like to see the old house," said Stephen. So Valerie went to the telephone there and then and proceeded to call up the landlord. The appointment was made for 11 the next morning. "It's rather a sad old house," she warned. "No one has troubled to make it a home for some time, but you'll alter all that if you take it, because I suppose you'll make it your home." Stephen flushed. "My home's in England," she said quickly, for her thoughts had instantly flown back to Morton. But Valerie answered, "One may have two homes, many homes. Be courteous to our lovely Paris, and give it the privilege of being your second home. It will feel very honoured, Miss Gordon." She sometimes made little ceremonious speeches like this, and coming from her they sounded strangely old-fashioned. Brockett, rather subdued and distinctly pensive, as sometimes happened if Valerie had snubbed him, complained of a pain above his right eye. "I must take some phenacetin," he said sadly. "I'm always getting this curious pain above my right eye. Do you think it's the sinus?" He was very intolerant of all pain. His hostess sent for the phenacetin, and Brockett gulped down a couple of tablets. "Valerie doesn't love me any more," he sighed, with a woebegone look at Stephen. "I do call it hard, but it's always what happens when I introduce my best friends to each other. They foregather at once and leave me in the cold. But then, thank heaven, I'm very forgiving." They laughed, and Valerie made him get onto the divan, where he promptly lay down on the loot. "Oh, God!" he moaned. "Now I've injured my spine. I'm so badly upholstered." Then he started to strum on the one sound string of the lute. Valerie went over to her untidy desk and began to write out a list of addresses. "These may be useful to you, Miss Gordon." "Stephen!" exclaimed Brockett. "Call the poor woman Stephen." "May I?" Stephen acquiesced. "Yes, please do." "Very well then, I'm Valerie. Is that a bargain?" "The bargain is sealed," announced Brockett. With extraordinary skill, he was managing to strum O Sole Mio on the single string, when he suddenly stopped. "I knew there was something. Your fencing, Stephen. You've forgotten your fencing. We meant to ask Valerie for Buisson's address. They say he's the finest master in Europe." Valerie looked up. "Does Stephen fence, then?" "Does she fence? She's a marvellous champion fencer." "He's never seen me fence," explained Stephen, "and I'm never likely to be a champion." "Don't you believe her. She's trying to be modest. I've heard that she fences quite as finely as she writes," he insisted. And somehow Stephen felt touched. Brockett was trying to show off her talents. Presently she offered him a lift in the car, but he shook his head. "No, thank you, dear one, I'm staying." So she wished them goodbye, but as she left them she heard Brockett murmuring to Valerie Seymour, and she felt pretty sure that she caught her own name. "Well, what did you think of Miss Seymour?" inquired Puddle, when Stephen got back about 20 minutes later. Stephen hesitated. "I'm not perfectly certain. She was very friendly, but I couldn't help feeling that she liked me because she thought me... because she thought me what I am, Puddle. But I may have been wrong. She was awfully friendly. Brockett was at his very worst, though. Poor devil. His environment seemed to go to his head." She sank down wearily onto a chair. "Oh, Puddle. Puddle, it's a hell of a business." Puddle nodded. Then Stephen said rather abruptly, "All the same, we're going to live here in Paris. We're going to look at a house tomorrow, an old house with a garden in the Rue Jacob." For a moment Puddle hesitated, then she said, "There's only one thing against it. Do you think you'll ever be happy in a city? You're so fond of the life that belongs to the country." Stephen shook her head. "That's all past now, my dear. There's no country for me away from Morton. But in Paris I might make some sort of a home. I could work here. And then, of course, there are people." Something started to hammer in Puddle's brain. Like to like, like to like, like to like, it hammered. End of section 15. Read by Hazel Moon Stornoway. 26th of May, 2025. Section 16. Of the Well of Loneliness by Radclyffe Hall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 32. Stephen bought the house in Rue Jacob because as she walked through the dim grey archway that led from the street to the cobbled courtyard and saw the deserted house standing before her, she knew at once that there she would live. This will happen sometimes. We instinctively feel in sympathy with certain dwellings. The courtyard was sunny and surrounded by walls. On the right of this courtyard, some iron gates led into the spacious, untidy garden, and woefully neglected though this garden had been, the trees that it still possessed were fine ones. A marble fountain, long since choked with weeds, stood in the centre of what had been a lawn. In the farthest corner of the garden, some hand had erected a semicircular temple, but that had been a long time ago, and now the temple was all but ruined. The house itself would need endless repairs, but its rooms were of careful and restful proportions. A fine room with a window that opened on the garden would be Stephen's study. She could write there in quiet. On the other side of the stone-paved hall was a smaller but comfortable salle à manger, while past the stone staircase, a little round room in a turret would be Puddle's particular sanctum. Above there were bedrooms enough and to spare. There was also the space for a couple of bathrooms. The day after Stephen had seen this house, she had written, agreeing to purchase. Valerie rang up before leaving Paris to inquire how Stephen had liked the old house, and when she heard that she had actually bought it, she expressed herself as being delighted. "We'll be quite close neighbours now," she remarked, "but I'm not going to bother you until you evince, not even when I get back in the autumn. I know you'll be literally snowed under with workmen for months, you poor dear. I feel sorry for you. But when you can, do let me come and see you. Meanwhile, if I can help you at all." And she gave her address at Saint-Tropez. And now, for the first time since leaving Morton, Stephen turned her mind to the making of a home. Through Brockett she found a young architect who seemed anxious to carry out all her instructions. He was one of those very rare architects who refrain from thrusting their views on their clients. So into the ancient deserted house in the Rue Jacob streamed an army of workmen, and they hammered and scraped and raised clouds of dust from early morning all day until evening, smoking harsh caporal as they joked or quarrelled, or idled or spat or hummed snatches of song. And amazingly soon, wherever one trod, one seemed to be treading on wet cement or on dry gritty heaps of brick dust and rubble, so that Puddle would complain that she spoilt all her shoes, while Stephen would emerge with her neat blue serge shoulders quite grey, and with even her hair thickly powdered. Sometimes the architect would come to the hotel in the evening, and then would ensue long discussions. Bending over the little mahogany table, he and Stephen would study the plans intently, for she wished to preserve the spirit of the place intact, despite alterations. She decided to have an Empire study with grey walls and curtains of Empire green, for she loved the great roomy writing tables that had come into being with the first Napoleon. The walls of the salle à manger should be white and the curtains brown, while Puddle's round sanctum in its turret should have walls and paintwork of yellow to give the illusion of sunshine. And so absorbed did Stephen become in these things that she scarcely had time to notice Jonathan Brockett's abrupt departure for a mountain top in the Austrian Tyrol. Having suddenly come to the end of his finances, he must hasten to write a couple of plays that could be produced in London that winter. He sent her 3 or 4 picture postcards of glaciers, after which she heard nothing more from him. At the end of August, when the work was well under way, she and Puddle fared forth in the motor to visit diverse villages and towns in quest of old furniture, and Stephen was surprised to find how much she enjoyed it. She would catch herself whistling as she drove her car, and when they got back to some humble auberge in the evening, she would want to eat a large supper. Every morning she diligently swung her dumbbells. She was getting into condition for fencing. She had not fenced at all since leaving Morton, having been too much engrossed in her work while in London. But now she was going to fence before Buisson, so she diligently swung her dumbbells. During these 2 months of holiday-making, she grew fond of the wide-eyed, fruitful French country, even as she had grown fond of Paris. She would never love it as she loved the hills and the stretching valleys surrounding Morton, for that love was somehow a part of her being. But she gave to this France that would give her a home a quiet and very sincere affection. Her heart grew more grateful with every mile, for hers was above all a grateful nature. They returned to Paris at the end of October, and now came the selecting of carpets and curtains, of fascinating blankets from the Magasin de Blanc, blankets craftily dyed to match any bedroom, of fine linen and other expensive things, including the copper batterie de cuisine, which latter, however, was left to Puddle. At last the army of workmen departed, its place being taken by a Breton ménage, brown-faced folk, strong-limbed and capable-looking, a mother, father and daughter. Pierre, the butler, had been a fisherman once, but the sea with its hardships had prematurely aged him. He had now been in service for several years, having contracted rheumatic fever which had weakened his heart and made him unfit for the strenuous life of a fisher. Pauline, his wife, was considerably younger, and she it was who would reign in the kitchen, while their daughter Adele, a girl of 18, would help both her parents and look after the housework. Adele was as happy as a blackbird in springtime. She would often seem just on the verge of chirping. But Pauline had stood and watched the great storms gather over the sea, while her men were out fishing. Her father had lost his life through the sea, as had also a brother, so Pauline smiled seldom. Doer she was, with a predilection for dwelling in detail on people's misfortunes. As for Pierre, he was stolid, kind and pious, with the eyes of a man who has looked on vast spaces. His grey stubbly hair was cut short to his head en brosse, and he had an ungainly figure. When he walked, he straddled a little, as though he could never believe in a house without motion. He liked Stephen at once, which was very propitious, for one cannot buy the goodwill of a Breton. Thus, gradually chaos gave place to order, and on the morning of her 27th birthday, on Christmas Eve, Stephen moved into her home in the Rue Jacob on the old Rive Gauche, there to start her new life in Paris. All alone in the brown and white salle à manger, Stephen and Puddle ate their Christmas dinner, and Puddle had brought a small Christmas tree and had trimmed it, then hung it with coloured candles. A little wax Christ-child bent downwards and sideways from his branch, as though he were looking for his presents, only now there were not any presents. Rather clumsily, Stephen lit the candles as soon as the daylight had almost faded. Then she and Puddle stood and stared at the tree, but in silence, because they must both remember. But Pierre, who, like all who have known the sea, was a child at heart, and broke into loud exclamations. "Oh, comme c'est beau, l'arbre de Noël!" he exclaimed, and he fetched the doer Pauline along from the kitchen, and she too exclaimed. Then they both fetched Adele, and they all three exclaimed, "Comme c'est beau, l'arbre de Noël!" so that after all the little wax Christ child did not very much miss his presence. That evening, Pauline's two brothers arrived. They were poilus, stationed just outside Paris, and they brought along with them another young man, one Jean, who was ardently courting Adele. Very soon came the sound of singing and laughter from the kitchen, and when Stephen went up to her bedroom to look for a book, there was Adele, quite flushed and with very bright eyes because of this Jean. In great haste, she turned down the bed and then flew on the wings of love back to the kitchen. But Stephen went slowly downstairs to her study, where Puddle was sitting in front of the fire, and she thought that Puddle sat there as though tired. Her hands were quite idle, and after a moment Stephen noticed that she was dozing. Very quietly, Stephen opened her book, unwilling to rouse the little grey woman, who looked so small in the huge leather chair, and whose head kept guiltily nodding. But the book seemed scarcely worth troubling to read, so that presently Stephen laid it aside, and sat staring into the flickering logs that hummed and burnt blue because it was frosty. On the Malvern Hills there would probably be snow. Deep snow might be capping the Worcestershire beacon. The air up at British camp would be sweet with the smell of winter and open spaces. Little lights would be glinting far down in the valley. At Morton the lakes would be still and frozen, so Peter the Swan would be feeling friendly. In winter he had always fed from her hand. He must be old now, the Swan called Peter. Coop, coop! And Peter waddling towards her. He, who was all gliding grace on the water, would come awkwardly waddling towards her hand for the chunk of dry bread that she held in her fingers. Jean with his Adele along in the kitchen. A nice-looking boy he was. Stephen had seen him. They were young, and both were exceedingly happy, for their parents approved. So some day they would marry. Then children would come, too many no doubt for Jean's slender purse, and yet in this life one must pay for one's pleasures. They would pay with their children, and this appeared perfectly fair to Stephen. She thought that it seemed a long time ago since she herself had been a small child, romping about on the floor with her father, bothering Williams down at the stables, dressing up as young Nelson and posing for Collins, who had sometimes been cross to young Nelson. She was nearly 30, and what had she done? Written one good novel and one very bad one, with few mediocre short stories thrown in. Oh well. She was going to start writing again quite soon. She had an idea for a novel. But she sighed, and Puddle woke up with a start. "Is that you, my dear? Have I been asleep?" "Only for a few minutes, Puddle." Puddle glanced at the new gold watch on her wrist. It had been a Christmas present from Stephen. "It's past 10 o'clock. I think I'll turn in." "Do. Why not? I hope Adele's filled your hot water bottle. She's rather light-headed over her Jean." "Never mind. I can fill it myself," smiled Puddle. She went, and Stephen sat on by the fire, with her eyes half closed and her lips set firmly. She must put away all these thoughts of the past and compel herself to think of the future. This brooding over things that were past was all wrong. It was futile, weak-kneed and morbid. She had her work that cried out to be done, but no more unworthy books must be written. She must show that being the thing she was, she could climb to success over all opposition, could climb to success in spite of a world that was trying its best to get her under. Her mouth grew hard. Her sensitive lips, that belonged by rights to the dreamer, the lover, took on a resentful and bitter line which changed her whole face and made it less comely. At that moment, the striking likeness of her father appeared to have faded out of her face. Yes, it was trying to get her under, this world with its mighty self-satisfaction, with its smug rules of conduct, all made to be broken by those who strutted and preened themselves on being what they considered normal. They trod on the necks of those thousands of others who, for God knew what reason, were not made as they were. They prided themselves on their indignation, on what they proclaimed as their righteous judgments. They sinned grossly, even vilely at times, like lustful beasts, but yet they were normal. And the vilest of them could point a finger of scorn at her and be loudly applauded. "God damn them to hell," she muttered. Along in the kitchen there was singing again. The young men's voices rose tuneful and happy, and with them blended Adele's young voice, very sexless as yet, like the voice of a choir boy. Stephen got up and opened the door. Then she stood quite still and listened intently. The singing soothed her overstrained nerves as it flowed from the hearts of these simple people. For she did not begrudge them their happiness. She did not resent young Jean with his Adele, or Pierre, who had done a man's work in his time, or Pauline, who was often aggressively female. Bitter she had grown in these years since Morton, but not bitter enough to resent the simple. And then, as she listened, they suddenly stopped for a little before they resumed their singing. And when they resumed it, the tune was sad, with the sadness that dwells in the souls of most men, above all in the patient soul of the peasant. "Mais comment ferez-vous l'abeille, ma douée?" She could hear the soft Breton words quite clearly. "Mais comment ferez-vous l'abeille pour nous dire la messe? Quand la nuit sera bien tombée, je tiendrai ma promesse. Mais comment ferez-vous l'abeille, ma douée? Mais comment ferez-vous l'abeille? Son nappe à fine toile. Notre doux Seigneur poserait sur un morceau de voile. Mais comment ferez-vous l'abeille, ma douée? Mais comment ferez-vous l'abeille? Sans chandelle et sans siège. Les astres seront allumés par Madame la Vierge. Mais comment ferez-vous l'abeille, ma douée? Mais comment ferez-vous l'abeille? Son orgue résonnante. Hazel touchera le clavier des vagues mougissantes. Mais comment ferez-vous l'abeille, ma douée? Mais comment ferez-vous l'abeille? Si l'ennemi nous trouble, une seule fois je vous bénirai, les bleus bénirai double. Closing the study door behind her, Stephen thoughtfully climbed the stairs to her bedroom. Chapter 33. With the new year came flowers from Valerie Seymour and a little letter of New Year's greeting. Then she paid a rather ceremonious call and was entertained by Puddle and Stephen. Before leaving, she invited them both to luncheon, but Stephen refused on the plea of her work. "I'm hard at it again." At this Valerie smiled. "Very well then, à bientôt. You know where to find me. Ring up when you're free, which I hope will be soon." After which she took her departure. But Stephen was not to see her again for a very considerable time, as it happened. Valerie was also a busy woman. There are other affairs, beside the writing of novels. Brockett was in London on account of his plays. He wrote seldom, though when he did so he was cordial, affectionate even, but now he was busy with success, and with gathering in the shekels. He had not lost interest in Stephen again, only just at the moment she did not fit in with his brilliant and affluent scheme of existence. So once more she and Puddle settled down together, to a life that was strangely devoid of people, a life of almost complete isolation, and Puddle could not make up her mind whether she felt relieved or regretful. For herself she cared nothing. Her anxious thoughts were as always centred in Stephen. However, Stephen appeared quite contented. She was launched on her book and was pleased with her writing. Paris inspired her to do good work. and as recreation she now had her fencing. Twice every week she now fenced with Buisson, that severe but incomparable master. Buisson had been very rude at first. "Hideous, affreux, horriblement English," he had shouted, quite outraged by Stephen's style. All the same, he took a great interest in her. "You write books? What a pity! I could make you a fine fencer. You have the man's muscles and the long, graceful lunge, when you do not remember that you are a Breton and become, what you say? Mais oui, self-conscious. I wish that I had found you out sooner. However, your muscles are young still, pliant." And one day he said, "Let me feel the muscles," then proceeded to pass his hand down her thighs and across her strong loins. "Tiens, tiens," he murmured. After this, he would sometimes look at her gravely, with a puzzled expression. But she did not resent him, nor his rudeness, nor his technical interest in her muscles. Indeed, she liked the cross little man, with his bristling black beard and his peppery temper, and when he remarked, apropos of nothing, "We are all great imbeciles about nature. We make our own rules and call them la nature. We say she do this, she do that. Imbecile. She do what she please, and then make the long nose." Stephen felt neither shy nor resentful. These lessons were a great relaxation from work, and thanks to them her health grew much better. Her body, accustomed to severe exercise, had resented the sedentary life in London. Now, however, she began to take care of her health, walking for a couple of hours in the Bois every day, or exploring the tall, narrow streets that lay near her home in the quarter. The sky would look bright at the end of such streets by contrast, as though it was seen through a tunnel. Sometimes she would stand gazing into the shops of the wider and more prosperous Rue de Saint-Pérez, the old furniture shops, the crucifix shop, with its dozens of crucified Christs in the window, so many crucified ivory Christs. She would think that one must surely exist for every sin committed in Paris. Or perhaps she would make her way over the river, crossing by the Pont des Arts, and one morning, arrived at the Rue de Petit Champ, what must she suddenly do but discover the Passage Choiseul by just stepping inside for shelter because it had started raining. Oh, the lure of the Passage Choiseul, the queer, rather gawky attraction of it. Surely the most hideous place in all Paris, with its roof of stark wooden ribs and glass panes. The roof that looks like the vertebral column of some prehistoric monster. The chocolate smell of the pâtisserie, the big one where people go who have money. The humbler student smell of Lavrue, where one's grey rubber bands are sold by the gram and are known as bracelets de caoutchouc, where one buys premier quality blotting paper of a deep ruddy tint and the stiffness of cardboard, and thin but inspiring manuscript books bound in black with mottled shiny blue borders, where pencils and pens are found in their legions of all makes, all shapes, all colours, all prices, while outside, on the trustful trays in the Passage, lives gomme onyx, masquerading as marble and as likely to rub a hole in your paper. For those who prefer the reading of books to the writing of them, there is always Le Maire, with his splendid display of yellow bindings. And for those undisturbed by imagination, the taxidermist shop is quite near the corner. They can stare at a sad and moth-eaten flamingo, 2 squirrels, 3 parrots, and a dusty canary. Some are tempted by the cheap corduroy at the draper's, where it stands in great rolls as though it were carpet. Some pass on to the little stamp merchant, while a few dauntless souls even enter the chemist's. That shamelessly anatomical chemist's, whose wares do not figure in school manuals on the practical uses of rubber. And up and down this Passage Choiseul pass innumerable idle or busy people, bringing in mud and rain in the winter, bringing in dust and heat in the summer, bringing in God knows how many thoughts, some part of which cannot escape with their owners. The very air of the passage seems heavy with all these imprisoned thoughts. Stephen's thoughts got themselves entrapped with the others, but hers at the moment were those of a schoolgirl, for her eye had suddenly lit on Lavrue, drawn thereto by the trays of ornate India rubber. And once inside, she could not resist the bracelet de couchouk, or the blotting paper as red as a rose, or the manuscript books with the mottled blue borders. Growing reckless, she gave an enormous order for the simple reason that these things looked different. In the end, she actually carried away one of those inspiring manuscript books and then got herself driven home by a taxi in order the sooner to fill it. That spring, in the foyer of the Comédie Française, Stephen stumbled across a link with the past in the person of a middle-aged woman. The woman was stout and wore pince-nez. Her sparse brown hair was already greying. Her face, which was long, had a double chin, and that face seemed vaguely familiar to Stephen. Then suddenly, Stephen's two hands were seized and held fast in those of the middle-aged woman, while a voice, grown loud with delight and emotion, was saying, "Mais oui, c'est ma petite Stephen!" Back came a picture of the schoolroom at Morton, with a battered red book on its ink-stained table, the Bibliothèque Rose, Les Petites Filles Modèles, Les Bons Enfants, and Mademoiselle Dufaux. Stephen said, "To think, after all these years!" "Ah, quelle joie, babbled Mademoiselle Dufaux. And now Stephen was being embraced on both cheeks, then held at arm's length for a better inspection. "But how tall, how strong you are, ma petite Stephen! You remember what I say, that we meet in Paris. I say when I go, but you come to Paris when you grow up bigger, my poor little baby. I keep looking and looking, but I knowed you at once. I say, oui, certainement, that is my petite Stephen. No one have such another face what I love. It could only belong to Stephen, I say. And now, voila, I am correct, and I find you." Stephen released herself firmly but gently, replying in French to calm Mademoiselle, whose linguistic struggles increased every moment. "I'm living in Paris altogether," she told her. "You must come and see me. Come to dinner tomorrow, 35 Rue Jacob." Then she introduced Puddle, who had been an amused spectator. The two ex-guardians of Stephen's young mind shook hands with each other very politely, and they made such a strangely contrasted couple that Stephen must smile to see them together. The one was so small, so quiet, and so English, the other so portly, so tearful, so French in her generous, if somewhat embarrassing emotion. As Mademoiselle regained her composure, Stephen was able to observe her more closely, and she saw that her face was excessively childish, a fact which she, when a child, had not noticed. It was more the face of a foal than a horse, an innocent newborn foal. Mademoiselle said rather wistfully, "I will dine with such pleasure tomorrow evening, but when will you come and see me in my home? It is in the Avenue de la Grande Armée, a small appartement, very small, but so pretty. It is pleasant to have one's treasures around one. The bon Dieu has been very good to me, Stephen, for my Aunt Clotilde left me a little money when she died. It has proved a great consolation." "I'll come very soon," promised Stephen. Then Mademoiselle spoke at great length of her aunt and of Maman, who had also passed on into glory. Maman, who had had her chicken on Sunday right up to the very last moment, Dieu merci. Even when her teeth had grown loose in the gums, Maman had asked for her chicken on Sunday. But alas, the poor sister who once made little bags out of beads for the shops in the Rue de la Paix, and who had such a cruel and improvident husband, the poor sister had now become totally blind, and therefore dependent on Mademoiselle Dufaux. So, after all, Mademoiselle Dufaux still worked, giving lessons in French to the resident English, and sometimes she taught the American children who were visiting Paris with their parents. But then it was really far better to work. One might grow too fat if one remained idle. She beamed at Stephen with her gentle brown eyes. "They are not as you were, ma chère petite Stephen. not clever and full of intelligence, no. And at times I almost despair of their accent. However, I am not at all to be pitied, thanks to Aunt Clotilda and the good little saints who surely inspired her to leave me that money. When Stephen and Puddle returned to their stalls, Mademoiselle climbed to a humbler seat somewhere under the roof, and as she departed, she waved her plump hand at Stephen. Stephen said, "She's so changed that I didn't know her just at first, or else perhaps I'd forgotten. I felt terribly guilty, because after you came I don't think I ever answered her letters. It's 13 years since she left." Puddle nodded. "Yes, it's 13 years since I took her place and forced you to tidy that abominable schoolroom." And she laughed. "All the same, I like her," said Puddle. Mademoiselle Dufault admired the house in the Rue Jacob, and she ate very largely of the rich and excellent dinner. Quite regardless of her increasing proportions, she seemed drawn to all those things that were fattening. "I cannot resist," she remarked with a smile, as she reached for her 5th marron glacé. They talked of Paris, of its beauty, its charm. Then Mademoiselle spoke yet again of her maman and of Aunt Clotilda, who had left them the money, and of Julie, her blind sister. But after the meal she quite suddenly blushed. "Oh, Stephen, I have never inquired for your parents. What must you think of such great impoliteness? I lose my head the moment I see you and grow selfish. I want you to know about me and my maman. I babble about my affairs. What must you think of such great impoliteness? How is that kind and handsome Sir Philip? And your mother, my dear, how is Lady Anna?" And now it was Stephen's turn to grow red. "My father died." She hesitated, then finished abruptly. "I don't live with my mother any more. I don't live at Morton." Mademoiselle gasped. "You no longer live?" she began. Then something in Stephen's face warned her kind but bewildered guest not to question. "I am deeply grieved to hear of your father's death, my dear," she said very gently. Stephen answered, "Yes, I shall always miss him." There ensued a long, rather painful silence, during which Mademoiselle Dufault felt awkward. What had happened between the mother and daughter? It was all very strange, very disconcerting. And Stephen? Why was she exiled from Morton? But Mademoiselle could not cope with these problems. She knew only that she wanted Stephen to be happy, and her kind brown eyes grew anxious, for she did not feel certain that Stephen was happy. Yet she dared not ask for an explanation, so instead she clumsily changed the subject. "When will you both come to tea with me, Stephen?" "Well, come tomorrow if you like," Stephen told her. Mademoiselle Dufault left rather early, and all the way home to her apartment her mind felt exercised about Stephen. She thought, "She was always a strange little child, but so dear. I remember her when she was little, riding her pony astride like a boy, and how proud he would seem, that handsome Sir Philip. They would look more like father and son, those two. And now, is she not still a little bit strange?" But these thoughts led her nowhere, for Mademoiselle Dufault was quite unacquainted with the bypaths of nature. Her innocent mind was untutored and trustful. She believed in the legend of Adam and Eve, and no careless mistakes had been made in their garden. The apartment in the Avenue de la Grande Armée was as tidy as Valerie's had been untidy. From the miniature kitchen to the miniature salon, everything shone as though recently polished, for here, in spite of restricted finances, no dust was allowed to harbour. Mademoiselle Dufault beamed on her guests as she herself opened the door to admit them. "For me, this is very real joy," she declared. Then she introduced them to her sister, Julie, whose eyes were hidden behind dark glasses. The salon was literally stuffed with what Mademoiselle had described as her treasures. On its tables were innumerable useless objects, which appeared for the most part to be mementos. Coloured prints of bougereaus hung on the walls, while the chairs were upholstered in a species of velvet so hard as to be rather slippery to sit on. yet that when it was touched felt rough to the fingers. The woodwork of these inhospitable chairs had been coated with varnish until it looked sticky. Over the little inadequate fireplace smiled a portrait of Maman when she was quite young. Maman, dressed in tartan for some strange reason, but in tartan that had never hobnobbed with the Highlands. A present this portrait had been from a cousin who had wished to become an artist. Julie extended a white, groping hand. She was like her sister, only very much thinner, and her face had the closed, rather blank expression that is sometimes associated with blindness. "Which is Stephen?" she inquired in an anxious voice. "I have heard so much about Stephen." Stephen said, "Here I am," and she grasped the hand, pitiful of this woman's affliction. But Julie smiled broadly. "Yes, I know it is you from the feel." She had started to stroke Stephen's coat sleeve. "My eyes have gone into my fingers these days. It is strange, but I seem to see through my fingers." Then she turned and found Puddle, whom she also stroked. "And now I know both of you," declared Julie. The tea, when it came, was that straw-coloured liquid which may even now be met with in Paris. "English tea, bought especially for you, my Stephen," remarked Mademoiselle proudly. "We drink only coffee, but I said to my sister, Stephen likes the good tea, and so, no doubt, does Mademoiselle Puddle. At 4 o'clock they will not want coffee. You observe how well I remember your England." However, the cakes proved worthy of France, and Mademoiselle ate them as though she enjoyed them. Julie ate very little, and did not talk much. She just sat there and listened, quietly smiling, and while she listened, she crocheted lace, as though, as she said, she could see through her fingers. Then Mademoiselle Dufault explained how it was that those delicate hands had become so skilful, replacing the eyes which their ceaseless labour had robbed of the blessed privilege of sight. Explained so simply, yet with such conviction, that Stephen must marvel to hear her. "It is all our little Thérèse," she told Stephen. "You have heard of her? No? Ah, but what a pity. Our Thérèse was a nun at the Carmel at Lisieux, and she said, 'I will let fall a shower of roses when I die.' She died not so long ago, but already her cause has been presented at Rome by the very Reverend Father Rodrigo. That is very wonderful, is it not, Stephen? But she does not wait to become a saint. Ah, but no, she is young and therefore impatient. She cannot wait. She has started already to do miracles for all those who ask her. I ask that Julie should not be unhappy through the loss of her eyes, for when she is idle she is always unhappy. So our little Thérèse has put a pair of new eyes in her fingers." Julie nodded. "It is true," she said very gravely. "Before that I was stupid because of my blindness. Everything felt very strange, and I stumbled about like an old blind horse. I was terribly stupid, far more so than many. Then one night Veronique asked Thérèse to help me, and the next day I could find my way round our room. From then on, my fingers saw what they touched, and now I can even make lace quite well because of this sight in my fingers." Then turning to the smiling Mademoiselle Dufault, "But why do you not show her picture to Stephen?" So Mademoiselle Dufault went and fetched the small picture of Thérèse, which Stephen duly examined, and the face that she saw was ridiculously youthful, round with youth it still was, and yet very determined. Sœur Thérèse looked as though, if she really intended to become a saint, the devil himself would be hard put to it to stop her. Then Puddle must also examine the picture, while Stephen was shown some relics, a piece of the habit and other things such as collect in the wake of sainthood. When they left, Julie asked them to come again. She said, "Come often, it will give us such pleasure." Then she thrust on her guests 12 yards of coarse lace, which neither of them liked to offer to pay for. Mademoiselle murmured, "Our home is so humble for Stephen. We have very little to offer." She was thinking of the house in the Rue Jacob, a grand house, and then too she remembered Morton. But Julie, with the strange insight of the blind, or perhaps because of those eyes in her fingers, answered quickly, "She will not care, Veronique. I cannot feel that sort of pride in your Stephen." After their first visit, they went very often to Mademoiselle's modest little apartment. Mademoiselle Dufault and her quiet blind sister were indeed their only friends now in Paris, for Brockett was in America on business, and Stephen had not rung up Valerie Seymour. Sometimes, when Stephen was busy with her work, Puddle would make her way there all alone. Then she and Mademoiselle would get talking about Stephen's childhood, about her future, but guardedly, for Puddle must be careful to give nothing away to the kind, simple woman. As for Mademoiselle, she too must be careful to accept all and ask no questions. Yet, in spite of the inevitable gaps and restraints, a real sympathy sprang up between them, for each sensed in the other a valuable ally who would fight a good fight on behalf of Stephen. And now Stephen would quite often send her car to take the blind Julie for a drive beyond Paris. Julie would sniff the air and tell Burton that through smelling their greenness she could see the trees. He would listen to her broken and halting English with a smile. They were a queer lot, these French. Or perhaps he would drive the other Mademoiselle up to Montmartre for early mass on a Sunday. She belonged to something to do with a heart. It all seemed rather uncanny to Burton. He thought of the vicar who had played such fine cricket and suddenly felt very homesick for Morton. Fruit would find its way to the little apartment, together with cakes and large marron glacé. Then Mademoiselle Dufault would become frankly greedy, eating sweets in bed while she studied her booklets on the holy and very austere Thérèse, who had certainly not eaten marron glacé. Thus the spring, that gentle yet fateful spring of 1914, slipped into summer. With the budding of flowers and the singing of birds, it slipped quietly on towards great disaster, while Stephen, whose book was nearing completion, worked harder than ever in Paris. End of section 16. Read by Hazel Moon Stornoway, 28th of May, 2025. Section 17 of The Well of Loneliness by Radclyffe Hall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 34. War. The incredible, yet long predicted, had come to pass. People woke in the mornings with a sense of disaster, but these were the old, who, having known war, remembered. The young men of France, of Germany, of Russia, of the whole world, looked round them amazed and bewildered, yet with something that stung as it leapt in their veins, filling them with a strange excitement, the bitter and ruthless potion of war that spurred and lashed at their manhood. They hurried through the streets of Paris, these young men. They collected in bars and cafes. They stood gaping at the ominous government placards, summoning their youth and strength to the colours. They talked fast, very fast. They gesticulated. "C'est la guerre, c'est la guerre," they kept repeating. Then they answered each other, "Oui, c'est la guerre." And true to her traditions, the beautiful city sought to hide stark ugliness under beauty, and she decked herself as though for a wedding. Her flags streamed out on the breeze in their thousands. With the paraphernalia and pageantry of glory, she sought to disguise the true meaning of war. But where children had been playing a few days before, troops were now encamped along the Champs-Élysées. Their horses nibbled the bark from the trees and pawed at the earth, making little hollows. They neighed to each other in the watches of the night, as though in some fearful anticipation. In by-streets, the unreasoning spirit of war broke loose in angry and futile actions. Shops were raided because of their German names, and their wares hurled out to lie in the gutters. Around each street corner, some imaginary spy must be lurking, until people tilted at shadows. C'est la guerre, murmured women, thinking of their sons. Then they answered each other, Oui, c'est la guerre. Pierre said to Stephen, They will not take me, because of my heart. And his voice shook with anger, and the anger brought tears which actually splashed the jaunty stripes of his livery waistcoat. Pauline said, I gave my father to the sea and my eldest brother. I still have 2 young brothers. They alone are left, and I give them to France. Bon Dieu, it is terrible being a woman. One gives all. But Stephen knew from her voice that Pauline felt proud of being a woman. Adele said, Jean is certain to get promotion. He says so. He will not long remain a poilu. When he comes back, he may be a captain. That will be fine. I shall marry a captain. War, he says, is better than piano tuning, though I tell him he has a fine ear for music. But Mademoiselle should just see him now in his uniform. We all think he looks splendid. Puddle said, Of course, England was bound to come in, and thank God we didn't take too long about it. Stephen said, All the young men from Morton will go. Every decent man in the country will go. Then she put away her unfinished novel and sat staring dumbly at Puddle. England, the land of bountiful pastures, of peace, of mothering hills, of home. England was fighting for her right to existence. Face to face with dreadful reality at last, England was pouring her men into battle. Her army was even now marching across France. Tramp, 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 tramp. The tread of England, whose men would defend her right to existence. Anna wrote from Morton. She wrote to Puddle, but now Stephen took those letters and read them. The agent had enlisted, and so had the bailiff. Old Mr. Percival, agent in Sir Philip's lifetime, had come back to help with Morton. Jim, the groom, who had stayed on under the coachman after Raftery's death, was now talking of going. He wanted to get into the cavalry, of course, and Anna was using her influence for him. 6 of the gardeners had joined up already, but Hopkins was past the prescribed age limit. He must do his small bit by looking after his grapevines. The grapes would be sent to the wounded in London. There were now no men servants left in the house, and the home farm was short of a couple of hands. Anna wrote that she was proud of her people and intended to pay those who had enlisted half wages. They would fight for England, but she could not help feeling that in a way they would be fighting for Morton. She had offered Morton to the Red Cross at once, and they had promised to send her convalescent cases. It was rather isolated for a hospital, it seemed, but would be just the place for convalescents. The vicar was going as an army chaplain. Violet's husband Alec had joined the Flying Corps. Roger Antrim was somewhere in France already. Colonel Antrim had a job at the barracks in Worcester. Came an angry scrawl from Jonathan Brockett, who had rushed back to England post-haste from the States. Did you ever know anything quite so stupid as this war? It's upset my apple cart completely. Can't write jingo plays about St. George and the Dragon, and I'm sick to death of business as usual. Ain't going to be no business, my dear, except killing, and blood always makes me feel faint. Then the postscript. I've just been and gone and done it. Please send me tuck boxes when I'm sitting in a trench. I like caramel creams, and of course, mixed biscuits. Yes, even Jonathan Brockett would go. It was fine in a way that he should have enlisted. Morton was pouring out its young men, who in their turn might pour out their lifeblood for Morton. The agent, the bailiff, in training already. Jim the groom, inarticulate, rather stupid, but wanting to join the cavalry. Jim, who had been at Morton since boyhood. The gardeners, kindly men smelling of soil, men of peace with a peaceful occupation. 6 of these gardeners had gone already, together with a couple of lads from the home farm. There were no men servants left in the house. It seemed that the old traditions still held, the traditions of England, the traditions of Morton. The vicar would soon play a sterner game than cricket, while Alec must put away his law books and take unto himself a pair of wings. Funny to associate wings with Alec. Colonel Antrim had hastily got into khaki and was cursing and swearing, no doubt, at the barracks. And Roger was somewhere in France already, justifying his manhood. Roger Antrim, who had been so intolerably proud of that manhood. Well now, he would get a chance to prove it. But Jonathan Brockett, with the soft white hands and the foolish gestures and the high little laugh, even he could justify his existence, for they had not refused him when he went to enlist. Stephen had never thought to feel envious of a man like Jonathan Brockett. She sat, smoking, with his letter spread out before her on the desk. His absurd yet courageous letter, and somehow it humbled her pride to the dust, for she could not so justify her existence. Every instinct handed down by the men of her race, every decent instinct of courage, now rose to mock her, so that all that was male in her make-up seemed to grow more aggressive perhaps as never before, because of this new frustration. She felt appalled at the realization of her own grotesqueness. She was nothing but a freak, abandoned on a kind of no-man's land at this moment of splendid national endeavour. England was calling her men into battle, her women to the bedsides of the wounded and dying. And between these two chivalrous, surging forces, she, Stephen, might well be crushed out of existence. Of less use to her country she was than Brockett. She stared at her bony masculine hands. They had never been skilful when it came to illness. Strong they might be, but rather inept. Not hands wherewith to succour the wounded. No, assuredly her job, if job she could find, would not lie at the bedsides of the wounded. And yet, good God, one must do something. Going to the door, she called in the servants. "I'm leaving for England in a few days," she told them. "And while I'm away, you'll take care of this house. I have absolute confidence in you." Pierre said, "All things shall be done as you would wish, mademoiselle." And she knew that it would be so. That evening she told Puddle of her decision, and Puddle's face brightened. "I'm so glad, my dear. When war comes, one ought to stand by one's country." "I'm afraid they won't want my sort," Stephen muttered. Puddle put a firm little hand over hers. "I wouldn't be too sure of that. This war may give your sort of woman her chance. I think you may find that they'll need you, Stephen." There were no farewells to be said in Paris, except those to Buisson and Mademoiselle Dufault. Mademoiselle Dufault shed a few tears. "I find you only to lose you, Stephen. Ah, but how many friends will be parted, perhaps forever, by this terrible war. And yet, what else could we do? We are blameless." In Berlin, people were also saying, "What else could we do? We are blameless." Julie's hand lingered on Stephen's arm. "You feel so strong," she said, sighing a little. "It is good to be strong and courageous these days, and to have one's eyes. Alas, I am quite useless." "No one is useless who can pray, my sister," reproved Mademoiselle almost sternly. And indeed, there were many who thought as she did. The churches were crowded all over France. A great wave of piety swept through Paris, filling the dark confessional boxes, so that the priests had now some ado to cope with such shoals of penitent people, the more so as every priest fit to fight had been summoned to join the army. Up at Montmartre, the church of the Sacré-Cœur echoed and re-echoed with the prayers of the faithful, while those prayers that were whispered with tears in secret hung like invisible clouds round its altars. Save us, most sacred heart of Jesus. Have pity upon us. Have pity upon France. Save us, O heart of Jesus. So all day long must the priest sit and hear the time-honoured sins of body and spirit. A monotonous hearing, because of its sameness, since nothing is really new under the sun, least of all our manner of sinning. Men who had not been to Mass for years now began to remember their first communion. Thus it was that many a hardy blasphemer, grown suddenly tongue-tied and rather sheepish, clumped up to the altar in his new army boots, having made an embarrassed confession. Young clericals changed into uniform and marched side by side with the roughest poilus to share in their hardships, their hopes, their terrors, their deeds of supremest valour. Old men bowed their heads and gave of the strength which no longer animated their bodies, gave of that strength through the bodies of their sons, who would charge into battle, shouting and singing. Women of all ages knelt down and prayed, since prayer has long been the refuge of women. No one is useless who can pray, my sister. The women of France had spoken through the lips of the humble Mademoiselle Dufault. Stephen and Puddle said goodbye to the sisters, then went on to Buisson's Academy of Fencing, where they found him engaged upon greasing his foils. He looked up. "Ah, it's you. I must go on greasing. God knows when I shall use these again. Tomorrow I join my regiment." But he wiped his hands on a stained overall and sat down, after clearing a chair for Puddle. "An ungentlemanly war it will be," he grumbled. "Will I lead my men with a sword? Ah, but no. I will lead my men with a dirty revolver in my hand. Parbleu! Such is modern warfare. A machine could do the whole cursed thing better. We shall all be nothing but machines in this war. However, I pray that we may kill many Germans." Stephen lit a cigarette, while the master glared. He was evidently in a very vile temper. Go on, smoke your heart to the devil, then come here and ask me to teach you fencing. You smoke in lighting one from the other. You remind me of your horrible Birmingham chimneys, but, of course, a woman exaggerates always," he concluded, with an evident wish to annoy her. Then he made a few really enlightening remarks about Germans in general, their appearance, their morals, above all their personal habits, which remarks were more seemly in French than they would be in English. For, like Valerie Seymour, this man was filled with a loathing for the ugliness of his epoch, an ugliness to which he felt the Germans were just now doing their best to contribute. Buisson's heart was not buried in Mytilene, but rather in the glories of a bygone Paris, where a gentleman lived by the skill of his rapier and the graceful courage that lay behind it. "In the old days, we killed very beautifully," sighed Buisson. "Now we merely slaughter, or else do not kill at all, no matter how gross the insult." However, when they got up to go, he relented. "War is surely a very necessary evil. It thins down the imbecile population who have murdered their most efficacious microbes. People will not die. Very well. Here comes war to mow them down in their tens of thousands. At least, for those of us who survive, there will be more breathing space, thanks to the Germans. Perhaps they too are a necessary evil." Arrived at the door, Stephen turned to look back. Buisson was once more greasing his foils, and his fingers moved slowly, yet with great precision. He might almost have been a beauty doctor, engaged upon massaging ladies' faces. Preparations for departure did not take very long, and in less than a week's time, Stephen and Puddle had shaken hands with their Breton servants, and were driving at top speed en route for Havre, from whence they would cross to England. Puddle's prophecy proved to have been correct. Work was very soon forthcoming for Stephen. She joined the London ambulance column, which was well under way by that autumn, and presently Puddle herself got a job in one of the government departments. She and Stephen had taken a small service flat in Victoria, and here they would meet when released from their hours of duty. But Stephen was obsessed by her one idea, which was, willy-nilly, to get out to the front, and many and varied were the plans and discussions that were listened to by the sympathetic Puddle. An ambulance had managed to slip over to Belgium for a while and had done some very fine service. Stephen had hit on a similar idea, but in her case the influence required had been lacking. In vain did she offer to form a unit at her own expense. The reply was polite, but always the same, a monotonous reply. England did not send women to the front-line trenches. She disliked the idea of joining the throng who tormented the patient passport officials with demands to be sent out to France at once, on no matter how insufficient a pretext. What was the use of her going to France unless she could find there the work that she wanted? She preferred to stick to her job in England. And now quite often, while she waited at the stations for the wounded, she would see unmistakable figures. Unmistakable to her they would be at first sight. She would single them out of the crowd, as by instinct. For, as though gaining courage from the terror that is war, many a one who was, even as Stephen, had crept out of her hole and come into the daylight and faced her country. Well, here I am. Will you take me or leave me? And England had taken her, asking no questions. She was strong and efficient. She could fill a man's place. She could organise too, given scope for her talent. England had said, "Thank you very much. You're just what we happen to want. At the moment." So, side by side with more fortunate women, worked Miss Smith, who had been breeding dogs in the country, or Miss Oliphant, who had been breeding nothing since birth but a litter of hefty complexes, or Miss Tring, who had lived with a very dear friend in the humbler purlieus of Chelsea. One great weakness they all had, it must be admitted, and this was for uniforms. Yet why not? The good workman is worthy of his Sam Browne belt. And then, too, their nerves were not at all weak. Their pulses beat placidly through the worst air raids, for bombs do not trouble the nerves of the invert, but rather that terrible, silent bombardment from the batteries of God's good people. Yet now, even really nice women with hairpins often found their less orthodox sisters quite useful. It would be, "Miss Smith, do just start up my motor. The engine's so cold I can't get the thing going." Or, "Miss Oliphant, do glance through these accounts. I've got such a rotten bad head for figures." Or, "Miss Tring, may I borrow your British warm? The office is simply Arctic this morning." Not that those purely feminine women were less worthy of praise. Perhaps they were more so, giving as they did of their best, without stint. For they had no stigma to live down in the war, no need to defend their right to respect. They rallied to the call of their country superbly, and may it not be forgotten by England. But the others, since they too gave of their best, may they also not be forgotten. They might look a bit odd, indeed some of them did, and yet in the streets they were, seldom stared at, though they strode a little, perhaps from shyness, or perhaps from a slightly self-conscious desire to show off, which is often the same thing as shyness. They were part of the universal convulsion, and were being accepted as such on their merits. And although their Sam Browne belts remained swordless, their hats and their caps without regimental badges, a battalion was formed in those terrible years that would never again be completely disbanded. War and death had given them a right to life, and life tasted sweet, very sweet to their palates. Later on would come bitterness, disillusion, but never again would such women submit to being driven back to their holes and corners. They had found themselves. Thus the whirligig of war brings in its abrupt revenges. Time passed. The first year of hostilities became the second, while Stephen still hoped, though no nearer to her ambition. Try as she might, she could not get to the front. No work at the actual front seemed to be forthcoming for women. Brockett wrote wonderfully cheerful letters. In every letter was a neat little list telling Stephen what he wished her to send him. But the sweets he loved were getting quite scarce. They were no longer always so easy to come by. And now he was asking for Houbigant soap to be included in his tuck box. "Don't let it get near the coffee fondants, or it may make them taste like it smells," he cautioned. "And do try to send me 2 bottles of hair wash. Eau Athénienne. I used to buy it at Truffit's." He was on a perfectly damnable front. They had sent him to Mesopotamia. Violet Peacock, who was now a VAD with a very imposing Red Cross on her apron, occasionally managed to catch Stephen at home, and then would come reams of tiresome gossip. Sometimes she would bring her overfed children along. She was stuffing them up like capons. By fair means or foul, Violet always managed to obtain illicit cream for her nursery. She was one of those mothers who reacted to the war by wishing to kill off the useless aged. "What's the good of them? Eating up the food of the nation," she would say. "I'm going all out on the young. They'll be needed to breed from." She was very extreme. Her perspective had been upset by the air raids. Raids frightened her, as did the thought of starvation, and when frightened she was apt to grow rather sadistic, so that now she would want to rush off and inspect every ruin left by the German marauders. She had also been the first to applaud the dreadful descent of a burning Zeppelin. She bored Stephen intensely with her ceaseless prattle about Alec, who was one of London's defenders, about Roger, who had got the Military Cross and was just on the eve of becoming a major, about the wounded, whose faces she sponged every morning, and who seemed so pathetically grateful. From Morton came occasional letters for Puddle. They were more in the nature of reports now, these letters. Anna had such and such a number of cases. The gardeners had been replaced by young women. Mr. Percival was proving very devoted. He and Anna were holding the estate well together. Williams had been seriously ill with pneumonia. Then a long list of humble names from the farms, from among Anna's staff or from cottage homesteads, together with those from such houses as Morton, for the rich and the poor were in death united. Stephen would read that long list of names, so many of which she had known since her childhood, and would realise that the stark arm of war had struck deep at the quiet heart of the Midlands. Book 4, Chapter 35. A stump of candle in the neck of a bottle flickered once or twice and threatened to go out. Getting up, Stephen found a fresh candle and lit it. Then she returned to her packing case, upon which had been placed the remnants of a chair, minus its legs and arms. The room had once been the much-prized salon of a large and prosperous villa in Compiègne, but now the glass was gone from its windows. There remained only battered and splintered shutters, which creaked eerily in the bitter wind of a March night in 1918. The walls of the salon had fared little better than its windows. Their brocade was detached and hanging, while a recent rainstorm had lashed through the roof, making ugly splotches on the delicate fabric. A dark stain on the ceiling was perpetually dripping. The remnants of what had once been a home, little broken tables, an old photograph in a tarnished frame, a child's wooden horse, added to the infinite desolation of this villa that now housed the Breakspear unit, a unit composed of Englishwomen that had been serving in France for just over 6 months, attached to the French Army Ambulance Corps. The place seemed full of grotesquely large shadows, cast by figures that sat or sprawled on the floor. Miss Peel, in her Jaeger sleeping bag, snored loudly, then choked because of her cold. Miss Delmy Howard was gravely engaged upon making the best of a difficult toilet. She was brushing out her magnificent hair, which gleamed in the light of the candle. Miss Bless was sewing a button on her tunic. Miss Thurlow was peering at a half-finished letter. But most of the women who were herded together in this, the safest place in the villa, and none too safe at that, be it said, were apparently sleeping quite soundly. An uncanny stillness had descended on the town. After many hours of intensive bombardment, the Germans were having a breathing space before training their batteries once more upon Compiègne. Stephen stared down at the girl who lay curled up at her feet in an army blanket. The girl slept the sleep of complete exhaustion, breathing heavily with her head on her arm. Her pale and rather triangular face was that of someone who was still very young, not much more than 19 or 20. The pallor of her skin was accentuated by the short black lashes which curled back abruptly, by the black, arched eyebrows and dark brown hair. Sleek hair which grew to a peak on the forehead and had recently been bobbed for the sake of convenience. For the rest, her nose was slightly tip-tilted and her mouth resolute, considering her youth. The lips were well modelled and fine in texture, having deeply indented corners. For more than a minute, Stephen considered the immature figure of Mary Llewellyn. This latest recruit to the Breakspear unit had joined it only 5 weeks ago, replacing a member who was suffering from shell shock. Mrs. Breakspear had shaken her head over Mary, but in these harassed days of the German offensive, she could not afford to remain short-handed. So, in spite of many misgivings, she had kept her. Still shaking her head, she had said to Stephen, "Needs must when the bodies get busy, Miss Gordon. Have an eye to her, will you? She may stick it out all right, but between you and me, I very much doubt it. You might try her out as your second driver." And so far, Mary Llewellyn had stuck it. Stephen looked away again, closing her eyes, and after a while forgot about Mary. The events that had preceded her own coming to France began to pass through her brain in procession. Her chief in the London ambulance column, through whom she had first met Mrs. Claude Breakspear, a good sort, the chief, she had been a staunch friend. The great news that she, Stephen, had been accepted and would go to the front as an ambulance driver. Then Puddle's grave face. "I must write to your mother. This means that you will be in real danger." Her mother's brief letter. "Before you leave, I should very much like you to come and see me." The rest of the letter, mere polite, empty phrases. The impulse to resist, the longing to go, culminating in that hurried visit to Morton. Morton so changed, and yet so changeless. Changed because of those blue-clad figures, the lame, the halt, and the partially blinded, who had sought its peace and its kindly protection. Changeless because that protection and peace belonged to the very spirit of Morton. Mrs. Williams, a widow, her niece melancholic ever since the groom Jim had been wounded and missing. They had married while he had been home on leave, and quite soon the poor soul was expecting a baby. Williams, now dead of his third and last stroke after having survived pneumonia. The swan called Peter, no longer gliding across the lake on his white reflection, and in his stead an unmanly offspring who struck out with his wings and tried to bite Stephen. The family vault, where her father lay buried. The vault was in urgent need of repair. "No men left, Miss Stephen. We're that short of stonemasons. Her ladyship's been complaining already, but it don't be use complaining these times." Raftery's grave, a slab of rough granite. In memory of a gentle and courageous friend, whose name was Raftery, after the poet. Moss on the granite, half effacing the words, the thick hedge growing wild for the want of clipping. And her mother, a woman with snow-white hair and a face that was worn almost down to the spirit. A woman of quiet but uncertain movements, with a new trick of twisting the rings on her fingers. "It was good of you to come. You sent for me, Mother." Long silences, filled with the realization that all they dared hope for was peace between them. Too late to go back. They could not retrace their steps, even though there was now peace between them. Then, those last poignant moments in the study together. Memory. The old room was haunted by it. A man dying with love in his eyes that was deathless. A woman holding him in her arms, speaking words such as lovers will speak to each other. Memory. They're the one perfect thing about me. "Stephen, promise to write when you're out in France. I shall want to hear from you." "I promise, Mother." The return to London. Puddle's anxious voice. "Well, how was she?" "Very frail. You must go to Morton." Puddle's sudden and almost fierce rebellion. "I would rather not go. I've made my choice, Stephen." "But I ask this for my sake. I'm worried about her, even if I weren't going away. I couldn't go back now and live at Morton. Our living together would make us remember." "I remember too, Stephen, and what I remember is hard to forgive. It's hard to forgive an injury done to someone one loves." Puddle's face, very white, very stern. Strange to hear such words as these on the kind lips of Puddle. I know, but she's terribly alone, and I can't forget that my father loved her." A long silence, and then, "I've never yet failed you, and you're right. I must go to Morton." Stephen's thoughts stopped abruptly. Someone had come in and was stumping down the room in squeaky trench boots. It was Blakeney, holding the timesheet in her hand. Funny old monosyllabic Blakeney, with her curly white hair cropped as close as an Uhlan's, and her face that suggested a sensitive monkey. "Service, Gordon. Wake the kid. Howard, Thurlow, ready?" They got up and hustled into their trench coats, found their gas masks, and finally put on their helmets. Then Stephen shook Mary Llewellyn very gently. "It's time." Mary opened her clear grey eyes. "Who? What?" she stammered. "It's time. Get up, Mary." The girl staggered to her feet, still stupid with fatigue. Through the cracks in the shutters the dawn showed faintly. The grey of a bitter, starved-looking morning. The town, like a mortally wounded creature, torn by shells, gashed open by bombs. Dead streets, streets of death, death in streets and their houses, yet people still able to sleep and still sleeping. "Stephen?" "Yes, Mary." "How far is the post?" "I think about 30 kilometres. Why?" "Oh, nothing. I only wondered." The long stretch of an open country road. On either side of the road, wire netting hung with pieces of crudely painted rag. A camouflage this to represent leaves. A road bordered by rag leaves on tall wire hedges. Every few yards or so a deep shell hole. "Are they following, Mary? Is Howard all right?" The girl glanced back. "Yes, it's all right. She's coming." They drove on in silence for a couple of miles. The morning was terribly cold. Mary shivered. "What's that?" It was rather a foolish question, for she knew what it was, knew only too well. "They're at it again," Stephen muttered. A shell burst in a paddock, uprooting some trees. "All right, Mary." "Yes, look out, we're coming to a crater." They skimmed it by less than an inch and dashed on. Mary suddenly moving nearer to Stephen. "Don't joggle my arm, for the Lord's sake, child." "Did I? I'm sorry." "Yes, don't do it again." And once more they drove forward in silence. Farther down the road they were blocked by a farm cart. "Militaire! Militaire! Militaire!" Stephen shouted. Rather languidly the farmer got down and went to the heads of his thin, stumbling horses. "Il faut vivre," he explained as he pointed to the cart, which appeared to be full of potatoes. In a field on the right worked 3 very old women. They were hoeing with a diligent and fatalistic patience. At any moment a stray shell might burst, and then, presto, little left of the very old women. But what will you? There is war. There has been war so long. One must eat, even under the noses of the Germans. The bon Dieu knows this. He alone can protect. So meanwhile one just goes on, diligently hoeing. A blackbird was singing to himself in a tree. The tree was horribly maimed and blasted. All the same, he had known it the previous spring, and so now, in spite of its wounds, he had found it. Came a sudden lull when they heard him distinctly, and Mary saw him. "Look," she said, "there's a blackbird." Just for a moment she forgot about war. Yet Stephen could now very seldom forget, and this was because of the girl at her side. A queer, tight feeling would come round her heart. She would know the fear that can go hand in hand with personal courage, the fear for another. But now she looked down for a moment and smiled. "Bless that blackbird for letting you see him, Mary." She knew that Mary loved little wild birds, that indeed she loved all the humbler creatures. They turned into a lane and were comparatively safe, but the roar of the guns had grown much more insistent. They must be nearing the poste de secours, for they spoke very little because of those guns, and after a while, because of the wounded. The poste de secours was a ruined auberge at the crossroads, about 50 yards behind the trenches. From what had once been its spacious cellar, they were hurriedly carrying up the wounded, maimed and mangled creatures who a few hours ago had been young and vigorous men. None too gently the stretchers were lowered to the ground beside the 2 waiting ambulances. None too gently because there were so many of them, and because there must come a time in all wars when custom stales even compassion. The wounded were patient and fatalistic, like the very old women back in the field. The only difference between them being that the men had themselves become as a field laid bare to the ruthless and bloody hoeing. Some of them had not even a blanket to protect them from the biting cold of the wind. A poilu with a mighty wound in the belly must lie with the blood congealing on the bandage. Next to him lay a man with his face half blown away, who, God alone knew why, remained conscious. The abdominal case was the first to be handled. Stephen herself helped to lift his stretcher. He was probably dying, but he did not complain, except inasmuch as he wanted his mother. The voice that emerged from his coarse, bearded throat was the voice of a child demanding its mother. The man with the terrible face tried to speak, but when he did so the sound was not human. His bandage had slipped a little to one side, so that Stephen must step between him and Mary and hastily readjust the bandage. "Get back to the ambulance. I shall want you to drive." In silence, Mary obeyed her. And now began the first of those endless journeys from the poste de secours to the field hospital. For 24 hours they would ply back and forth with their light Ford ambulances, driving quickly because the lives of the wounded might depend on their speed, yet with every nerve taut to avoid, as far as might be, the jarring of the hazardous roads full of ruts and shell holes. The man with the shuttered face started again. They could hear him above the throb of the motor. For a moment they stopped, while Stephen listened, but his lips were not there. An intolerable sound. "Faster! Drive faster, Mary!" Pale, but with firmly set, resolute mouth, Mary Llewellyn drove faster. When at last they reached the field hospital, the bearded poilu with the wound in his belly was lying very placidly on his stretcher, his hairy chin pointing slightly upward. He had ceased to speak as a little child. Perhaps after all he had found his mother. The day went on, and the sun shone out brightly, dazzling the tired eyes of the drivers. Dusk fell, and the roads grew treacherous and vague. Night came. They dared not risk having lights, so that they must just stare and stare into the darkness. In the distance, the sky turned ominously red. Some stray shells might well have set fire to a village. That tall column of flame was probably the church, and the Boche were punishing Compiègne again, to judge from the heavy sounds of bombardment. Yet by now there was nothing real in the world but that thick and almost impenetrable darkness, and the ache of the eyes that must stare and stare, and the dreadful patient pain of the wounded. There had never been anything else in the world but black night, shot through with the pain of the wounded. On the following morning, the 2 ambulances crept back to their base at the villa in Compiègne. It had been a tough job, long hours of strain, and to make matters worse, the reliefs had been late, one of them having a breakdown. Moving stiffly and with red-rimmed and watering eyes, the 4 women swallowed large cups of coffee, and just as they were, they lay down on the floor, wrapped in their trench coats and army blankets. In less than a quarter of an hour they slept, though the villa shook and rocked with the bombardment. End of section 17. Read by Hazel Moon. Stornoway, 29th of May, 2025. Section 18 of The Well of Loneliness by Radclyffe Hall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 36. There is something that mankind can never destroy, in spite of an unreasoning will to destruction, and this is its own idealism, that integral part of its very being. The aging and the cynical may make wars, but the young and the idealistic must fight them, and thus there are bound to come quick reactions, blind impulses not always comprehended. Men will curse as they kill, yet accomplish deeds of self-sacrifice, giving their lives for others. Poets will write with their pens dipped in blood, yet will write not of death, but of life eternal. Strong and courteous friendships will be born to endure in the face of enmity and destruction. And so persistent is this urge to the ideal, above all in the presence of great disaster, that mankind, the willful destroyer of beauty, must immediately strive to create new beauties, lest it perish from a sense of its own desolation. And this urge touched the Celtic soul of Mary. For the Celtic soul is the stronghold of dreams, of longings come down the dim paths of the ages, and within it there dwells a vague discontent, so that it must forever go questing. And now, as though drawn by some hidden attraction, as though stirred by some irresistible impulse, quite beyond the realms of her own understanding, Mary turned in all faith and all innocence to Stephen. Who can pretend to interpret fate, either his own fate or that of another? Why should this girl have crossed Stephen's path, or indeed Stephen hers, if it came to that matter? Was not the world large enough for them both? Perhaps not, or perhaps the event of their meeting had already been written upon the tablets of stone by some wise if relentless recording finger. An orphan, from the days of her earliest childhood, Mary had lived with a married cousin in the wilds of Wales, an unwanted member of a none too prosperous household. She had little education beyond that obtained from a small private school in a neighbouring village. She knew nothing of life, or of men and women, and even less did she know of herself, of her ardent, courageous, impulsive nature. Thanks to the fact that her cousin was a doctor, forced to motor over a widely spread practice, she had learnt to drive, and look after his car by filling the post of an unpaid chauffeur. She was, in her small way, a good mechanic, but the war had made her much less contented with her narrow life, and although at its outbreak Mary had been not quite 18, she had felt a great longing to be independent, in which she had met with no opposition. However, A Welsh village is no field for endeavour, and thus nothing had happened until by a fluke she had suddenly heard of the Breakspear unit via the local parson. An old friend of its founder, he himself had written to recommend Mary. And so, straight from the quiet seclusion of Wales, this girl had managed the complicated journey that had finally got her over to France, then across a war-ravaged, dislocated country. Mary was neither so frail nor as timid as Mrs. Breakspear had thought her. Stephen had felt rather bored just at first, at the prospect of teaching the new member her duties. But after a while it came to pass that she missed the girl when she was not with her. And after a while she would find herself observing the way Mary's hair grew, low on the forehead, the wide setting of her slightly oblique grey eyes, the abrupt sweep back of their heavy lashes. And these things would move Stephen, so that she must touch the girl's hair for a moment with her fingers. Fate was throwing them continually together, in moments of rest as in moments of danger. They could not have escaped this even had they wished to, and indeed they did not wish to escape it. They were pawns in the ruthless and complicated game of existence, moved hither and thither on the board by an unseen hand, yet moved side by side, so that they grew to expect each other. "Mary, are you there?" A superfluous question. The reply would be always the same. "I'm here, Stephen." Sometimes Mary would talk of her plans for the future, while Stephen listened, smiling as she did so. "I'll go into an office. I want to be free." "You're so little, you'd get mislaid in an office." "I'm 5'5". "Are you really, Mary? You feel little, somehow." "That's because you're so tall. I do wish I could grow a bit." "No, don't wish that. You're all right as you are. It's you, Mary." Mary would want to be told about Morton. She was never tired of hearing about Morton. She would make Stephen get out the photographs of her father, of her mother, whom Mary thought lovely, of Puddle, and above all of Raftery. Then Stephen must tell her of the life in London, and afterwards of the new house in Paris. Must talk of her own career and ambitions, though Mary had not read either of her novels. There had never been a library subscription, but at moments Stephen's face would grow clouded, because of the things that she could not tell her, because of the little untruths and evasions that must fill up the gaps in her strange life history. Looking down into Mary's clear grey eyes, she would suddenly flush through her tan and feel guilty. And that feeling would reach the girl and disturb her, so that she must hold Stephen's hand for a moment. One day she said suddenly, "Are you unhappy?" "Why on earth should I be unhappy?" smiled Stephen. All the same, there were nights now when Stephen lay awake, even after her arduous hours of service, hearing the guns that were coming nearer, yet not thinking of them, but always of Mary. A great gentleness would gradually engulf her, like a soft sea mist, veiling reef and headland. She would seem to be drifting quietly, serenely towards some blessed and peaceful harbour. Stretching out a hand, she would stroke the girl's shoulder where she lay, but carefully, in case she should wake her. Then the mist would lift. "Good God, what am I doing?" She would sit up abruptly, disturbing the sleeper. "Is that you, Stephen?" "Yes, my dear. Go to sleep." Then a cross, aggrieved voice. "Do shut up, you two. It's rotten of you. I was just getting off. Why must you always persist in talking?" Stephen would lie down again and would think, "I'm a fool. I go out of my way to find trouble. Of course I've grown fond of the child. She's so plucky. Almost anyone would grow fond of Mary. Why shouldn't I have affection and friendship? Why shouldn't I have a real human interest? I can help her to find her feet after the war if we both come through. I might buy her a business." That gentle mist, hiding both reef and headland. It would gather again, blurring all perception, robbing the past of its crude, ugly outlines. After all, what harm can it do the child to be fond of me? It was so good a thing to have won the affection of this young creature. The Germans got perilously near to Compiègne, and the Breakspear unit was ordered to retire. Its base was now at a ruined chateau on the outskirts of an insignificant village, yet not so very insignificant either. It was stuffed to the neck with ammunition. Nearly all the hours that were spent off-duty must be passed in the gloomy, damp-smelling dugouts, which consisted of cellars, partly destroyed, but protected by sandbags on heavy timbers. Like foxes creeping out of their holes, the members of the unit would creep into the daylight, their uniforms covered with mould and rubble, their eyes blinking, their hands cold and numb from the dampness, so cold and so numb that the starting up of motors would often present a real problem. At this time there occurred one or two small mishaps. Bless broke her wrist while cranking her engine. Blakeney and 3 others at a poste de secours were met by a truly terrific bombardment and took cover in what had once been a brick field, crawling into the disused furnace. There they squatted for something over 8 hours, while the German gunners played hit as hit can with the tall and conspicuous chimney. When at last they emerged, half stifled by brick dust, Blakeney had got something into her eye, which she rubbed. The result was acute inflammation. Howard had begun to be irritating, with her passion for tending her beautiful hair. She would sit in the corner of her dugout as calmly as though she was sitting at a Bond Street hairdresser's, and having completed the ritual brushing, she would gaze at herself in a pocket mirror. With a bandage over her unfortunate eye, Blakeney looked more like a monkey than ever, a sick monkey, and her strictly curtailed conversation was not calculated to enliven the unit. She seemed almost entirely bereft of speech these days, as though reverting to species. Her one comment on life was, "Oh, I dunno," always said with a jaunty rising inflection. It meant everything or nothing, as you chose to take it, and had long been her panacea for the ills of what she considered a stupid creation. "Oh, I dunno." And indeed she did not. Poor old sensitive monosyllabic Blakeney. The poilu, who served out the unit's rations, cold meat, sardines, bread, and sour red pinard, was discovered by Stephen in the very act of attempting to unload an aerial bomb. He explained with a smile that the Germans were sly in their methods of loading. "I cannot discover just how it is done." Then he showed his left hand. It was minus one of the fingers. That, he told her, still smiling, was caused by a shell, a quite little shell, which I was also unloading. And when she remonstrated none too gently, he sulked. "But I wish to give this one to Maman." Everyone had begun to feel the nerve strain, except perhaps Blakeney, who had done with all feeling. Short-handed by 2, the remaining members of the unit must now work like veritable niggers. On one occasion, Stephen and Mary worked for 70 hours with scarcely a respite. Strained nerves are invariably followed by strained tempers, and sudden hot quarrels would break out over nothing. Bless and Howard loathed each other for 2 days, then palled up again because of a grievance that had recently been evolved against Stephen. For everyone knew that Stephen and Blakeney were by far the best drivers in the Breakspear unit, and as such should be shared by all the members in turn. But poor Blakeney was nursing a very sore eye, while Stephen still continued to drive only with Mary. They were splendidly courageous and great-hearted women, every one of them, glad enough as a rule to help one another to shoulder burdens, to be tolerant and kind when it came to friendships. They petted and admired their youngest recruit, and most of them liked and respected Stephen. All the same, they had now grown childishly jealous, and this jealousy reached the sharp ears of Mrs. Breakspear. Mrs. Breakspear sent for Stephen one morning. She was sitting at a Louis Quinze writing table, which had somehow survived the wreck of the chateau, and was now in her gloomy official dugout. Her right hand reposed on an ordnance map. She looked like a very maternal general. The widow of an officer killed in the war, and the mother of 2 large sons and 3 daughters, she had led the narrow conventional life that is common to women in military stations. Yet all the while she must have been filling her subconscious reservoir with knowledge, for she suddenly blossomed forth as a leader with a fine understanding of human nature. So now she looked over her ample bosom, not unkindly, but rather thoughtfully, at Stephen. "Sit down, Miss Gordon. It's about Llewellyn, whom I asked you to take on as second driver. I think the time has now arrived when she ought to stand more on her own in the unit. She must take her chance like everyone else, and not cling quite so close. Don't misunderstand me. I'm most grateful for all you've done for the girl, but of course you are one of our finest drivers, and fine driving counts for a great deal these days. It may mean life or death, as you yourself know. And, well, it seems scarcely fair to the others that Mary should always go out with you. No, it certainly is not quite fair to the others." Stephen said, "Do you mean that she's to go out with everyone in turn? With Thurlow, for instance?" And do what she would to appear indifferent, she could not quite keep her voice from trembling. Mrs. Breakspeare nodded. "That's what I do mean." Then she said rather slowly, "These are strenuous times, and such times are apt to breed many emotions which are purely fictitious, purely mushroom growths that spring up in a night and have no roots at all, except in our imaginations. But I'm sure you'll agree with me, Miss Gordon, in thinking it our duty to discourage anything in the nature of an emotional friendship, such as I fancy Mary Llewellyn is on the verge of feeling for you. It's quite natural, of course, a kind of reaction, but not wise. No, I cannot think it wise. It savours a little too much of the schoolroom and might lead to ridicule in the unit. Your position is far too important for that. I look upon you as my second in command." Stephen said quietly, "I quite understand. I'll go at once and speak to Blakeney about altering Mary Llewellyn's timesheet." "Yes, do, if you will," agreed Mrs. Breakspeare. Then she stooped and studied her ordnance map, without looking again at Stephen. If Stephen had been fearful for Mary's safety before, she was now 10 times more so. The front was in a condition of flux, and the postes de secours were continually shifting. An Allied ambulance driver had been fired on by the Germans after having arrived at the spot where his post had been only the previous evening. There was very close fighting on every sector. It seemed truly amazing that no grave casualties had so far occurred in the unit. For now the Allies had begun to creep forward, yard by yard, mile by mile, very slowly but surely, refreshed by a splendid transfusion of blood from the youthful veins of a great child nation. Of all the anxieties on Mary's account that now beset Stephen, Thurlow was the gravest. For Thurlow was one of those irritating drivers who stake all on their inadequate judgment. She was brave to a fault, but inclined to show off when it came to a matter of actual danger. For long hours, Stephen would not know what had happened, and must often leave the base before Mary had returned, still in doubt regarding her safety. Grimly, yet with unfailing courage and devotion, Stephen now went about her duties. Every day the risks that they all took grew graver, for the enemy, nearing the verge of defeat, was less than ever a respecter of persons. Stephen's only moments of comparative peace would be when she herself drove Mary, and as though the girl missed some vitalising force, some strength that had hitherto been hers to draw on, she flagged, and Stephen would watch her flagging during their brief spells together off duty, and would know that nothing but her Celtic pluck kept Mary Llewellyn from a breakdown. And now, because they were so often parted, even chance meetings became of importance. They might meet while preparing their cars in the morning, and if this should happen they would draw close together for a moment, as though finding comfort in nearness. Letters from home would arrive for Stephen, and these she would want to read to Mary. In addition to writing, Puddle sent food, even luxuries sometimes, of a pre-war nature. To obtain them she must have used bribery and corruption, for food of all kinds had grown scarce in England. Puddle, it seemed, had a mammoth war map into which she stuck pins with gay little pennants. Every time the lines moved by so much as a yard, out would come Puddle's pins to go in at fresh places. for since Stephen had left her to go to the front, the war had become very personal to Puddle. Anna also wrote, and from her Stephen learned of the death of Roger Antrim. He had been shot down while winning his VC through saving the life of a wounded captain. All alone, he had gone over to no man's land and had rescued his friend where he lay unconscious, receiving a bullet through the head at the moment of flinging the wounded man into safety. Roger, so lacking in understanding, so crude, so cruel and remorseless a bully. Roger had been changed, in the twinkling of an eye, into something superb, because utterly selfless. Thus it was that the undying urge of mankind towards the ideal had come upon Roger. And Stephen, as she sat there and read of his passing, suddenly knew that she wished him well, that his courage had wiped one great bitterness out of her heart and her life forever. And so by dying as he had died, Roger, all unknowing, had fulfilled the law that must be extended to enemy and friend alike, the immutable law of service. Events gathered momentum. By the June of that year, 700,000 United States soldiers, strong and comely men plucked from their native prairies, from their fields of tall corn, from their farms and their cities, were giving their lives in defence of freedom on the blood-soaked battlefields of France. They had little to gain and much to lose. It was not their war, yet they helped to fight it, because they were young and their nation was young, and the ideals of youth are eternally hopeful. In July came the Allied counter-offensive, and now, in a moment of approaching triumph, France knew to the full of her great desolation, as it lay revealed by the retreating armies. For not only had there been a holocaust of homesteads, but the country was strewn with murdered trees, cut down in their hour of most perfect leafing, orchards struck to the ground, an orgy of destruction, as the mighty forces rolled back like a tide, to recoil on themselves, incredulous, amazed, maddened by the outrage of coming disaster. For mad they must surely have been, since no man is a more faithful lover of trees than the German. Stephen, as she drove through that devastated country, would find herself thinking of Martin Hallam. Martin, who had touched the old thorns on the hills with such respectful and pitiful fingers. Have you ever thought about the enormous courage of trees? I have, and it seems to me amazing. The Lord dumps them down, and they've just got to stick it, no matter what happens. That must need some courage. Martin had believed in a heaven for trees, a forest heaven for all the faithful. And looking at those pitiful leafy corpses, Stephen wanted to believe in that heaven. Until lately she had not thought of Martin for years. He belonged to a past that was better forgotten. But now she would sometimes wonder about him. Perhaps he was dead, smitten down where he stood, for many had perished where they stood, like the orchards. It was strange to think that he might have been here in France, have been fighting, and have died quite near to her. But perhaps he had not been killed after all. She had never told Mary about Martin Hallam. All roads of thought seemed to lead back to Mary, and these days, in addition to fears for her safety, came a growing distress at what she must see. Far more terrible sights than the patient wounded. For everywhere now lay the wreckage of war, sea wrack spewed up by a poisonous ocean, putrefying, festering in the sun, breeding corruption to man's seed of folly. Twice lately, while they had been driving together, they had come upon sights that Stephen would have spared her. There had been that shattered German gun carriage with its stiff dead horses, and its 3 dead gunners. Horrible death. The men's faces had been black, like the faces of Negroes, black and swollen from gas, or was it from putrefaction? There had been the deserted and wounded charger, with its foreleg hanging as though by a rag. Nearby had been lying a dead young Ulan, and Stephen had shot the beast with his revolver. But Mary had suddenly started sobbing. Oh God, oh God, it was dumb, it couldn't speak. It's so awful somehow to see a thing suffer when it can't ask you why. She had sobbed a long time, and Stephen had not known how to console her. And now the unit was creeping forward in the wake of the steadily advancing Allies. Billets would be changed as the base was moved on slowly from devastated village to village. There seldom seemed to be a house left with a roof, or with anything much beyond its four walls, and quite often they must lie staring up at the stars, which would stare back again, aloof and untroubled. At about this time they grew very short of water, for most of the wells were said to have been poisoned. And this shortage of water was a very real torment, since it strictly curtailed the luxury of washing. Then what must Bless do but get herself hit while locating the position of a poste de secours, which had most inconsiderately vanished. Like the Allied ambulance driver, she was shot at, but in her case she happened to stop a bullet. It was only a flesh wound, high up in the arm, yet enough to render her useless for the moment. She had to be sent back to hospital, so once again the unit was short-handed. It turned hot, and in place of the dampness and the cold came days and nights that seemed almost breathless, days when the wounded must lie out in the sun, tormented by flies as they waited their turn to be lifted into the ambulances. And as though misfortunes attracted each other, as though indeed they were hunting in couples, Stephen's face was struck by a splinter of shell, and her right cheek cut open rather badly. He was neatly stitched up by the little French doctor at the poste de secours, and when he had finished with his needle and dressings, he bowed very gravely. "Mademoiselle will carry an honourable scar, as a mark of her courage." And he bowed yet again, so that in the end Stephen must also bow gravely. Fortunately, however, she could still do her job, which was all to the good for the short-handed unit. On an autumn afternoon of blue sky and sunshine, Stephen had the Croix de Guerre pinned on her breast by a white-haired and white-moustached general. First came the motherly Mrs. Claude Breakspear, whose tunic looked much too tight for her bosom. Then Stephen and one or two other members of that valiant and untiring unit. The general kissed each one in turn on both cheeks, while overhead hovered a fleet of aces. Troops presented arms, veteran troops tried in battle, and having the set look of war in their eyes. For the French have a very nice taste in such matters. And presently Stephen's bronze Croix de Guerre would carry 3 miniature stars on its ribbon, and each star would stand for a mention in dispatches. That evening she and Mary walked over the fields to a little town not very far from their billets. They paused for a moment to watch the sunset, and Mary stroked the new Croix de Guerre. Then she looked straight up into Stephen's eyes. Her mouth shook, and Stephen saw that she was crying. After this they must walk hand in hand for a while. Why not? There was no one just then to see them. Mary said, "All my life I've been waiting for something." "What was it, my dear?" Stephen asked her gently, and Mary answered, "I've been waiting for you, and it seemed such a dreadful long time, Stephen." The barely healed wound across Stephen's cheek flushed darkly, for what could she find to answer? "For me?" she stammered. Mary nodded gravely. "Yes, for you. I've always been waiting for you. And after the war you'll send me away." Then she suddenly caught hold of Stephen's sleeve. "Let me come with you. Don't send me away. I want to be near you. I can't explain, but I only want to be near you, Stephen. Stephen, say you won't send me away." Stephen's hand closed over the Croix de Guerre, but the metal of valour felt cold to her fingers. Dead and cold it felt at that moment, as the courage that had set it upon her breast. She stared straight ahead of her into the sunset, trembling because of what she would answer. Then she said very slowly, "After the war, no, I won't send you away from me, Mary." Chapter 37. The most stupendous and heartbreaking folly of our times drew towards its abrupt conclusion. By November, the unit was stationed at St. Quentin, in a little hotel, which, although very humble, seemed like paradise after the dugouts. A morning came when a handful of the members were together in the coffee room, huddled round a fire that was principally composed of damp brushwood. At one moment the guns could be heard distinctly. The next, something almost unnatural had happened. There was silence, as though death had turned on himself, smiting his own power of destruction. No one spoke. They just sat and stared at each other with faces entirely devoid of emotion. Their faces looked blank, like so many masks from which had been sponged every trace of emotion, and they waited, listening to that silence. The door opened and in walked an untidy poilu. His manner was casual, his voice apathetic. "Eh bien, mesdames, c'est l'armistice." But his shining brown eyes were not at all apathetic. "Oui, c'est l'armistice," he repeated coolly. Then he shrugged, as a man might do who would say, "What is all this to me?" After which he grinned broadly, in spite of himself. He was still very young, and turning on his heel, he departed. Stephen said, "So it's over." And she looked at Mary, who had jumped up and was looking in her turn at Stephen. Mary said, "This means—" But she stopped abruptly. Bless said, "Got a match, anyone? Oh, thanks." And she groped for her white metal cigarette case. Howard said, "Well, the first thing I'm going to do is get my hair properly shampooed in Paris." Thurlow laughed shrilly. Then she started to whistle, kicking the recalcitrant fire as she did so. But funny old monosyllabic Blakeney, with her curly white hair, cropped as close as a newlin's, Blakeney, who had long ago done with emotions, quite suddenly laid her arms on the table and her head on her arms, and she wept, and she wept. Stephen stayed with the unit, right up to the eve of its departure for Germany. Then she left it, taking Mary Llewellyn with her. Their work was over. Remained only the honour of joining the army's triumphal progress. But Mary Llewellyn was completely worn out, and Stephen had no thought except for Mary. They said farewell to Mrs. Claude Breakspear, to Howard and Blakeney and the rest of their comrades. And Stephen knew, as indeed did they also, that a mighty event had slipped into the past, had gone from them into the realms of history, something terrible, yet splendid, a oneness with life in its titanic struggle against death. Not a woman of them all but felt vaguely regretful, in spite of the infinite blessing of peace, for none could know what the future might hold of trivial days, filled with trivial actions. Great wars will be followed by great discontents. The pruning knife has been laid to the tree, and the urge to grow throbs through its mutilated branches. The house in the Rue Jacob was en fête in honour of Stephen's arrival. Pierre had rigged up an imposing flagstaff, from which waved a brand new tricolour, commandeered by Pauline from the neighbouring baker. Flowers had been placed in the sturdy vases, while Adele had contrived to produce the word welcome in immortelle as the pièce de résistance, and had hung it above the doorway. Stephen shook hands with them all in turn, and she introduced Mary, who also shook hands. Then Adele must start to gabble about Jean, who was quite safe, although not a captain, and Pauline must interrupt her to tell of the neighbouring baker, who had lost his 4 sons, and of one of her brothers, who had lost his right leg. Her face very dour, and her voice very cheerful, as was always the way when she told of misfortunes. And presently she must also deplore the long straight scar upon Stephen's cheek. "Oh, la pauvre! Pour une dame, c'est un vrai désastre." But Pierre must point to the green and red ribbon in Stephen's lapel. "C'est la croix de guerre." So that in the end they all gathered round to admire that half-inch of honour and glory. Oh yes, this homecoming was as friendly and happy as goodwill and warm Breton hearts could make it. Yet Stephen was oppressed by a sense of restraint when she took Mary up to the charming bedroom overlooking the garden, and she spoke abruptly. "This will be your room." "It's beautiful, Stephen." After that they were silent, perhaps because there was so much that might not be spoken between them. The dinner was served by beaming Pierre, an excellent dinner, more than worthy of Pauline, but neither of them managed to eat very much. They were far too acutely conscious of each other. When the meal was over, they went into the study, where, in spite of the abnormal shortage of fuel, Adele had managed to build a huge fire which blazed recklessly half up the chimney. The room smelt slightly of hothouse flowers, of leather, of old wood and vanished years, and after a while, of cigarette smoke. Then Stephen forced herself to speak lightly. "Come and sit over here by the fire," she said, smiling. So Mary obeyed, sitting down beside her, and she laid a hand upon Stephen's knee, but Stephen appeared not to notice that hand, for she just let it lie there and went on talking. "I've been thinking, Mary, hatching all sorts of schemes. I'd like to get you right away for a bit. The weather seems pretty awful in Paris. Puddle once told me about Tenerife. She went there ages ago with a pupil. She stayed at a place called Orotava. It's lovely, I believe. Do you think you'd enjoy it? I might manage to hear of a villa with a garden, and then you could just slack about in the sunshine." Mary said, very conscious of the unnoticed hand, "Do you really want to go away, Stephen? Wouldn't it interfere with your writing?" Her voice, Stephen thought, sounded strained and unhappy. "Of course I want to go," Stephen reassured her. "I'll work all the better for a holiday. Anyhow, I must see you looking more fit." And she suddenly laid her hand over Mary's. The strange sympathy which sometimes exists between two human bodies, so that a touch will stir many secret and perilous emotions, closed down on them both at that moment of contact, and they sat unnaturally still by the fire, feeling that in their stillness lay safety. But presently Stephen went on talking, and now she talked of purely practical matters. Mary must go for a fortnight to her cousin's. She had better go almost at once, and remain there while Stephen herself went to Morton. Eventually they would meet in London, and from there motor straight away to Southampton, for Stephen would have taken their passages, and if possible found a furnished villa before she went down to Morton. She talked on, and as she did so her fingers tightened and relaxed abruptly on the hand that she had continued to hold, so that Mary imprisoned those nervous fingers in her own, and Stephen made no resistance. Then Mary, like many another before her, grew as happy as she'd been downhearted, for the merest trifles are often enough to change the trend of mercurial emotions such as beset the heart in its youth. And she looked at Stephen with gratitude in her eyes, and with something far more fundamental, of which she herself was unconscious. And now she began to talk in her turn. She could type fairly well, was a very good speller. She would type Stephen's books, take care of her papers, answer her letters, look after the house, even beard the lugubrious Pauline in her kitchen. Next autumn she would write to Holland for bulbs. They must have lots of bulbs in their city garden, and in summer they ought to manage some roses. Paris was less cruel to flowers than London. Oh, and might she have pigeons with wide white tails? They would go so well with the old marble fountain. Stephen listened, nodding from time to time. Yes, of course she could have her white fan-tailed pigeons, and her bulbs, and her roses. Could have anything she pleased, if only she would get quite well and be happy. At this Mary laughed. "Oh, Stephen, my dear, don't you know that I'm really terribly happy?" Pierre came in with the evening letters. There was one from Anna and another from Puddle. There was also a lengthy epistle from Brockett, who was praying, it seemed, for demobilisation. Once released, he must go for a few weeks to England, but after that he was coming to Paris. He wrote, "I'm longing to see you again, and Valerie Seymour. By the way, how goes it? Valerie writes that you never rang her up. It's a pity you're so unsociable, Stephen. Unwholesome, I call it. You'll be bagging a shell like a hermit crab, or growing hairs on your chin, or a wart on your nose, or worse still, a complex. You might even take to a few nasty habits towards middle life. Better read Ferenczi. Why were you so beastly to Valerie, I wonder? She is such a darling, and she likes you so much. Only the other day she wrote, "When you see Stephen Gordon, give her my love, and tell her that nearly all streets in Paris lead sooner or later to Valerie Seymour." You might write her a line. And you might write to me. Already I'm finding your silence suspicious. Are you in love? I'm just crazy to know, so why deny me that innocent pleasure? After all, we're told to rejoice with those who rejoice. May I send my congratulations? Vague but exciting rumours have reached me. And by the way, Valerie's very forgiving, so don't feel shy about telephoning to her. She's one of those highly developed souls who bob up serenely after a snubbing, as do I, your devoted Brockett. Stephen glanced at Mary as she folded the letter. Isn't it time you went off to bed? Don't send me away. I must, you're so tired. Come on, there's a good child. You look tired and sleepy. I'm not a bit sleepy. All the same, it's high time. Are you coming? Not yet. I must answer some letters. Mary got up, and just for a moment their eyes met. Then Stephen looked away quickly. Good night, Mary. Stephen, won't you kiss me good night? It's our first night together here in your home. Stephen, do you know that you've never kissed me? The clock chimed 10. A rose on the desk fell apart, its overblown petals disturbed by that almost imperceptible vibration. Stephen's heart beat thickly. Do you want me to kiss you? More than anything else in the world, said Mary. Then Stephen suddenly came to her senses, and she managed a smile. Very well, my dear. She kissed the girl quietly on the cheek. And now you really must go to bed, Mary. After Mary had gone, she tried to write letters. A few lines to Anna, announcing her visit, a few lines to Puddle, and to Mademoiselle Dufault. The latter she felt that she had shamefully neglected. But in none of these letters did she mention Mary. Brockett's effusion she left unanswered. Then she took her unfinished novel from its drawer. But it seemed very dreary and unimportant, so she laid it aside again with a sigh, and locking the drawer, put the key in her pocket. And now she could no longer keep it at bay. The great joy, the great pain in her heart that was Mary. She had only to call, and Mary would come, bringing all her faith, her youth, and her ardour. Yes, she had only to call, and yet, would she ever be cruel enough to call Mary? Her mind recoiled at that word. Why cruel? She and Mary loved and needed each other. She could give the girl luxury, make her secure, so that she need never fight for her living. She should have every comfort that money could buy. Mary was not strong enough to fight for her living. And then she, Stephen, was no longer a child, to be frightened and humbled by this situation. There was many another exactly like her, in this very city, in every city, and they did not all live out crucified lives, denying their bodies, stultifying their brains, becoming the victims of their own frustrations. On the contrary, they lived natural lives, lives that to them were perfectly natural. They had their passions like everyone else, and why not? They were surely entitled to their passions. They attracted too. That was the irony of it. She herself had attracted Mary Llewellyn. The girl was quite simply and openly in love. All my life I've been waiting for something. Mary had said that. She had said, all my life I've been waiting for something. I've been waiting for you. Men. They were selfish, arrogant, possessive. What could they do for Mary Llewellyn? What could a man give that she could not? A child. But she would give Mary such a love as would be complete in itself without children. Mary would have no room in her heart, in her life, for a child, if she came to Stephen. All things they would be, the one to the other, should they stand in that limitless relationship. Father, mother, friend, and lover, all things. The amazing completeness of it. And Mary, the child, the friend, the beloved. With the terrible bonds of her dual nature, she could bind Mary fast, and the pain would be sweetness, so that the girl would cry out for that sweetness, hugging her chains always closer to her. The world would condemn, but they would rejoice, glorious outcasts, unashamed, triumphant. She began to pace restlessly up and down the room, as had ever been her wont in moments of emotion. Her face grew ominous, heavy and brooding. The fine line of her mouth was a little marred. Her eyes were less clear, less the servants of her spirit than the slaves of her anxious and passionate body. The red scar on her cheek stood out like a wound. Then quite suddenly she had opened the door and was staring at the dimly lighted staircase. She took a step forward and then stopped, appalled, dumbfounded at herself, at this thing she was doing. And as she stood there, as though turned to stone, she remembered another and spacious study. She remembered a lanky colt of a girl, whose glance had kept straying towards the windows. She remembered a man who had held out his hand. "Stephen, come here. What is honour, my daughter?" Honour? Good God! Was this her honour? Mary, whose nerves had been strained to breaking? A dastardly thing it would be to drag her through the maze of passion with no word of warning. Was she to know nothing of what lay before her, of the price she would have to pay for such love? She was young and completely ignorant of life. She knew only that she loved, and the young were ardent. She would give all that Stephen might ask of her, and more, for the young were not only ardent but generous. And through giving all she would be left defenceless, neither forewarned nor forearmed, against a world that would turn like a merciless beast and rend her. It was horrible. No, Mary must not give until she had counted the cost of that gift, until she was restored in body and mind and was able to form a considered judgment. Then Stephen must tell her the cruel truth. She must say, "I am one of those whom God marked on the forehead. Like Cain, I am marked and blemished. If you come to me, Mary, the world will abhor you, will persecute you, will call you unclean. Our love may be faithful, even unto death and beyond, yet the world will call it unclean. We may harm no living creature by our love. We may grow more perfect in understanding and in charity because of our loving. But all this will not save you from the scourge of a world that will turn away its eyes from your noblest actions, finding only corruption and vileness in you. You will see men and women defiling each other, laying the burden of their sins upon their children. You will see unfaithfulness, lies, and deceit among those whom the world views with approbation. You will find that many have grown hard of heart, have grown greedy, selfish, cruel, and lustful. And then you will turn to me and will say, "You and I are more worthy of respect than these people. Why does the world persecute us, Stephen?" And I shall answer, "Because in this world there is only toleration for the so-called normal." And when you come to me for protection, I shall say, "I cannot protect you, Mary. The world has deprived me of my right to protect. I am utterly helpless. I can only love you." And now Stephen was trembling. In spite of her strength and her splendid physique, she must stand there and tremble. She felt deathly cold, her teeth chattered with cold, and when she moved her steps were unsteady. She must climb the wide stairs with infinite care, in case she should inadvertently stumble, must lift her feet slowly and with infinite care, because if she stumbled, she might wake Mary. 10 days later, Stephen was saying to her mother, "I've been needing a change for a very long time. It's rather lucky that a girl I met in the unit is free and able to go with me. We've taken a villa at Orotava. It's supposed to be furnished, and they're leaving the servants, but heaven only knows what the house will be like. It belongs to a Spaniard. However, there'll be sunshine." "I believe Orotava's delightful," said Anna. But Puddle, who was looking at Stephen, said nothing. That night Stephen knocked at Puddle's door. "May I come in?" "Yes, come in, do, my dear. Come and sit by the fire. Shall I make you some cocoa?" "No, thanks." A long pause, while Puddle slipped into her dressing gown of soft grey viella. Then she also drew a chair up to the fire, and after a little, "It's good to see you. Your old teacher's been missing you rather badly." "Not more than I've been missing her, Puddle." Was that quite true? Stephen suddenly flushed, and both of them grew very silent. Puddle knew quite well that Stephen was unhappy. They had not lived side by side all these years for Puddle to fail now in intuition. She felt certain that something grave had happened, and her instinct warned her of what this might be, so that she secretly trembled a little. For no young and inexperienced girl sat beside her, but a woman of nearly 32, who was far beyond the reach of her guidance. This woman would settle her problems for herself, and in her own way, had indeed always done so. Puddle must try to be tactful in her questions. She said gently, "Tell me about your new friend. You met her in the unit." "Yes, we met in the unit, as I told you this evening. Her name's Mary Llewellyn." "How old is she, Stephen?" "Not quite 22. Puddle said, "Very young, not yet 22. And she glanced at Stephen and fell silent. But now Stephen went on talking more quickly. "I'm glad you asked me about her, Puddle, because I intend to give her a home. She's got no one except some distant cousins, and as far as I can see, they don't want her. I shall let her have a try at typing my work, as she's asked to. It will make her feel independent. Otherwise, of course, she'll be perfectly free. If it's not a success, she can always leave me, but I rather hope it will be a success. She's companionable. We like the same things. Anyhow, she'll give me an interest in life." Puddle thought, "She's not going to tell me." Stephen took out her cigarette case, from which she produced a clear little snapshot. "It's not very good. It was done at the front." But Puddle was gazing at Mary Llewellyn. Then she looked up abruptly and saw Stephen's eyes. Without a word, she handed back the snapshot. Stephen said, "Now I want to talk about you. Will you go to Paris at once, or stay here until we come home from Orotava? It's just as you like. The house is quite ready. You've only got to send Pauline a postcard. They're expecting you there at any moment." And she waited for Puddle's answer. Then Puddle, that small but indomitable fighter, stood forth all alone to do battle with herself, to strike down a sudden hot jealousy, a sudden and almost fierce resentment. And she saw that self as a tired old woman, a woman grown dull and tired with long service, a woman who had outlived her reason for living, whose companionship was now useless to Stephen. A woman who suffered from rheumatism in the winter and from lassitude in the summer, a woman who when young had never known youth except as a scourge to a sensitive conscience. And now she was old, and what had life left her? Not even the privilege of guarding her friend, for Puddle knew well that her presence in Paris would only embarrass, while unable to hinder. Nothing could stay fate if the hour had struck. And yet, from the very bottom of her soul, she was fearing that hour for Stephen. And who shall presume to accuse or condemn? She actually found it in her to pray that Stephen might be granted some measure of fulfilment, some palliative for the wound of existence. Not like me. Don't let her grow old as I've done. Then she suddenly remembered that Stephen was waiting. She said quietly, "Listen, my dear, I've been thinking. I don't feel that I ought to leave your mother. Her heart's not very strong. Nothing serious, of course. Still, she oughtn't to live all alone at Morton. And quite apart from the question of health, living alone's a melancholy business. There's another thing too. I've grown tired and lazy, and I don't want to pull up my roots if I can help it. When one's getting on in years, one gets set in one's ways, and my ways fit in very well with Morton. I didn't want to come here, Stephen, as I told you, but I was all wrong, for your mother needs me. She needs me more now than during the war, because during the war she had occupation. Oh, but good heavens, I'm a silly old woman. Did you know that I used to get homesick for England? I used to get homesick for penny buns. Imagine it, and I was living in Paris. Only, and now her voice broke a little, only if ever you should feel that you need me, if ever you should feel that you want my advice or my help, you'd send for me, wouldn't you, my dear? Because, old as I am, I'd be able to run if I thought that you really needed me, Stephen. Stephen held out her hand, and Puddle grasped it. There are some things I can't express, Stephen said slowly. I can't express my gratitude to you for all you've done. I can't find any words. But I want you to know that I'm trying to play straight. You'd always play straight in the end, said Puddle. And so, after nearly 18 years of life together, these two staunch friends and companions had now virtually parted. End of section 18. Read by Hazel Moon Stornoway, 30th of May, 2025. Section 19 of The Well of Loneliness by Radclyffe Hall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 38. The Villa del Cipries at Orotava was built on a headland above the Puerto. It had taken its name from its fine cypress trees, of which there were many in the spacious garden. At the Puerto there were laughter, shouting and singing as the oxen wagons with their crates of bananas came grating and stumbling down to the wharf. At the Puerto, one might almost have said there was commerce, for beyond the pier waited the dirty fruit steamers. But the Villa del Cipries stood proudly aloof, like a Spanish grandee who had seen better days. One felt that it literally hated commerce. The villa was older than the streets of the Puerto, though much grass grew between their venerable cobbles. It was older than the oldest villas on the hill that was known as Old Orotava, though their green latticed shutters were bleached by the suns of innumerable semi-tropical summers. It was so old, indeed, that no peasant could have told you precisely when it had come into being. The records were lost, if they had ever existed. For its history one had to apply to its owner. But then its owner was always in Spain, and his agent, who kept the place in repair, was too lazy to bother himself over trifles. What could it matter when the first stone was laid, or who laid it? The villa was always well let. He would yawn, roll a cigarette in his fingers, lick the paper with the thick red tip of his tongue, and finally go to sleep, in the sunshine, to dream only of satisfactory commissions. The Villa del Cipries was a low stone house that had once been tinted a lemon yellow. Its shutters were greener than those on the hill, for every 10 years or so they were painted. All its principal windows looked over the sea that lay at the foot of the little headland. There were large dim rooms with rough mosaic floors and walls that were covered by ancient frescoes. Some of these frescoes were primitive but holy. Others were primitive but distinctly less holy. However, they were all so badly defaced that the tenants were spared what might otherwise have been rather a shock at the contrast. The furniture, although very good of its kind, was sombre, and moreover it was terribly scanty, for its owner was far too busy in Seville to attend to his villa in Orotava. But one glory the old house did certainly possess: its garden. A veritable Eden of a garden, obsessed by a kind of primitive urge towards all manner of procreation. It was hot with sunshine and the flowing of sap, so that even its shade held a warmth in its greenness, while the virile growth of its flowers and its trees gave off a strangely disturbing fragrance. These trees had long been a haven for birds, from the crested hoopoes to the wild canaries, who kept up a chorus of song in the branches. Stephen and Mary arrived at the Villa del Cypres not very long after Christmas. They had spent their Christmas day aboard ship, and on landing had stayed for a week at Santa Cruz, before taking the long rough drive to Orotava. And as though the fates were being propitious, or unpropitious perhaps, who shall say, the garden was looking its loveliest. Almost melodramatic it looked in the sunset. Mary gazed round her, wide-eyed with pleasure. But after a while her eyes must turn, as they always did now, to rest upon Stephen, while Stephen's uncertain and melancholy eyes must look back with great love in their depths for Mary. Together they made the tour of the villa, and when this was over Stephen laughed a little. "Not much of anything, is there, Mary?" "No, but quite enough. Who wants tables and chairs?" "Well, if you're contented, I am," Stephen told her. And indeed, so far as the Villa del Cypres went, they were both very well contented. They discovered that the indoor staff would consist of 2 peasants, a plump, smiling woman called Concha, who adhered to the ancient tradition of the island and tied her head up in a white linen kerchief, and a girl whose black hair was elaborately dressed and whose cheeks were very obviously powdered. Concha's niece she was, by name Esmeralda. Esmeralda looked cross, but this may have been because she squinted so badly. In the garden worked a handsome person called Ramon, together with Pedro, a youth of 16. Pedro was light-hearted, precocious and spotty. He hated his simple work in the garden. What he liked was driving his father's mules for the tourists, according to Ramon. Ramon spoke English passably well. He had picked it up from the numerous tenants, and was proud of this fact. So while bringing in the luggage, he paused now and then to impart information. It was better to hire mules and donkeys from the father of Pedro. He had very fine mules and donkeys. It was better to take Pedro and none other as your guide, for thus would be saved any little ill feeling. It was better to let Concha do all the shopping. She was honest and wise as the Blessed Virgin. It was better never to scold Esmeralda, who was sensitive on account of her squint, and therefore inclined to be easily wounded. If you wounded the heart of Esmeralda, she walked out of the house and Concha walked with her. The island women were often like this. You upset them, and per Dios, your dinner could burn. They would not even wait to attend to your dinner. "You come home," smiled Ramon, "and you say, 'What burns? Is my villa on fire?' Then you call, and you call. No answer. All gone." And he spread out his hands with a wide and distressingly empty gesture. Ramon said it was better to buy flowers from him. "I cut fresh from the garden when you want," he coaxed gently. He spoke even his broken English with the soft, rather sing-song drawl of the local peasants. "But aren't they our flowers?" inquired Mary, surprised. Ramon shook his head. "Yours to see, yours to touch, but not yours to take, only mine to take. I sell them as part of my little payment, but to you I sell very cheap, señorita, because you resemble the Santa Noche that makes our garden smell sweet at night. I will show you our beautiful Santa Noche." He was thin as a lath and as brown as a chestnut, and his shirt was quite incredibly dirty. But when he walked, he moved like a king on his rough bare feet with their broken toenails. "This evening I make you a present of my flowers. I bring you a very big bunch of tabachero," he remarked. "Oh, you mustn't do that," protested Mary, getting out her purse. But Ramon looked offended. "I have said it. I give you the tabachero." Their dinner consisted of a local fish fried in oil. The fish had a very strange figure, and the oil, Stephen thought, tasted slightly rancid. There was also a small, though muscular chicken. But Concha had provided large baskets of fruit, loquats still warm from the tree that bred them, the full-flavoured little indigenous bananas, oranges, sweet as though dripping honey, custard apples and guavas had Concha provided, together with a bottle of the soft yellow wine, so dearly beloved of the island Spaniards. Outside in the garden there was luminous darkness. The night had a quality of glory about it, the blue glory peculiar to Africa, and seen seldom or never in our more placid climate. A warm breeze stirred the eucalyptus trees, and their crude, harsh smell was persistently mingled with the thick scents of heliotrope and datura, with the sweet but melancholy scent of jasmine, with the faint, unmistakable odour of cypress. Stephen lit a cigarette. "Shall we go out, Mary?" They stood for a minute looking up at the stars, so much larger and brighter than stars seen in England. From a pond on the farther side of the villa came the queer, hoarse chirping of innumerable frogs singing their prehistoric love songs. A star fell, shooting swiftly earthward through the darkness. Then the sweetness that was Mary seemed to stir and mingle with the very urgent sweetness of that garden, with the dim blue glory of the African night, and with all the stars in their endless courses, so that Stephen could have wept aloud as she stood there, because of the words that must not be spoken. For now that this girl was returning to health, her youth was becoming even more apparent, and something in the quality of Mary's youth, something terrible and ruthless as an unsheathed sword, would leap out at such moments and stand between them. Mary slipped a small, cool hand into Stephen's, and they walked on towards the edge of the headland. For a long time they gazed out over the sea, while their thoughts were always of one another. But Mary's thoughts were not very coherent, and because she was filled with a vague discontent, she sighed and moved even nearer to Stephen, who suddenly put an arm round her shoulder. Stephen said, "Are you tired, you little child?" And her husky voice was infinitely gentle, so that Mary's eyes filled with sudden tears. She answered, "I've waited a long, long time, all my life, and now that I've found you at last, I can't get near you. Why is it? Tell me." "Aren't you near? It seems to me you're quite near." And Stephen must smile in spite of herself. "Yes, but you feel such a long way away." "That's because you're not only tired out, but foolish." Yet they lingered, for when they returned to the villa they would part, and they dreaded these moments of parting. Sometimes they would suddenly remember the night before it had fallen, and when this happened each would be conscious of a very great sadness, which their hearts would divine, the one from the other. But presently Stephen took Mary's arm. "I believe that big star's moved over more than 6 inches. It's late. We must have been out here for ages." And she led the girls slowly back to the villa. The days slipped by, days of splendid sunshine that gave bodily health and strength to Mary. Her pale skin was tanned to a healthful brown, and her eyes no longer looked heavy with fatigue, only now their expression was seldom happy. She and Stephen would ride far afield on their mules. They would often ride right up into the mountains, climbing the hill to old Orotava, where the women sat at their green posticos through the long quiet hours of their indolent day and right on into the evening. The walls of the town would be covered with flowers, jasmine, plumbago and bougainvillea. But they would not linger in old Orotava. Pressing on they would climb always up and up to the region of health and trailing arbutus, and beyond that again to the higher slopes that had once been the home of a mighty forest. Now only a few Spanish chestnut trees remained to mark the decline of that forest. Sometimes they took their luncheon along, and when they did this young Pedro went with them, for he it was who must drive the mule that carried Concha's ample lunch basket. Pedro adored these impromptu excursions, they made an excuse for neglecting the garden. He would saunter along, chewing blades of grass, or the stem of some flower he had torn from a wall, or perhaps he would sing softly under his breath, for he knew many songs of his native island. But if the mule, Celestino, should stumble or presume in his turn to tear flowers from a wall, then Pedro would suddenly cease his soft singing and shout guttural remarks to old Celestino. "Vea! Burro! Celestino! Are, boo!" he would shout with a slap, so that Celestino must swallow his flowers in one angry gulp before having a sly kick at Pedro. The lunch would be eaten in the cool upland air, while the beasts stood near at hand, placidly grazing. Against a sky of incredible blueness, the peak would gleam as though powdered with crystal. Tede, mighty mountain of snow, with the heart of fire and the brow of crystal. Down the winding tracks would come goats with their herds, the tinkle of goat bells breaking the stillness. And as all such things have seemed wonderful to lovers throughout the ages, even so now they seemed very wonderful to Mary and Stephen. There were days when, leaving the uplands for the vale, they would ride past the big banana plantations and the glowing acres of ripe tomatoes. Geraniums and agaves would be growing side by side in the black volcanic dust of the roadway. From the stretching valley of Orotava, they would see the rugged line of the mountains. The mountains would look blue, like the African nights, all save Tede, clothed in her crystalline whiteness. And now, while they sat together in the garden at evening, there would sometimes come beggars, singing. Ragged fellows, who played deftly on their guitars, and sang songs whose old melodies hailed from Spain, but whose words sprang straight from the heart of the island. Aye, before I saw thee I was at peace, but now I am tormented because I have seen thee. Take away mine eyes, O enemy, O beloved, take away mine eyes, for they have turned me to fire. My blood is as the fire in the heart of Tede. Aye, before I saw thee, I was at peace. The strange minor music, with its restless rhythms, possessed a very potent enchantment, so that the heart beat faster to hear it, and the mind grew mazed with forbidden thoughts, and the soul grew heavy with the infinite sadness of fulfilled desire. But the body knew only the urge towards a complete fulfillment. Aye, before I saw thee, I was at peace. They would not understand the soft Spanish words, and yet, as they sat there, they could but divine their meaning, for love is no slave of mere language. Mary would want Stephen to take her in her arms, so must rest her cheek against Stephen's shoulder, as though they too had a right to such music, had a right to their share in the love songs of the world. But Stephen would always move away quickly. "Let's go in," she would mutter, and her voice would sound rough, for that bright sword of youth would have leapt out between them. There came days when they purposely avoided each other, trying to find peace in separation. Stephen would go for long rides alone, leaving Mary to idle about the villa. And when she got back, Mary would not speak, but would wander away by herself to the garden. For Stephen had grown almost harsh at times, possessed as she now was by something like terror, since it seemed to her that what she must say to this creature she loved would come as a death blow, that all youth and all joy would be slain in Mary. Tormented in body and mind and spirit, she would push the girl away from her roughly. "Leave me alone. I can't bear any more." "Stephen, I don't understand. Do you hate me?" "Hate you? Of course you don't understand. Only, I tell you I simply can't bear it." They would stare at each other, pale-faced and shaken. The long nights became even harder to endure, for now they would feel so terribly divided. Their days would be heavy with misunderstandings, their nights filled with doubts, apprehensions, and longings. They would often have parted as enemies, and therein would lie the great loneliness of it. As time went on, they grew deeply despondent, their despondency robbing the sun of its brightness, robbing the little goat bells of their music, robbing the dark of its luminous glory. The songs of the beggars who sang in the garden at the hour when the Santa Noche smelt sweetest, those songs would seem full of a cruel gibing. Aye, aye, before I saw thee I was at peace, but now I am tormented because I have seen thee. Thus were all things becoming less good in their sight, less perfect, because of their own frustration. But Mary Llewellyn was no coward and no weakling, and one night, at long last, pride came to her rescue. She said, "I want to speak to you, Stephen." "Not now. It's so late. Tomorrow morning." "No, now." And she followed Stephen into her bedroom. For a moment they avoided each other's eyes. Then Mary began to talk rather fast. "I can't stay. It's all been a heartbreaking mistake. I thought you wanted me because you cared. I thought... Oh, I don't know what I thought. But I won't accept your charity, Stephen. Not now that you've grown to hate me like this. I'm going back home to England. I forced myself on you. I asked you to take me. I must have been mad. You just took me out of pity. You thought that I was ill, and you felt sorry for me. Well, now I'm not ill and not mad anymore, and I'm going. Every time I come near you, you shrink or push me away, as though I repelled you. But I want us to part quickly because..." Her voice broke. "Because it torments me to be always with you and to feel that you've literally grown to hate me. I can't stand it. I'd rather not see you, Stephen." Stephen stared at her, white and aghast. Then, all in a moment, the restraint of years was shattered as though by some mighty convulsion. She remembered nothing, was conscious of nothing except that the creature she loved was going. "You child," she gasped. "You don't understand. You can't understand. God help me. I love you." And now she had the girl in her arms and was kissing her eyes and her mouth. "Mary, Mary." They stood there, lost to all sense of time, to all sense of reason, to all things save each other, in the grip of what can be one of the most relentless of all the human emotions. Then Stephen's arms suddenly fell to her sides. "Stop! Stop! For God's sake, you've got to listen!" Oh, but now she must pay to the uttermost farthing for the madness that had left those words unspoken, even as her father had paid before her. With Mary's kisses still hot on her lips, she must pay and pay unto the uttermost farthing. And because of an anguish that seemed past endurance, she spoke roughly. The words, when they came, were cruel. She spared neither the girl who must listen to them, nor herself who must force her to stand there and listen. "Have you understood? Do you realise now what it's going to mean if you give yourself to me?" Then she stopped abruptly. Mary was crying. Stephen said, and her voice had grown quite toneless, "It's too much to ask. You're right. It's too much. I had to tell you. Forgive me, Mary." But Mary turned on her with very bright eyes. "You can say that? You who talk about loving? What do I care for all you've told me? What do I care for the world's opinion? What do I care for anything but you, and you, just as you are, as you are? I love you. Do you think I'm crying because of what you've told me? I'm crying because of your dear scarred face, the misery on it. Can't you understand that all that I am belongs to you, Stephen?" Stephen bent down and kissed Mary's hands very humbly, for now she could find no words any more. And that night they were not divided. Chapter 39. A strange, though to them a very natural thing it seemed, this new and ardent fulfilment, having something fine and urgent about it that lay almost beyond the range of their wills. Something primitive and age-old as nature herself did their love appear to Mary and Stephen. For now they were in the grip of creation, of creation's terrific urge to create, the urge that will sometimes sweep forward blindly alike into fruitful and sterile channels. That well-nigh intolerable life force would grip them, making them a part of its own existence, so that they, who might never create a life, were yet one at such moments with the fountain of living. O great and incomprehensible unreason! But beyond the bounds of this turbulent river would lie gentle and most placid harbours of refuge, harbours in which the body could repose with contentment, while the lips spoke slow, indolent words, and the eyes beheld a dim golden haze that blinded the while it revealed all beauty. Then Stephen would stretch out her hand and touch Mary where she lay, happy only to feel her nearness. The hours would slip by towards dawn or sunset. Flowers would open and close in the bountiful garden, and perhaps, if it should chance to be evening, beggars would come to that garden singing. Ragged fellows who played deftly on their guitars and sang songs whose old melodies hailed from Spain, but whose words sprang straight from the heart of the island. O thou whom I love, thou art small and guileless. Thy lips are as cool as the sea at moonrise, and after the moon there cometh the sun. After the evening there cometh the morning. The sea is warmed by the kiss of the sun. Even so shall my kisses bring warmth to thy lips. O thou whom I love, thou art small and guileless. And now Mary need no longer sigh with unrest, need no longer lay her cheek against Stephen's shoulder, for her rightful place was in Stephen's arms, and there she would be, overwhelmed by the peace that comes at such times to all happy lovers. They would sit together in a little arbour that looked out over miles upon miles of ocean. The water would flush with the afterglow, then change to a soft, indefinite purple, then, fired anew by the African night, would gleam with that curious, deep blue glory for a space before the swift rising of the moon. Thy lips are as cool as the sea at moonrise, but after the moon there cometh the sun. And Stephen, as she held the girl in her arms, would feel that indeed she was all things to Mary, father, mother, friend and lover, all things, and Mary all things to her, the child, the friend, the beloved, all things. But Mary, because she was perfect woman, would rest without thought, without exaltation, without question, finding no need to question, since for her there was now only one thing: Stephen. Time, that most ruthless enemy of lovers, strode callously forward into the spring. It was March, so that down at the noisy Puerto the bougainvilleas were in their full glory, while up in the old town of Orotava bloomed great laden bushes of white camellias. In the garden of the villa the orange trees flowered, and the little arbour that looked over the sea was covered by an ancient wisteria vine, whose mighty trunk was as thick as 3 saplings. But in spite of a haunting shadow of regret at the thought of leaving Orotava, Stephen was deeply and thankfully happy. A happiness such as she had never conceived could be hers, now possessed her body and soul, and Mary also was happy. Stephen would ask her, "Do I content you? Tell me, is there anything you want in the world?" Mary's answer was always the same. She would say very gravely, "Only you, Stephen." Ramon had begun to speculate about them, these 2 English women who were so devoted. He would shrug his shoulder. Dios, what did it matter? They were courteous to him and exceedingly generous. If the elder one had an ugly red scar down her cheek, the younger one seemed not to mind it. The younger one was beautiful, though, as beautiful as the Santa Noche. Some day she would get a real man to love her. As for Concha and the cross-eyed Esmeralda, their tongues were muted by their ill-gotten gains. They grew rich, thanks to Stephen's complete indifference to the price of such trifles as sugar and candles. Esmeralda's afflicted eyes were quite sharp, yet she said to Concha, I see less than nothing. And Concha answered, I also see nothing. It is better to suppose that there is nothing to see. They are wealthy, and the big one is very careless. She trusts me completely, and I do my utmost. She is so taken up with the Amidita that I really believe I could easily rob her. Quien sabe? They are certainly queer, those two. However, I am blind. It is better so. And in any case, they are only the English. But Pedro was very sorely afflicted, for Pedro had fallen in love with Mary, and now he must stay at home in the garden when she and Stephen rode up to the mountains. Now they wished to be all alone, it seemed, and what food they took would be stuffed into a pocket. It was spring, and Pedro was deeply enamoured, so that he sighed as he tended the roses, sighed and stubbed the hard earth with his toes, and made insolent faces at the good-tempered Ramon, and killed flies with a kind of grim desperation, and sang songs of longing under his breath. Ay, thou art to me as the mountain. Would I could melt thy virginal snows. Would I could kick thy behind, grinned Ramon. One evening Mary asked Pedro to sing, speaking to him in her halting Spanish, so Pedro went off and got his guitar. But when he must stand there and sing before Mary, he could only stammer a childish old song, having in it nothing of passion and longing. I was born on a reef that is washed by the sea. It is the part of Spain that is called Tenerife. I was born on a reef, sang that unhappy Pedro. Stephen felt sorry for the lanky boy with his lovesick eyes, and so to console him she offered him money, 10 pesetas, for she knew that these people set much store by money. But Pedro seemed to have grown very tall as he gently but firmly refused consolation. Then he suddenly burst into tears and fled, leaving his little guitar behind him. The days were too short, as were now the nights, those spring nights of soft heat and incredible moonlight. And because they both felt that something was passing, they would turn their minds to thoughts of the future. The future was drawing very near to the present. In less than 3 weeks, they must start for Paris. Mary would suddenly cling to Stephen. Say that you'll never leave me, beloved. How could I leave you and go on living? Thus their talk of the future would often drift into talk of love, that is always timeless. On their lips, as in their hearts, would be words such as countless other lovers had spoken. For love is the sweetest monotony that was ever conceived of by the Creator. Promise you'll never stop loving me, Stephen? Never. You know that I couldn't, Mary. Even to themselves their vows would sound foolish, because so inadequate to compass their meaning. Language is surely too small a vessel to contain those emotions of mind and body that have somehow awakened a response in the spirit. And now, when they climbed the long hill to the town of Old Orotava, on their way to the mountains, they would pause to examine certain flowers minutely, or to stare down the narrow, shadowy by-streets. And when they had reached the cool upland places, and their mules were loosed and placidly grazing, they would sit hand in hand, looking out at the peak, trying to impress such pictures on their minds, because all things pass, and they wished to remember. The goat bells would break the lovely stillness, together with the greater stillness of their dreaming. But the sound of the bells would be lovely also, a part of their dreaming, a part of the stillness, for all things would seem to be welded together, to be one, even as they too were now one. They no longer felt desolate, hungry outcasts, unloved and unwanted, despised of the world. They were lovers who walked in the vineyard of life, plucking the warm, sweet fruits of that vineyard. Love had lifted them up as on wings of fire, had made them courageous, invincible, enduring. Nothing could be lacking to those who loved. The very earth gave of her fullest bounty. The earth seemed to come alive in response to the touch of their healthful and eager bodies. Nothing could be lacking to those who loved. And thus, in a cloud of illusion and glory, sped the last enchanted days at Orotava. End of section 19. Read by Hazel Moon, Stornoway, 31st of May, 2025. Section 20 of The Well of Loneliness by Radclyffe Hall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 5, Chapter 40. Early in April, Stephen and Mary returned to the house in Paris. This second homecoming seemed wonderfully sweet by reason of its peaceful and happy completeness, so that they turned to smile at each other as they passed through the door, and Stephen said very softly, "Welcome home, Mary." And now, for the first time, the old house was home. Mary went quickly from room to room, humming a little tune as she did so, feeling that she saw with a new understanding the inanimate objects which filled those rooms. Were they not Stephen's? Every now and again she must pause to touch them because they were Stephen's. Then she turned and went into Stephen's bedroom, not timidly, dreading to be unwelcome, but quite without fear or restraint or shyness, and this gave her a warm little glow of pleasure. Stephen was busily grooming her hair with a couple of brushes that had been dipped in water. The water had darkened her hair in patches, but had deepened the wide wave above her forehead. Seeing Mary in the glass, she did not turn round, but just smiled for a moment at their two reflections. Mary sat down in an armchair and watched her, noticing the strong, thin line of her thighs, noticing too the curve of her breasts, slight and compact, of a certain beauty. She had taken off her jacket and looked very tall in her soft silk shirt and her skirt of dark serge. "Tired?" she inquired, glancing down at the girl. "No, not a bit tired," smiled Mary. Stephen walked over to the stationary basin and proceeded to wash her hands under the tap, spotting her white silk cuffs in the process. Going to the cupboard, she got out a clean shirt, slipped in a pair of simple gold cufflinks, and changed, after which she put on a new necktie. Mary said, "Who's been looking after your clothes? Sewing on buttons and that sort of thing?" "I don't know exactly. Puddle or Adele. Why?" "Because I'm going to do it in future. You'll find that I've got one very real talent, and that's darning. When I darn, the place looks like a basket, criss-cross. And I know how to pick up a ladder, as well as the invisible mending people. It's very important that the darns be smooth, otherwise when you fence they might give you a blister." Stephen's lips twitched a little, but she said quite gravely, "Thanks awfully, darling. We'll go over my stockings." From the dressing room next door came a series of thuds. Pierre was depositing Stephen's luggage. Getting up, Mary opened the wardrobe, revealing a long, neat line of suits hanging from heavy mahogany shoulders. She examined each suit in turn with great interest. Presently she made her way to the cupboard in the wall. It was fitted with sliding shelves, and these she pulled out one by one with precaution. On the shelves there were orderly piles of shirts, crepe de chine pyjamas, quite a goodly assortment, and the heavy silk masculine underwear that for several years now had been worn by Stephen. Finally she discovered the stockings, where they lay by themselves in the one long drawer, and these she proceeded to unfurl deftly, with a quick and slightly important movement. Thrusting a fist into toes and heels, she looked for the holes that were non-existent. "You must have paid a lot for these stockings. They're hand-knitted silk," murmured Mary gravely. "I forget what I paid. Puddle got them from England." "Who did she order them from, do you know?" "I can't remember. Some woman or other." But Mary persisted. "I shall want her address." Stephen smiled. "Why? Are you going to order my stockings?" "Darling, do you think I'll let you go barefoot? Of course I'm going to order your stockings." Stephen rested her elbow on the mantelpiece and stood gazing at Mary with her chin on her hand. As she did so, she was struck once again by the look of youth that was characteristic of Mary. She looked much less than her 22 years in her simple dress with its leather belt. She looked indeed little more than a schoolgirl. And yet there was something quite new in her face, a soft, wise expression that Stephen had put there, so that she suddenly felt pitiful to see her so young, yet so full of this wisdom. For sometimes the coming of passion to youth, in spite of its glory, will be strangely pathetic. Mary rolled up the stockings with a sigh of regret. Alas, they would not require darning. She was at the stage of being in love when she longed to do womanly tasks for Stephen. But all Stephen's clothes were discouragingly neat. Mary thought that she must be very well served, which was true. She was served, as are certain men, with a great deal of nicety and care by the servants. And now Stephen was filling her cigarette case from the big box that lived on her dressing table, and now she was strapping on her gold wristwatch, and now she was brushing some dust from her coat, and now she was frowning at herself in the glass for a second as she twitched her immaculate necktie. Mary had seen her do all this before, many times. But today, somehow it was different. For today, they were in their own home together, so that these little intimate things seemed more dear than they had done at Orotava. The bedroom could only have belonged to Stephen. A large, airy room, very simply furnished, white walls, old oak, and a wide bricked hearth on which some large friendly logs were burning. The bed could only have been Stephen's bed. It was heavy and rather austere in pattern. It looked solemn, as Mary had seen Stephen look, and was covered by a bedspread of old blue brocade. Otherwise it remained quite guiltless of trimmings. The chairs could only have been Stephen's chairs, a little reserved, not conducive to lounging. The dressing table could only have been hers, with its tall silver mirror and ivory brushes. And all these things had drawn into themselves a species of life derived from their owner, until they seemed to be thinking of Stephen with a dumbness that made their thoughts more insistent, and their thoughts gathered strength and mingled with Mary's, so that she heard herself cry out, "Stephen!" in a voice that was not very far from tears, because of the joy she felt in that name. And Stephen answered her, "Mary." Then they stood, very still, grown abruptly silent, and each of them felt a little afraid, for the realization of great mutual love can at times be so overwhelming a thing that even the bravest of hearts may grow fearful. And although they could not have put it into words, could not have explained it to themselves or to each other, they seemed at that moment to be looking beyond the turbulent flood of earthly passion, to be looking straight into the eyes of a love that was changed, a love made perfect, discarnate. But the moment passed, and they drew together. The spring they had left behind in Orotava overtook them quite soon, and one day there it was, flowing softly along the old streets of the quarter, the Rue de Seine, the Rue de Saint-Pérez, the Rue Bonaparte, and their own Rue Jacob. And who can resist the first spring days in Paris? Brighter than ever looked the patches of sky when glimpsed between rows of tall, flat-bosomed houses. From the Pont des Arts could be seen a river that was one wide, ingratiating smile of sunshine, while beyond, in the Rue de Petit Champ, spring ran up and down the Passage Choiseul, striking gleams of gold from its dirty glass roof, the roof that looks like the vertebral column of some prehistoric monster. All over the Bois there was bursting of buds, a positive orgy of growth and greenness. The miniature waterfall lifted its voice in an effort to roar as loud as Niagara. Birds sang, dogs yapped or barked or bayed, according to their size and the tastes of their owners. Children appeared in the Champs-Élysées with bright-coloured balloons which tried to escape, and which, given the ghost of a chance, always did so. In the Tuileries Gardens, boys with brown legs and innocent socks were hiring toy boats from the man who provided bateaux de location. The fountains tossed clouds of spray into the air and just for fun made an occasional rainbow. Then the Arc de Triomphe would be seen through an arc that was, thanks to the sun, even more triumphal. As for the very old lady in her kiosk, the one who sells box, cruzeau, limonade, and such simple foodstuffs as brioche and croissant, as for her, she appeared in a new frilled bonnet and a fine worsted shawl on one memorable Sunday. Smiling she was too, from ear to ear, in spite of the fact that her mouth was toothless. For this fact she only remembered in winter, when the east wind started her empty gums aching. Under the quiet grey wings of the Madeleine, the flower stalls were bright with the glory of God. Anemones, jonquils, daffodils, tulips, mimosa that left gold dust on the fingers, and the faintly perfumed ascetic white lilac that had come in the train from the Riviera. There were also hyacinths, pink, red and blue, and many small trees of sturdy azalea. Oh, but the spring was shouting through Paris. It was in the hearts and eyes of the people. The very dray horses jangled their bells more loudly because of the spring in their drivers. The debauched old taxis tooted their horns and spun round the corners as though on a racetrack. Even such glacial things as the diamonds in the Rue de la Paix were kindled to fire as the sun pierced their facets right through to their entrails, while the sapphires glowed as those African nights had glowed in the Gardner Orotava. Was it likely that Stephen could finish her book, she who had Paris in springtime with Mary? Was it likely that Mary could urge her to do so, she who had Paris in springtime with Stephen? There was so much to see, so much to show Mary, so many new things to discover together, and now Stephen felt grateful to Jonathan Brockett, who had gone to such pains to teach her Paris. Idle she was, let it not be denied, idle and happy and utterly carefree. A lover who, like many another before her, was under the spell of the loved one's existence. She would wake in the mornings to find Mary beside her, and all through the day she would keep beside Mary, and at night they would lie in each other's arms. God alone knows who shall dare judge of such matters. In any case, Stephen was too much bewitched to be troubled, just then, by hair-splitting problems. Life had become a new revelation. The most mundane things were invested with glory. Shopping with Mary, who needed quite a number of dresses, and then there was food that was eaten together, the careful perusal of wine card and menu. They would lunch or have dinner at La Pérouse, surely still the most Epicurean restaurant in the whole of an Epicurean city. So humble it looks, with its modest entrance on the Quai des Grands Augustines, so humble that a stranger might well pass it by unnoticed. But not so Stephen, who had been there with Brockett. Mary loved Pruniers, in the Rue de Faux, because of its galaxy of sea monsters. A whole counter there was of incredible creatures. Orchins, black, armoured and covered with prickles, bigorneaux, serpent-like anguilles fumées, and many other exciting things that Stephen mistrusted for English stomachs. They would sit at their own particular table, one of the tables upstairs by the window, for the manager came very quickly to know them, and would smile and bow grandly. Bonjour, mesdames. When they left, the attendant who kept the flower basket would give Mary a neat little bouquet of roses. Au revoir, mesdames. Merci bien. À bientôt. For everyone had pretty manners at Prunier's. A few people might stare at the tall, scarred woman in her well-tailored clothes and black slouch hat. They would stare first at her and then at her companion. Mais regardez-moi ça. Elle est belle, la petite. Comme c'est rigolo. There would be a few smiles, but on the whole they would attract little notice. Ils en ont vu bien d'autres. It was post-war Paris. Sometimes, having dined, they would saunter towards home, through streets that were crowded with others who sauntered, men and women, a couple of women together, always twos. The fine nights seemed prolific of couples. In the air there would be the inconsequent feeling that belongs to the nightlife of most great cities, above all to the careless nightlife of Paris, where problems are apt to vanish with sunset. The lure of the brightly lighted boulevard, the lure of the dim and mysterious by-streets would grip them, so that they would not turn homeward for quite a long time, but would just go on walking. The moon, less clear than at Orotava, less innocent doubtless, yet scarcely less lovely, would come sailing over the Place de la Concorde, staring down at the dozens of other white moons that had managed to get themselves caught by the standards. In the cafes would be crowds of indolent people, for the French who work hard know well how to idle, and these cafes would smell of hot coffee and sawdust, of rough, strong tobacco, of men and women. Beneath the arcades there would be the shop windows, illuminated and bright with temptation. But Mary would usually stare into sulkers, picking out scarves or neckties for Stephen. "That one, we'll come and buy it tomorrow. Oh, Stephen, do wait. Look at that dressing gown." And Stephen might laugh and pretend to be bored, though she secretly nurtured a weakness for sulkers. Down the Rue de Rivoli they would walk arm in arm, until turning at last they would pass the old church of Saint-Germain, the church from whose Gothic tower had been rung the first call to a most bloody slaying. But now that tower would be grim with silence, dreaming the composite dreams of Paris, dreams that were heavy with blood and beauty, with innocence and lust, with joy and despair, with life and death, with heaven and hell. All the curious composite dreams of Paris. Then, crossing the river, they would reach the quarter and their house, where Stephen would slip her latchkey into the door and would know the warm feeling that can come of a union between door and latchkey. With a sigh of contentment, they would find themselves at home once again in the quiet old Rue Jacob. They went to see the kind Mademoiselle Dufault, and this visit seemed momentous to Mary. She gazed with something almost like awe at the woman who had had the teaching of Stephen. "Oh, but yes," smiled Mademoiselle Dufault. "I teached her. She was terribly naughty over her dictée. She would write remarks about the poor Henri. Très impertinent she would be about Henri. Stephen was a queer little child, and naughty, but so dear, so dear. I could never scold her. With me she done everything her own way." "Please tell me about that time," coaxed Mary. So Mademoiselle Dufault sat down beside Mary and patted her hand. "Like me, you love her. Well now, let me recall. She would sometimes get angry, very angry, and then she would go to the stables and talk to her horse. But when she fenced, it was marvellous. She fenced like a man, and she only a baby, but extrêmement strong. And then—" The memories went on and on. Such a store she possessed, the kind Mademoiselle Dufault. As she talked, her heart went out to the girl, for she felt a great tenderness towards young things. "I am glad that you come to live with us, Stephen, now that Mademoiselle Puddle is at Morton. Stephen would be desolate in the big house. It is charmant for both of you, this new arrangement. While she work, you look after the ménage, is it not so? You take care of Stephen, she take care of you. Oui, I am glad you have come to Paris." Julie stroked Mary's smooth young cheek, then her arm, for she wished to observe through her fingers. She smiled. "Very young, also very kind. I like so much the feel of your kindness. It gives me a warm and so happy sensation, because with all kindness there must be much good." Was she quite blind after all, the poor Julie? And hearing her, Stephen flushed with pleasure, and her eyes that could see turned and rested on Mary with a gentle and very profound expression in their depths. At that moment they were calmly thoughtful, as though brooding upon the mystery of life. One might almost have said, the eyes of a mother. A happy and pleasant visit it had been. They talked about it all through the evening. Chapter 41. Burton, who had enlisted in the Worcesters soon after Stephen had found work in London, Burton was now back again in Paris, loudly demanding a brand new motor. "The car looks awful. Snub-nosed she looks. Peculiar. All tucked up in the bonnet," he declared. So Stephen bought a touring Renault and a smart little Lordelette for Mary. The choosing of the cars was the greatest fun. Mary climbed in and out of hers at least 6 times while it stood in the showroom. "Is it comfortable?" Stephen must keep on asking. "Do you want them to pad it out more at the back? Are you perfectly sure you like the grey whipcord? Because if you don't, it can be reupholstered." Mary laughed. "I'm climbing in and out from sheer swank just to show that it's mine. Will they send it soon?" "Almost at once, I hope," smiled Stephen. Very splendid it seemed to her now to have money, because of what money could do for Mary. In the shops they must sometimes behave like 2 children, having endless things dragged out for inspection. They drove to Versailles in the new touring car and wandered for hours through the lovely gardens. The hameau no longer seemed sad to Stephen, for Mary and she brought love back to the hameau. Then they drove to the forest of Fontainebleau, and wherever they went there was singing of birds. Challenging, jubilant, provocative singing. Look at us, we're happy, Stephen." And Stephen's heart shouted back, "So are we. Look at us, look at us, look at us. We're happy." When they were not driving into the country or amusing themselves by ransacking Paris, Stephen would fence, to keep herself fit, would fence as never before with Buisson, so that Buisson would sometimes say with a grin, "Mais voyons, voyons, I have done you no wrong, yet it almost appears that you wish to kill me." The foils laid aside, he might turn to Mary, still grinning. "She fends very well, eh, your friend? She lunge like a man, so strong and so graceful." Which, considering all things, was generous of Buisson. But suddenly Buisson would grow very angry. "More than 70 francs have I paid to my cook, and for nothing. Bon Dieu! Is this winning the war? We starve, we go short of our butter and chickens, and before it is better, it is surely much worse. We are all imbecile, we kind-hearted French. We starve ourselves to fatten the Germans. Are they grateful? Sacré nom! Mais oui, they are grateful. They love us so much they spit in our faces." And quite often this mood would be vented on Stephen. To Mary, however, he was usually polite. "You like our Paris? I am glad. That is good. You make the home with Mademoiselle Gordon? I hope you prevent her injurious smoking." And in spite of his outbursts, Mary adored him, because of his interest in Stephen's fencing. One evening, towards the end of June, Jonathan Brockett walked in serenely. "Hello, Stephen. Here I am. I've turned up again. Not that I love you, I positively hate you. I've been keeping away for weeks and weeks. Why did you never answer my letters? Not so much as a line on a picture postcard. There's something in this more than meets the eye. And where's Puddle? She used to be kind to me once. I shall lay my head down on her bosom and weep." He stopped abruptly, seeing Mary Llewellyn, who got up from her deep armchair in the corner. Stephen said, "Mary, this is Jonathan Brockett, an old friend of mine. We're fellow writers. Brockett, this is Mary Llewellyn." Brockett shot a swift glance in Stephen's direction, then he bowed and gravely shook hands with Mary. And now Stephen was to see yet another side of this strange and unexpected creature. With infinite courtesy and tact, he went out of his way to make himself charming. Never by so much as a word or a look did he once allow it to be inferred that his quick mind had seized on the situation. Brockett's manner suggested an innocence that he was very far from possessing. Stephen began to study him with interest. They two had not met since before the war. He had thickened. His figure was more robust. There was muscle and flesh on his wide, straight shoulders. And she thought that his face had certainly aged. Little bags were showing under his eyes, and rather deep lines at the sides of his mouth. The war had left its mark upon Brocket. Only his hands remained unchanged, those white and soft-skinned hands of a woman. He was saying, "So, you two were in the same unit. That was a great stroke of luck for Stephen. I mean, she'd be feeling horribly lonely now that old Puddle's gone back to England. Stephen's distinguished herself, I see. Croix de Guerre and a very becoming scar. Don't protest, my dear Stephen. You know it's becoming. All that happened to me was a badly sprained ankle." He laughed. "Fancy going out to Mesopotamia to slip on a bit of orange peel. I might have done better than that here in Paris. By the way, I'm in my own flat again now. I hope you'll bring Miss Llewellyn to luncheon." He did not stay embarrassingly late, nor did he leave suggestively early. He got up to go at just the right moment. But when Mary went out of the room to call Pierre, he quite suddenly put his arm through Stephen's. "Good luck, my dear. You deserve it," he murmured, and his sharp grey eyes had grown almost gentle. "I hope you'll be very, very happy." Stephen quietly disengaged her arm with a look of surprise. "Happy? Thank you, Brocket." She smiled as she lighted a cigarette. They could not tear themselves away from their home, and that summer they remained in Paris. There were always so many things to do. Mary's bedroom entirely to refurnish, for instance. She had Puddle's old room overlooking the garden. When the city seemed to be growing too airless, they motored off happily into the country, spending a couple of nights at an auberge, for France abounds in green, pleasant places. Once or twice they lunched with Jonathan Brocket at his flat in the Avenue Victor Hugo, a beautiful flat, since his taste was perfect, and he dined with them before leaving for Deauville. His manor continued to be studiously guarded. The Dufaults had gone for their holiday, and Buisson was away in Spain for a month. But what did they want that summer with people? On those evenings when they did not go out, Stephen would now read aloud to Mary, leading the girl's adaptable mind into new and hitherto unexplored channels, teaching her the joy that can lie in books, even as Sir Philip had once taught his daughter. Mary had read so little in her life that the choice of books seemed practically endless. But Stephen must make a start by reading that immortal classic of their own Paris, Peter Ibbotson. And Mary said, "Stephen, if we were ever parted, do you think that you and I could dream true?" And Stephen answered, "I often wonder whether we're not dreaming true all the time, whether the only truth isn't in dreaming." Then they talked for a while of such nebulous things as dreams, which will seem very concrete to lovers. Sometimes Stephen would read aloud in French, for she wanted the girl to grow better acquainted with the lure of that fascinating language. And thus, gradually, with infinite care, did she seek to fill the more obvious gaps in Mary's none-too-complete education. And Mary, listening to Stephen's voice, rather deep and always a little husky, would think that words were more tuneful than music and more inspiring when spoken by Stephen. At this time, many gentle and friendly things began to bear witness to Mary's presence. There were flowers in the quiet old garden, for instance, and some large red carp in the fountain's basin, and 2 married couples of white fantail pigeons who lived in a house on a tall wooden leg and kept up a convivial cooing. These pigeons lacked all respect for Stephen. By August they were flying in at her window and landing with soft, heavy thuds on her desk, where they strutted until she fed them with maize. And because they were Mary's, and Mary loved them, Stephen would laugh, as unruffled as they were, and would patiently coax them back into the garden with bribes for their plump little circular crops. In the turret room that had been Puddle's sanctum, there were now 3 cagefuls of Mary's rescues, tiny bright coloured birds with dejected plumage and eyes that had filmed from a lack of sunshine. Mary was always bringing them home, from the terrible bird shops along the river, for her love of such helpless and suffering things was so great that she in her turn must suffer. An ill-treated creature would haunt her for days, so that Stephen would often exclaim, half in earnest, "Go and buy up all the animal shops in Paris. Anything, darling, only don't look unhappy." The tiny bright-coloured birds would revive to some extent, thanks to Mary's skilled treatment. But since she always bought the most ailing, not a few of them left this disheartening world for what we must hope was a warm, wild heaven. There were several small graves already in the garden. Then one morning, when Mary went out alone, because Stephen had letters to write to Morton, she chanced on yet one more desolate creature, who followed her home to the Rue Jacob, and right into Stephen's immaculate study. It was large, ungainly, and appallingly thin. It was coated with mud, which had dried on its nose, its back, its legs, and all over its stomach. Its paws were heavy, its ears were long, and its tail, like the tail of a rat, looked hairless, but curved up to a point in a miniature sickle. Its face was as smooth as though made out of plush, and its luminous eyes were the colour of amber. Mary said, "Oh, Stephen, he wanted to come. He's got a sore paw. Look at him. He's limping." Then this tramp of a dog hobbled over to the table and stood there gazing dumbly at Stephen, who must stroke his anxious, dishevelled head. "I suppose this means that we're going to keep him." "Darling, I'm dreadfully afraid it does. He says he's sorry to be such a mongrel." "He needn't apologise," Stephen smiled. "He's all right. He's an Irish water spaniel, though what he's doing out here the Lord knows. I've never seen one before in Paris." They fed him, and later that afternoon they gave him a bath in Stephen's bathroom. The result of that bath, which was disconcerting as far as the room went, they left to Adele. The room was a bog, but Mary's rescue had emerged a mass of chocolate ringlets, all save his charming plush-covered face and his curious tail, which was curved like a sickle. Then they bound the sore pad and took him downstairs, after which Mary wanted to know all about him, so Stephen unearthed an illustrated dog book from a cupboard under the sturdy bookcase. "Oh, look!" exclaimed Mary, reading over her shoulder. "He's not Irish at all. He's really a Welshman. We find in the Welsh laws of Hywel Dda the first reference to this intelligent spaniel. The Iberians brought the breed to Ireland. Of course, that's why he followed me home. He knew I was Welsh the moment he saw me." Stephen laughed. "Yes, his hair grows up from a peak like yours. Must be a national failing. Well, what shall we call him? His name's important. It ought to be quite short." "David," said Mary. The dog looked gravely from one to the other for a moment. Then he lay down at Mary's feet, dropping his chin on his bandaged paw and closing his eyes with a grunt of contentment. And so it had suddenly come to pass that they who had lately been two were now three. They were Stephen and Mary. There was also David. Chapter 42. That October there arose the first dark cloud. It drifted over to Paris from England, for Anna wrote asking Stephen to Morton, but with never a mention of Mary Llewellyn. Not that she ever did mention their friendship in her letters. Indeed, she completely ignored it. Yet this invitation, which excluded the girl, seemed to Stephen an intentional slight upon Mary. A hot flush of anger spread up to her brow as she read and reread her mother's brief letter. "I want to discuss some important points regarding the management of the estate. As the place will eventually come to you, I think we should try to keep more in touch." Then a list of the points Anna wished to discuss. They seemed very trifling indeed to Stephen. She put the letter away in a drawer and sat staring darkly out of the window. In the garden Mary was talking to David, persuading him not to retrieve the pigeons. "If my mother had invited her 10 times over, I'd never have taken her to Morton," Stephen muttered. Oh, but she knew, and only too well, what it would mean should they be there together. The lies, the despicable subterfuges, as though they were little less than criminals. It would be, "Mary, don't hang about my bedroom. Be careful. Of course, while we're here at Morton. It's my mother. She can't understand these things. To her they would seem an outrage, an insult. And then the guard set upon eyes and lips, the feeling of guilt at so much as a hand touch, the pretence of a careless, quite usual friendship. "Mary, don't look at me as though you cared. You did this evening. Remember my mother." Intolerable quagmire of lies and deceit. The degrading of all that to them was sacred, a very gross degrading of love, and through love a gross degrading of Mary. Mary, so loyal and as yet so gallant, but so pitifully untried in the war of existence. Warned only by words, the words of a lover. And what were mere words when it came to actions? And the ageing woman with the faraway eyes, eyes that could yet be so cruel, so accusing. They might turn and rest with repugnance on Mary, even as once they had rested on Stephen. "I would rather see you dead at my feet." A fearful saying, and yet she had meant it. That ageing woman with the faraway eyes, she had uttered it knowing herself to be a mother. But that at least should be hidden from Mary. She began to consider the ageing woman who had scourged her, but whom she had so deeply wounded, and as she did so, the depth of that wound made her shrink, in spite of her bitter anger. So that gradually the anger gave way to a slow and almost reluctant pity. Poor, ignorant, blind, unreasoning woman, herself a victim, having given her body for nature's most inexplicable whim. Yes, there had been 2 victims already. Must there now be a third, and that one Mary? She trembled. At that moment she could not face it. She was weak. She was utterly undone by loving. Greedy she had grown for happiness, for the joys and the peace that their union had brought her. She would try to minimize the whole thing. She would say, "It will only be for 10 days. I must just run over about this business." Then Mary would probably think it quite natural that she had not been invited to Morton, and would ask no questions. She never asked questions. But would Mary think such a slight was quite natural? Fear possessed her. She sat there terribly afraid of this cloud that had suddenly risen to menace. Afraid, yet determined not to submit, not to let it gain power through her own acquiescence. There was only one weapon to keep it at bay. Getting up, she opened the window. "Mary!" All unconscious, the girl hurried in with David. "Did you call?" "Yes. Come close. Closer. Closer, sweetheart." Shaken and very greatly humbled, Mary had let Stephen go from her to Morton. She had not been deceived by Stephen's glib words, and had now no illusions regarding Anna Gordon. Lady Anna, suspecting the truth about them, had not wished to meet her. It was all quite clear, cruelly clear if it came to that matter, but these thoughts she had mercifully hidden from Stephen. She had seen Stephen off at the station with a smile. "I'll write every day. Do put on your coat, darling. You don't want to arrive at Morton with a chill. And mind you wire when you get to Dover." Yet now, as she sat in the empty study, she must bury her face and cry a little because she was here and Stephen in England. And then, of course, this was their first real parting. David sat watching with luminous eyes in which were reflected her secret troubles. Then he got up and planted a paw on the book, for he thought it high time to have done with this reading. He lacked the language that Raftery had known, the language of many small sounds and small movements. A clumsy and inarticulate fellow he was, but unrestrainedly loving. He nearly broke his own heart between love and the deep gratitude which he felt for Mary. At the moment he wanted to lay back his ears and howl with despair to see her unhappy. He wanted to make an enormous noise, the kind of noise wild folk make in the jungle. Lions and tigers and other wild folk that David had heard about from his mother. His mother had been in Africa once, a long time ago, with an old French colonel. But instead he abruptly licked Mary's cheek. It tasted peculiar, he thought, like seawater. "Do you want to walk, David?" she asked him gently. And as well as he could, David nodded his head by wagging his tail, which was shaped like a sickle. Then he capered, thumping the ground with his paws, after which he barked twice in an effort to amuse her, but such things had seemed funny to her in the past, although now she appeared not to notice his capers. However, she had put on her hat and coat, so, still barking, he followed her through the courtyard. They wandered along the Quai Voltaire, Mary pausing to look at the misty river. "Shall I dive in and bring you a rat?" inquired David, by lunging wildly backwards and forwards. She shook her head. "Do stop, David. Be good." Then she sighed again and stared at the river. So David stared too, but he stared at Mary. Quite suddenly Paris had lost its charm for her. After all, what was it? Just a big foreign city, a city that belonged to a stranger people who cared nothing for Stephen and nothing for Mary. They were exiles. She turned the word over in her mind. Exiles. It sounded unwanted, lonely. But why had Stephen become an exile? Why had she exiled herself from Morton? Strange that she, Mary, had never asked her, had never wanted to until this moment. She walked on, not caring very much where she went. It grew dusk, and the dusk brought with it great longing. The longing to see, to hear, to touch. Almost a physical pain it was, this longing to feel the nearness of Stephen. But Stephen had left her, to go to Morton. Morton, that was surely Stephen's real home, and in that real home there was no place for Mary. She was not resentful. She did not condemn either the world or herself, or Stephen. Hers was no mind to wrestle with problems, to demand either justice or explanation. She only knew that her heart felt bruised, so that all manner of little things hurt her. It hurt her to think of Stephen surrounded by objects that she had never seen, tables, chairs, pictures, all old friends of Stephen's, all dear and familiar, yet strangers to Mary. It hurt her to think of the unknown bedroom in which Stephen had slept since the days of her childhood, of the unknown schoolroom where Stephen had worked, of the stables, the lakes, and the gardens of Morton. It hurt her to think of the two unknown women who must now be waiting Stephen's arrival. Puddle, whom Stephen loved and respected, Lady Anna, of whom she spoke very seldom, and who, Mary felt, could never have loved her. And it came upon Mary, with a little shock, that a long span of Stephen's life was hidden. Years and years of that life had come and gone before they two had finally found each other. How could she hope to link up with a past that belonged to a home which she might not enter? Then, being a woman, she suddenly ached for the quiet, pleasant things that a home will stand for: security, peace, respect and honour, the kindness of parents, the goodwill of neighbours, happiness that can be shared with friends, love that is proud to proclaim its existence. All that Stephen most craved for, the creature she loved, that creature must now quite suddenly ache for. And as though some mysterious cord stretched between them, Stephen's heart was troubled at that very moment, intolerably troubled because of Morton, the real home which might not be shared with Mary. Ashamed because of shame laid on another, compassionate and suffering because of her compassion, she was thinking of the girl left alone in Paris, the girl who should have come with her to England, who should have been welcomed and honoured at Morton. Then she suddenly remembered some words from the past, very terrible words. "Could you marry me, Stephen?" Mary turned and walked back to the Rue Jacob. Disheartened and anxious, David lagged beside her. He had done all he could to distract her mind from whatever it was that lay heavy upon it. He had made a pretence of chasing a pigeon. He had barked himself hoarse at a terrified beggar. He had brought her a stick and implored her to throw it. He had caught at her skirt and tugged it politely. In the end, he'd nearly got run over by a taxi in his desperate efforts to gain her attention. This last attempt had certainly roused her. She had put on his lead. Poor misunderstood David. Mary went into Stephen's study and sat down at the spacious writing table. For now, all of a sudden, she had only one ache, and that was the ache of her love for Stephen. And because of her love, she wished to comfort, since in every fond woman there is much of the mother. That letter was full of many things which a less privileged pen had best left unwritten. Loyalty, faith, consolation, devotion. All this and much more she wrote to Stephen. As she sat there, her heart seemed to swell within her, as though in response to some mighty challenge. Thus it was that Mary met and defeated the world's first tentative onslaught upon them. End of section 20. Read by Hazel Moon Stornoway. 4th of June, 2025. Section 21 of The Well of Loneliness by Radclyffe Hall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 43. There comes a time, in all passionate attachments, when life, real life, must be faced once again with its varied and endless obligations, when the lover knows, in his innermost heart, that the halcyon days are over. He may well regret this prosaic intrusion, yet to him it will usually seem quite natural, so that while loving not one whit the less, he will bend his neck to the yoke of existence. But for the woman, for whom love is an end in itself, finds it harder to submit thus calmly. To every devoted and ardent woman there comes this moment of poignant regretting, and struggle she must to hold it at bay. Not yet, not yet, just a little longer, until nature, abhorring her idleness, forces on her the labour of procreation. But in such relationships as Mary's and Stephen's, nature must pay for experimenting. She may even have to pay very dearly. It largely depends on the sexual mixture. A drop too little of the male in the lover, and mighty indeed will be the wastage. And yet there are cases, and Stephen's was one, in which the male will emerge triumphant, in which passion combined with a real devotion will become a spur rather than a deterrent, in which love and endeavour will fight side by side in a desperate struggle to find some solution. Thus it was that when Stephen returned from Morton, Mary divined, as it were by instinct, that the time of dreaming was over and past, and she clung very close, kissing many times. "Do you love me as much as before you went? Do you love me?" The woman's eternal question. And Stephen, who, if possible, loved her more, answered almost brusquely, "Of course I love you." For her thoughts were still heavy with the bitterness that had come of that visit of hers to Morton, and which at all costs must be hidden from Mary. There had been no marked change in her mother's manner. Anna had been very quiet and courteous. Together they had interviewed bailiff and agent, scheming as always for the welfare of Morton. But one topic there had been which Anna had ignored, had refused to discuss, and that topic was Mary. With a suddenness born of exasperation, Stephen had spoken of her one evening. "I want Mary Llewellyn to know my real home. Some day I must bring her to Morton with me." She had stopped, seeing Anna's warning face, expressionless, closed, while, as for her answer, it had been more eloquent far than words, a disconcerting, unequivocal silence. And Stephen, had she ever entertained any doubt, must have known at that moment, past all hope of doubting, that her mother's omission to invite the girl had indeed been meant as a slight upon Mary. Getting up, she had gone to her father's study. Puddle, who had held her peace at the time, had spoken just before Stephen's departure. "My dear, I know it's all terribly hard about Morton, about—" She had hesitated. And Stephen had thought with renewed bitterness, even if she jibs, it seems, at mentioning Mary. She had answered, If you're speaking of Mary Llewellyn, I shall certainly never bring her to Morton. That is, as long as my mother lives. I don't allow her to be insulted." And Puddle had looked at Stephen gravely. "You're not working, and yet work's your only weapon. Make the world respect you, as you can do through your work. It's the surest harbour of refuge for your friend, the only harbour. Remember that. And it's up to you to provide it, Stephen." Stephen had been too sore at heart to reply, but throughout the long journey from Morton to Paris, Puddle's words had kept hammering in her brain. "You're not working, and yet work's your only weapon." So, while Mary lay sleeping in Stephen's arms, on that first blessed night of their reunion, her lover lay wide-eyed with sleeplessness, planning the work she must do on the morrow, cursing her own indolence and folly, her illusion of safety where none existed. They soon settled down to their more prosaic days, very much as quite ordinary people will do. Each of them now had her separate tasks, Stephen her writing and Mary the household, the paying of bills, the filing of receipts, the answering of unimportant letters. But for her there were long hours of idleness, since Pauline and Pierre were almost too perfect. They would smile and manage the house their own way, which, it must be admitted, was better than Mary's. As for the letters, there were not very many, and as for the bills, there was plenty of money. Being spared the struggle to make 2 ends meet, she was also deprived of the innocent pleasure of scheming to provide little happy surprises, little extra comforts for the person she loved, which in youth can add a real zest to existence. Then Stephen had found her typing too slow, so was sending the work to a woman in Passy. Obsessed by a longing to finish her book, she would tolerate neither let nor hindrance. And because of their curious isolation, there were times when Mary would feel very lonely. For whom did she know? She had no friends in Paris, except the kind Mademoiselle Dufault and Julie. Once a week, it is true, she could go and see Buisson, for Stephen continued to keep up her fencing, and occasionally Brockett would come strolling in, but his interest was centred entirely in Stephen. If she should be working, as was often the case, he would not waste very much time over Mary. Stephen often called her into the study, comforted by the girl's loving presence. "Come and sit with me, sweetheart. I like you in here." But quite soon she would seem to forget all about her. What? She would mutter, frowning a little. "Don't speak to me just for a minute, Mary. Go and have your luncheon, there's a good child. I'll come when I finish this bit. You go on." But Mary's meal might be eaten alone, for meals had become an annoyance to Stephen. Of course there was David, the grateful, the devoted. Mary could always talk to David. But since he could never answer her back, the conversation was very one-sided. Then, too, he was making it obvious that he, in his turn, was missing Stephen. He would hang around, looking discontented when she failed to go out, after frequent suggestions. For although his heart was faithful to Mary, the gentle dispenser of all salvation, yet the instinct that has dwelt in the soul of the male, perhaps ever since Adam left the Garden of Eden, the instinct that displays itself in club windows and in other such places of male segregation, would make him long for the companionable walks that had sometimes been taken apart from Mary. Above all, would it make him long intensely for Stephen's strong hands and purposeful ways, for that queer, intangible something about her that appealed to the canine manhood in him. She always allowed him to look after himself, without fussing. In a word, she seemed restful to David. Mary, slipping noiselessly out of the study, might whisper, "We'll go to the Tuileries Gardens." But when they arrived there, what was there to do? For of course a dog must not dive after goldfish. David understood this. There were goldfish at home. He must not start splashing about in ponds that had tiresome stone rims and ridiculous fountains. He and Mary would wander along gravel paths, among people who stared at and made fun of David. Quel drôle de chien, mais regardez sa queue. They were like that, these French. They had laughed at his mother. She had told him never so much as to say woof. For what did they matter? Still, it was disconcerting, and although he had lived in France all his life, having indeed known no other country, as he walked in the stately Tuileries gardens, the Celt in his blood would conjure up visions. Great beetling mountains with winding courses down which the torrents went roaring in winter. The earth smell, the dew smell, the smell of wild things, which a dog might hunt, and yet remain lawful. For all of this and more had his old mother told him. These visions it was that had led him astray, that had treacherously led him half-starving to Paris, and that sometimes, even in these placid days, would come back as he walked in the Tuileries gardens. But now his heart must thrust them aside. A captive he was now, through love of Mary. But to Mary there would come one vision alone, that of a garden at Orotava, a garden lighted by luminous darkness and filled with the restless rhythm of singing. The autumn passed, giving place to the winter, with its short, dreary days of mist and rain. There was now little beauty left in Paris. A grey sky hung above the old streets of the quarter, a sky which no longer looked bright by contrast, as though seen at the end of a tunnel. Stephen was working like someone possessed, entirely rewriting her pre-war novel. Good it had been, but not good enough, for she now saw life from a much wider angle, and, moreover, she was writing this book for Mary. Remembering Mary, remembering Morton, her pen covered sheet after sheet of paper. She wrote with the speed of true inspiration, and at times her work brushed the hem of greatness. She did not entirely neglect the girl, for whose sake she was making this mighty effort, that she could not have done even had she wished to, since love was the actual source of her effort. But quite soon there were days when she would not go out, or if she did go, when she seemed abstracted, so that Mary must ask her the same question twice, then, as likely as not, get a nebulous answer. And soon there were days when all that she did, apart from her writing, was done with an effort, with an obvious effort to be considerate. "Would you like to go to a play one night, Mary?" If Mary said yes, and procured the tickets, they were usually late, because of Stephen, who had worked right up to the very last minute. Sometimes there were poignant if small disappointments, when Stephen had failed to keep a promise. "Listen, Mary, darling, will you ever forgive me if I don't come with you about those furs? I've a bit of work here I simply must finish. You do understand?" "Yes, of course I do." But Mary, left to choose her new furs alone, had quite suddenly felt that she did not want them. And this sort of thing happened fairly often. If only Stephen had confided in her, had said, "I'm trying to build you a refuge. Remember what I told you in Orotava." But no. She shrank from reminding the girl of the gloom that surrounded their small patch of sunshine. If only she had shown a little more patience with Mary's careful, if rather slow typing, and so given her a real occupation. But no, she must send the work off to Passy, because the sooner this book was finished, the better it would be for Mary's future. And thus, blinded by love and a desire to protect the woman she loved, she erred towards Mary. When she had finished her writing for the day, she frequently read it aloud in the evening. And although Mary knew that the writing was fine, yet her thoughts would stray from the book to Stephen. The deep, husky voice would read on and on, having in it something urgent, appealing, so that Mary must suddenly kiss Stephen's hand, or the scar on her cheek, because of that voice far more than because of what it was reading. And now there were times when, serving two masters, her passion for this girl and her will to protect her, Stephen would be torn by conflicting desires, by opposing mental and physical emotions. She would want to save herself for her work. She would want to give herself wholly to Mary. Yet, quite often, she would work far into the night. "I'm going to be late. You go to bed, sweetheart." And when she herself had at last toiled upstairs, she would steal like a thief past Mary's bedroom, although Mary would nearly always hear her. "Is that you, Stephen?" "Yes, why aren't you asleep? Do you realise that it's 3 a.m? "Is it? You're not angry, are you, darling? I kept thinking of you alone in the study. Come here and say you're not angry with me, even if it is 3 o'clock in the morning." Then Stephen would slip off her old tweed coat and would fling herself down on the bed beside Mary, too exhausted to do more than take the girl in her arms, and let her lie there with her head on her shoulder. But Mary would be thinking of all those things which she found so deeply appealing in Stephen: the scar on her cheek, the expression in her eyes, the strength and the queer shy gentleness of her, the strength which at moments could not be gentle. And as they lay there, Stephen might sleep, worn out by the strain of those long hours of writing. But Mary would not sleep, or if she slept, it would be when the dawn was paling the windows. One morning Stephen looked at Mary intently. "Come here. You're not well. What's the matter? Tell me." For she thought that the girl was unusually pale, thought too that her lips drooped a little at the corners, and a sudden fear contracted her heart. "Tell me at once. What's the matter with you?" Her voice was rough with anxiety, and she laid an imperative hand over Mary's. Mary protested. "Don't be absurd. There's nothing the matter. I'm perfectly well. You're imagining things." For what could be the matter? Was she not here in Paris with Stephen? But her eyes filled with tears, and she turned away quickly to hide them, ashamed of her own unreason. Stephen stuck to her point. "You don't look a bit well. We shouldn't have stayed in Paris last summer." Then, because her own nerves were on edge that day, she frowned. "It's this business of your not eating whenever I can't get into a meal. I know you don't eat. Pierre's told me about it. You mustn't behave like a baby, Mary. I shan't be able to write a line if I feel you're ill because you're not eating." Her fear was making her lose her temper. "I shall send for a doctor," she finished brusquely. Mary refused point blank to see a doctor. What was she to tell him? She hadn't any symptoms. Pierre exaggerated. She ate quite enough. She had never been a very large eater. Stephen had better get on with her work and stop upsetting herself over nothing. But try as she might, Stephen could not get on. All the rest of the day her work went badly. After this she would often leave her desk and go wandering off in search of Mary. "Darling, where are you?" "Upstairs, in my bedroom." "Well, come down. I want you here in the study." And when Mary had settled herself by the fire, "Now tell me exactly how you feel. All right?" And Mary would answer, smiling, "Yes, I'm quite all right. I swear I am, Stephen." It was not an ideal atmosphere for work, but the book was by now so well advanced that nothing short of a disaster could have stopped it. It was one of those books that intend to get born and that go on maturing in spite of their authors. Nor was there anything really alarming about the condition of Mary's health. She did not look very well, that was all, and at times she seemed a little downhearted, so that Stephen must snatch a few hours from her work in order that they might go out together. Perhaps they would lunch at a restaurant, or drive into the country, to the rapture of David, or just wander about the streets arm in arm, as they had done when first they had returned to Paris. And Mary, because she would be feeling happy, would revive for these few hours as though by magic. Yet, when she must once more find herself lonely, with nowhere to go and no one to talk to, because Stephen was back again at her desk, why then she would wilt, which was not unnatural, considering her youth and her situation. On Christmas Eve, Brockett arrived, bringing flowers. Mary had gone for a walk with David, so Stephen must leave her desk with a sigh. "Come in, Brockett. I say, what wonderful lilac." He sat down, lighting a cigarette. "Yes, isn't it fine? I bought it for Mary. How is she? Stephen hesitated a moment. Not awfully well. I've been worried about her. Brockett frowned and stared thoughtfully into the fire. There was something that he wanted to say to Stephen, a warning that he was longing to give, but he did not feel certain how she would take it. No wonder that wretched girl was not fit, forced to lead such a deadly dull existence. If Stephen would let him, he wanted to advise, to admonish, to be brutally frank if need be. He had once been brutally frank about her work, but that had been a less delicate matter. He began to fidget with his soft white hands, drumming on the arms of the chair with his fingers. Stephen, I've been meaning to speak about Mary. She struck me as looking thoroughly depressed the last time I saw her. When was it? Monday? Yes, she struck me as looking thoroughly depressed. Oh, but surely you were wrong, interrupted Stephen. No, I'm perfectly sure I was right, he insisted. Then he said, I'm going to take a big risk. I'm going to take the risk of losing your friendship. His voice was so genuinely regretful that Stephen must ask him, Well, what is it, Brockett? You, my dear, you're not playing fair with that girl. The life she's leading would depress a mother abbess. It's enough to give anybody the hump, and it's going to give Mary neurasthenia. What on earth do you mean? Don't get ratty, and I'll tell you. Look here, I'm not going to pretend any more. Of course we all know that you two are lovers. You're gradually becoming a kind of legend, all's well lost for love and that sort of thing. But Mary's too young to become a legend, and so are you, my dear, for that matter. But you've got your work, whereas Mary's got nothing. Not a soul does that miserable kid know in Paris. Don't, please, interrupt. I've not nearly finished. I positively must and will have my say out. You and she have decided to make a menage. As far as I can see, it's as bad as a marriage. But if you were a man, it would be rather different. You'd have dozens of friends as a matter of course. Mary might even be going to have an infant. Oh, for God's sake, Stephen, do stop looking shocked. Mary's a perfectly normal young woman. She can't live by love alone. That's all rot. Especially as I shrewdly suspect that when you're working, the diet's pretty meagre. For heaven's sake, let her go about a bit. Why on earth don't you take her to Valerie Seymour's? At Valerie's place she'd meet lots of people. And I ask you, what harm could it possibly do? You shun your own ilk as though they were the devil. Mary needs friends, awfully badly, and she needs a certain amount of amusement. But be a bit careful of the so-called normal. And now Brockett's voice grew aggressive and bitter. I wouldn't go trying to force them to be friends. I'm not thinking so much of you now as of Mary. She's young, and the young are easily bruised. He was perfectly sincere. He was trying to be helpful, spurred on by his curious affection for Stephen. At the moment he felt very friendly and anxious. There was nothing of the cynic left in him, at the moment. He was honestly advising according to his lights, perhaps the only lights that the world had left him. And Stephen could find very little to say. She was sick of denials and subterfuges, sick of tacit lies which outraged her own instincts and which seemed like insults thrust upon Mary. So she left Brockett's bolder statements unchallenged. As for the rest, she hedged a little, still vaguely mistrustful of Valerie Seymour. Yet she knew quite well that Brockett had been right. Life these days must often be lonely for Mary. Why had she never thought of this before? She cursed herself for her lack of perception. Then Brockett tactfully changed the subject. He was far too wise not to know when to stop. So now he told her about his new play, which for him was a very unusual proceeding. And as he talked on, there came over Stephen a queer sense of relief at the thought that he knew. Yes, she actually felt a sense of relief, because this man knew of her relations with Mary, because there was no longer any need to behave as if those relations were shameful, at all events in the presence of Brockett. The world had at last found a chink in her armour. "We must go and see Valerie Seymour one day," Stephen remarked quite casually that evening. "She's a very well-known woman in Paris. I believe she gives rather jolly parties. I think it's about time you had a few friends." "Oh, what fun! Yes, do let's. I'd love it," exclaimed Mary. Stephen thought that her voice sounded pleased and excited, and in spite of herself she sighed a little. But, after all, nothing really mattered, except that Mary should keep well and happy. She would certainly take her to Valerie Seymour's, why not? She had probably been very foolish, selfish too, sacrificing the girl to her cranks. "Darling, of course we'll go," she said quickly. "I expect we'll find it awfully amusing." 3 days later, Valerie, having seen Brockett, wrote a short but cordial invitation. "Do come in on Wednesday if you possibly can. I mean, both of you, of course. Brockett's promised to come, and one or two other interesting people. I'm so looking forward to renewing our acquaintance after all this long time, and to meeting Miss Llewellyn. But why have you never been to see me? I don't think that was very friendly of you. However, you can make up for past neglect by coming to my little party on Wednesday." Stephen tossed the letter across to Mary. "There you are." "How ripping! But will you go? Do you want to?" "Yes, of course. Only what about your work?" "It will keep all right for one afternoon." "Are you sure?" Stephen smiled. "Yes, I'm quite sure, darling." Chapter 44. Valerie's rooms were already crowded when Stephen and Mary arrived at her reception. So crowded that at first they could not see their hostess and must stand rather awkwardly near the door. They had not been announced. One never was, for some reason, when one went to Valerie Seymour's. People looked at Stephen curiously. Her height, her clothes, the scar on her face had immediately riveted their attention. "Quel type," murmured Dupont, the sculptor, to his neighbour, and promptly decided that he wished to model Stephen. "It's a wonderful head. I adore the strong throat and the mouth. Is it chaste? Is it ardent? I wonder, how would one model that intriguing mouth?" Then, being Dupont, to whom all things were allowed for the sake of his art, he moved a step nearer and stared with embarrassing admiration, combing his greyish beard with his fingers. His neighbour, who was also his latest mistress, a small fair-haired girl of a doll-like beauty, shrugged her shoulders. "I am not very pleased with you, Dupont. Your taste is becoming peculiar, mon ami, and yet you are still sufficiently virile." He laughed. "Be tranquille, my little hen. I am not proposing to give you a rival." Then he started to tease. "But what about you? I dislike the small horns that are covered with moss, even although they are no bigger than thimbles. They are irritating, those mossy horns, and exceedingly painful when they start to grow, like wisdom teeth, only even more foolish. Ah, yes, I too have my recollections. What is sauce for the gander is sauce for the goose, as the English say. Such a practical people." "You are dreaming, mon pauvre bougre," snapped the lady. And now Valerie was making her way to the door. "Miss Gordon, I'm most awfully glad to see you and Miss Llewellyn. Have you had any tea?" "No, of course not. I'm an abominable hostess. Come along to the table. Where's that useless Brockett? Oh, here he is. Brockett, please be a man and get Miss Llewellyn and Miss Gordon some tea." Brockett sighed. "You go first then, Stephen, darling. You're so much more efficient than I am." And he laid a soft white hand on her shoulder, thrusting her gently but firmly forward. When they reached the buffet, he calmly stood still. "Do get me an ice vanilla," he murmured. Everyone seemed to know everyone else. The atmosphere was familiar and easy. People hailed each other like intimate friends, and quite soon they were being charming to Stephen, and equally charming and kind to Mary. Valerie was introducing her new guests with tactful allusions to Stephen's talent. "This is Stephen Gordon, you know, the author, and Miss Llewellyn." Her manner was natural, and yet Stephen could not get rid of the feeling that everyone knew about her and Mary, or that if they did not actually know, they guessed, and were eager to show themselves friendly. She thought, well, why not? I'm sick of lying. The erstwhile resentment that she had felt towards Valerie Seymour was fading completely. So pleasant it was to be made to feel welcome by all these clever and interesting people. And clever they were, there was no denying. In Valerie's salon, the percentage of brains was generally well above the average, for together with those who themselves, being normal, had long put intellects above bodies, were writers, painters, musicians and scholars, men and women who, set apart from their birth, had determined to hack out a niche in existence. Many of them had already arrived, while some were still rather painfully hacking. Not a few would fall by the way, it is true, but as they fell, others would take their places. Over the bodies of prostrate comrades, those others must fall in their turn, or go on hacking. For them there was no compromise with life. They were lashed by the whip of self-preservation. There was Pat, who had lost her Arabella to the golden charms of Grieg and the Lido. Pat, who originally hailing from Boston, still vaguely suggested a New England schoolmarm. Pat, whose libido, apart from the flesh, flowed into entomological channels. One had to look twice to discern that her ankles were too strong and too heavy for those of a female. There was Jamie, a very much more pronounced. Jamie, who had come to Paris from the Highlands, a trifle unhinged because of the music that besieged her soul and fought for expression through her stiff and scholarly compositions. Loose-limbed, raw-boned and short-sighted she was, and since she could seldom afford new glasses, her eyes were red-rimmed and strained in expression. And she poked her head badly, forever peering. Her tow-collared mop was bobbed by her friend, the fringe being only too often uneven. There was Wanda, the struggling Polish painter, dark for a Pole, with her short, stiff black hair and her dusky skin and her colourless lips. Yet withal not unattractive, this Wanda. She had wonderful eyes that held fire in their depths, hellfire at times, if she had been drinking, but at other times a more gentle flame, although never one that it was safe to play with. Wanda saw largely. All that she envisaged was immense, her pictures, her passions, her remorses. She craved with a well-nigh insatiable craving. She feared with a well-nigh intolerable terror. Not the devil, she was brave with him when in her cups, but God, in the person of Christ the Redeemer. Like a whipped cur, she crawled to the foot of the cross, without courage, without faith, without hope of mercy. Outraged by her body, she must ruthlessly scourge it. No good, the lust of the eye would betray her. Seeing she desired, and desiring she drank, seeking to drown one lust in another. And then she would stand up before her tall easel, swaying a little, but with hand always steady. The brandy went into her legs, not her hands. Her hands would remain disconcertingly steady. She would start some gigantic and heartbroken daub, struggling to lose herself in her picture, struggling to ease the ache of her passion by smearing the placid white face of the canvas with ungainly yet strangely arresting forms. According to Dupont, Wanda had genius. Neither eating nor sleeping, she would grow very thin, so that everybody would know what had happened. They had seen it before, oh, but many times, and therefore for them the tragedy was lessened. "Wanda's off again," someone might say with a grin. "She was tight this morning. Who is it this time?" But Valerie, who hated drink like the plague, would grow angry, outraged she would feel by this Wanda. There was Hortense, Comtesse de Kerguelen, dignified and reserved, a very great lady, of a calm and very old-fashioned beauty. When Valerie introduced her to Stephen, Stephen quite suddenly thought of Morton, and yet she had left all for Valerie Seymour, Husband, children, and home had she left, facing scandal, opprobrium, persecution. Greater than all these most vital things had been this woman's love for Valerie Seymour. An enigma, she seemed, much in need of explaining. And now, in the place of that outlawed love, had come friendship. They were close friends, these one-time lovers. There was Margaret Rowland, the poetess, a woman whose work was alive with talent. The staunchest of allies, the most fickle of lovers, she seemed likely enough to end up in the workhouse with her generous financial apologies, which at moments made pretty large holes in her savings. It was almost impossible not to like her, since her only fault lay in being too earnest. Every fresh love affair was the last, while it lasted, though of course this was apt to be rather misleading. A costly business in money and tears. She genuinely suffered in heart, as in pocket. There was nothing arresting in Margaret's appearance. Sometimes she dressed well, sometimes she dressed badly, according to the influence of the moment. But she always wore ultra-feminine shoes and frequently bought model gowns when in Paris. One might have said quite a womanly woman, unless the trained ear had been rendered suspicious by her voice, which had something peculiar about it. It was like a boy's voice, on the verge of breaking. And then there was Brockett, with his soft white hands, and several others there were very like him. There was also Adolphe Blanc, the designer, a master of colour, whose primitive tints had practically revolutionised taste, bringing back to the eye the joy of the simple. Blanc stood in a little niche by himself, which at times must surely have been very lonely. A quiet, tawny man, with the eyes of the Hebrew. In his youth he had been very deeply afflicted. He had spent his days going from doctor to doctor. "What am I?" They had told him, pocketing their fees. Not a few had unctuously set out to cure him. Cure him. Good God! There was no cure for Blanc. He was, of all men, the most normal abnormal. He had known revolt, renouncing his God. He had known despair, the despair of the godless. He had known wild moments of dissipation. He had known long months of acute self-abasement. And then he had suddenly found his soul, and that finding had brought with it resignation, so that now he could stand in a niche by himself, a pitiful spectator of what, to him, often seemed a bewildering scheme of creation. For a living, he designed many beautiful things, furniture, costumes and scenery for ballets, even women's gowns, if the mood was upon him. But this he did for a physical living. To keep life in his desolate, long-suffering soul, he had stored his mind with much profound learning. So now many poor devils went to him for advice, which he never refused, though he gave it sadly. It was always the same. Do the best you can. No man can do more. But never stop fighting. For us, there is no sin so great as despair, and perhaps no virtue so vital as courage. Yes, indeed, to this gentle and learned Jew went many a poor baptized Christian devil. And such people frequented Valerie Seymour's, men and women who must carry God's mark on their foreheads. For Valerie, placid and self-assured, created an atmosphere of courage. Everyone felt very normal and brave when they gathered together at Valerie Seymour's. There she was, this charming and cultured woman, a kind of lighthouse in a storm-swept ocean. The waves had lashed round her feet in vain, winds had howled, clouds had spewed forth their hail and their lightning, torrents had deluged, but had not destroyed her. The storms, gathering force, broke and drifted away, leaving behind them the shipwrecked, the drowning. But when they looked up, the poor spluttering victims, why, what should they see but Valerie Seymour? Then a few would strike boldly out for the shore, at the sight of this indestructible creature. She did nothing, and at all times said very little, feeling no urge towards philanthropy, but this much she gave to her brethren, the freedom of her salon, the protection of her friendship. If it eased them to come to her monthly gatherings, they were always welcome, provided they were sober. Drink and drugs she abhorred because they were ugly. One drank tea, iced coffee, syrups and orangeade in that celebrated flat on the Quai Voltaire. Oh yes, a very strange company indeed, if one analysed it for this or that stigma. Why, the grades were so numerous and so fine that they often defied the most careful observation. The timbre of a voice, the build of an ankle, the texture of a hand, a movement, a gesture. Since few were as pronounced as Stephen Gordon, unless it were Wanda, the Polish painter. She, poor soul, never knew how to dress for the best. If she dressed like a woman, she looked like a man. If she dressed like a man, she looked like a woman. And their love affairs. How strange, how bewildering, how difficult to classify degrees of attraction. For not always would they attract their own kind. Very often they attracted quite ordinary people. Thus Pat's Arabella had suddenly married, having wearied of Grigg, as of her predecessor. Rumour had it that she was now blatantly happy at the prospect of shortly becoming a mother. And then there was Jamie's friend, Barbara, a wisp of a girl, very faithful and loving, but all woman as far as one could detect, with a woman's clinging dependence on Jamie. These two had been lovers from the days of their childhood, from the days when away in their Highland village the stronger child had protected the weaker at school or at play with their boisterous companions. They had grown up together, like two wind-swept saplings on their bleak Scottish hillside, so starved of sunshine. For warmth and protection they had lent to each other, until with the spring, at the time of mating, their branches had quietly intertwined. That was how it had been, the entwining of saplings, very simple and to them very dear, having nothing mysterious or strange about it, except inasmuch as all love is mysterious. To themselves they had seemed like the other lovers, for whom dawns were brighter and twilights more tender. Hand in hand they had strolled down the village street, pausing to listen to the piper at evening, and something in that sorrowful, outlandish music would arouse the musical soul in Jamie, so that great chords would surge up through her brain, very different from the wails of the piper, yet born of the same mystic Highland nature. Happy days, happy evenings, when the glow of the summer lingered for hours above the grim hills, lingered on long after the flickering lamps had been lit in the cottage windows of Beadles. The piper would at last decide to go home, but they too would wander away to the moorland, there to lie down for a space, side by side among the short springy turf and the heather. Children they had been, having small skill in words, or in life, or in love itself for that matter. Barbara fragile and barely 19, the angular Jamie not yet quite 20. They had talked, because words will ease the full spirit, talked in abrupt, rather shy broken phrases. They had loved, because love had come naturally to them up there on the soft springy turf and the heather. But after a while their dreams had been shattered, for such dreams as theirs had seemed strange to the village. Daft the folk had thought them, mooching round by themselves for hours, like a couple of lovers. Barbara's grand dame, an austere old woman with whom she had lived since earliest childhood, Barbara's grand dame had mistrusted this friendship. "I dinna richtly understand it," she had frowned. "Her and that Jamie's uncouth wrong. It's no richt for lesbians, and it's no proper." And since she spoke with authority, having for years been the village postmistress, her neighbours had wagged their heads and agreed. "It's no richt, ye ha' said it, Mrs. MacDonald." The gossip had reached the minister, Jamie's white-haired and gentle old father. He had looked at the girl with bewildered eyes. He had always been bewildered by his daughter. A poor housewife she was, and very untidy. If she cooked, she mucked up the pots and the kitchen, and her hands were strangely unskilled with the needle. This he knew, since his heels suffered much from her darning. Remembering her mother, He had shaken his head and sighed many times as he looked at Jamie. For her mother had been a soft, timorous woman, and he himself was very retiring. But there Jamie loved striding over the hills in the teeth of a gale, an uncouth, boyish creature. As a child she had gone rabbit-stalking with ferrets, had ridden a neighbour's farm horse astride on a sack, without stirrup, saddle or bridle, had done all manner of outlandish things, and he, poor, lonely, bewildered man, still mourning his wife, had been no match for her. Yet even as a child she had sat at the piano and picked out little tunes of her own inventing. He had done his best. She had been taught to play by Miss Morrison of the next-door village, since music alone seemed able to tame her. And as Jamie had grown, so her tunes had grown with her, gathering purpose and strength with her body. She would improvise for hours on the winter evenings, if Barbara would sit in their parlour and listen. He had always made Barbara welcome at the manse. They had been so inseparable, those two, since childhood. And now? He had frowned, remembering the gossip. Rather timidly he had spoken to Jamie. "Listen, my dear, when you're always together, the lads don't get a chance to come courting, and Barbara's grandmother wants the lass married. Let her walk with a lad on Sabbath afternoons. There's that young MacGregor. He's a fine, steady fellow, and they say he's in love with the little lass." Jamie had stared at him, scowling darkly. "She doesn't want to walk out with MacGregor." The minister had shaken his head yet again. In the hands of his child he was utterly helpless. Then Jamie had gone to Inverness, in order the better to study music, but every weekend she had spent at the manse. There had been no real break in her friendship with Barbara. Indeed, they had seemed more devoted than ever, no doubt because of these forced separations. 2 years later, the minister had suddenly died, leaving his little all to Jamie. She had had to turn out of the old grey manse and had taken a room in the village near Barbara. But antagonism, no longer restrained through respect for the gentle and childlike pastor, had made itself very acutely felt. Hostile they had been, those good people, to Jamie. Barbara had wept. "Jamie, let's go away. They hate us. Let's go when nobody knows us. I'm 21 now. I can go where I like. They can't stop me. Take me away from them, Jamie." Miserable, angry and sorely bewildered, Jamie had put her arm around the girl. "Where can I take you, you poor little creature? You're not strong, and I'm terribly poor, remember." But Barbara had continued to plead. "I'll work. I'll scrub floors. I'll do anything, Jamie. Only let's get away when nobody knows us." So Jamie had turned to her music master in Inverness and had begged him to help her. What could she do to earn her living? And because this man believed in her talent, he had helped her with advice and a small loan of money, urging her to go to Paris and study to complete her training in composition. "You're really too good for me," he had told her. "And out there you could live considerably cheaper. For one thing, the exchange would be in your favour. I'll write to the head of the conservatoire this evening." That had been shortly after the armistice, and now here they were together in Paris. As for Pat, she collected her moths and her beetles, and when fate was propitious, an occasional woman. But fate was so seldom propitious to Pat. Arabella had put this down to the beetles. Poor Pat, having recently grown rather gloomy, had taken to quoting American history, speaking darkly of blood tracks left on the snow by what she had christened the miserable army. Then, too, she seemed haunted by General Custer, that gallant and very unfortunate hero. "It's Custer's last ride, all the time," she would say. "No good talking, the whole darn world's out to scalp us." As for Margaret Rowland, she was never attracted to anyone young and wholehearted and free. She was, in fact, a congenital poacher. While, as for Wanda, her loves were so varied that no rule could be discovered by which to judge them. She loved wildly, without either chart or compass. A rudderless bark it was, Wanda's emotion, beaten now this way, now that by the gale, veering first to the normal, then to the abnormal, a thing of torn sails and stricken masts that never came within sight of a harbour. These then were the people to whom Stephen turned at last in her fear of isolation for Mary. To her own kind she turned and was made very welcome, for no bond is more binding than that of affliction. But her vision stretched beyond to the day when happier folk would also accept her, and through her, this girl, for whose happiness she and she alone would have to answer, to the day when through sheer force of tireless endeavour she would have built that harbour of refuge for Mary. So now they were launched upon the stream that flows silent and deep through all great cities, gliding on between precipitous borders, away and away into no man's land, the most desolate country in all creation. Yet when they got home they felt no misgivings. Even Stephen's doubts had been drugged for the moment, since just at first this curious stream will possess the balm of the waters of Lethe. She said to Mary, "It was quite a good party, don't you think so?" And Mary answered naively, "I loved it because they were so nice to you. Brockett told me they think you're the coming writer. He said you were Valerie Seymour's lion. I was bursting with pride. It made me so happy." For answer, Stephen stooped down and kissed her. End of section 21. Read by Hazel Moon Stornoway. 7th of June, 2025.